Alternatively, shifting the position of the legs, both the sides, visualize chariot in space.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं प्रथासनं भवति.
Now stand with next asana is Virabhadrasana. As we stand, bring the right leg forward, toes facing front, left leg back, feet facing outward. As you bend the right knee at 90 degree, bring both the hands above the head, palms facing each other, gaze to the nose. Visualize Lord Virabhadra in your space as you engage Mool Bandha and Udyana Bandha.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now we'll be repeating Virabhadrasana on the other side as we switch the position of the legs. Now bring the left leg front, bending it at 90 degree, hands above the heads. Now gaze to the third eye, engage Mool Bandha Udyana Bandha as you visualize Lord Virabhadra in your inner space.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्थानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम्.
Now, as you stand tall, the next asana is Vrikshasana. With standing on the left leg, bring the right leg on the inner thigh of the left leg. Now bring both the hands in Namaskar Mudra in front of heart center. Visualize yourself as a tree as you engage Moola Bandha and Udyana Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
As you bring the right leg on the opposite hip, hands on the heart center. In Namaskar Mudra, visualize Lord Garva in space.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवति यः महाबली.
Now, standing on the right leg, bring the left feet on the inner thigh of the right. Bring both the hands in the heart center and raise it above the head. Visualize yourself as tree as you engage Mool Bandha and Udyana Bandha.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च जाम्यं पादं निधायतो तिष्ठेत् वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now the next asana is Garudasana as you bring the left feet on the opposite thigh. Hands at the heart center in Namaskar Mudra. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you engage Mool Bandha.
गरुडासनमावक्षे येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद् विनिर्मुक्तो भवति यः महाबली.
Now relax. Now the next asana is Trikonasana. Bring the right leg at front, toes facing forward. Now left leg at back, feet facing outward, sideways. Bring both the hands back to the ground, lean forward and down. Left hand towards the sky, gaze as you visualize triangle in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Inhale. Now exchange the position of the legs as you bring left leg forward, right leg back. Bring hands parallel to the ground as you lean forward and down. Right hand towards the sky as you visualize triangle in your space.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Inhale, rise up. The next Karana is Nikutaka Karana. As you stand in Aramandi, heels together, toes out, feet out at 45 degree, knees bend. Now bring both the hands at the heart center, right knee right heel up. Now both the palms are facing each other, one up and down. Now switch the position of legs and hands simultaneously and repeating. The next asana is Angushthasana. As you sit with toes tucked, perineum on the heels, bring the knees together, palms together at heart center, Namaskar Mudra. The japa is Sadashivoham. Visualize Swamiji in space as you perform Bhramari Pranayama, which is inhaling like a male bee and exhaling like a female bee.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं ज्ञेयं ब्रह्मप्रासादिकं तथा.
Now inhale. The next asana is Sarasana as you bring both the hands in Varamudra, palms facing forward, fingers touching the ground. Bring the right leg forward, toes facing up. Vijay Swamiji in your space as you perform Bhramari Pranayama.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थापित्वेकपादकम्.
The next asana is Vidhanasana as you hold the big toe of right leg with in Pranamudra and lean forward, head to the knees. Hold the opposite leg with the opposite ankles with the left hand. Vijay Swamiji in your inner space.
उल्फस्थितो पादम् एकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Inhale. Now we'll be repeating Sarasana on the other side. Again, hands in Varamudra, palms facing forward. Bring the left leg forward, toes facing up. Vijay Swamiji in your inner space as you keep performing Bhramari Pranayama.
प्रसार्य एकं पादतलं संस्थापित्वेकपादकम्.
And the next asana is Vidhanasana. Hold the big toe of the left leg with the left hand as you lean forward, head to the knees, ankles, holding the ankles with the right hand. Now Vijay Swamiji in your space.
उल्फस्थितो पादम् एकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृश्य तत्करेण.
Inhale. Now the next asana is Brahma Jalankush asana as you keep little distance between the knees, back of the palms on the knees. Gaze to the ground as you perform Mula Bandha and Jalandhar Bandha. Vijay Swamiji in your inner space.
दो गुफना पानी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे.
Next asana is Kapilasana as you drop the knees on the ground wide apart. Now place both the hands on the respective knees. Engage Mula Bandha or Dhyana Bandha. Gaze to the nose as you visualize sage Kapila in your inner space.
उभय पगतले समटहरावे तिनकी माहिली को और मिलावे.
Now relax the bandhas. The next asana is Bhadra Gorakhasana. As you sit in the same position, shift the gaze to the third eye, Vijay Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगतले संबड़ करे कोरवारली भूपरि धरे.
Now the next asana is Suryasana. Now with the soles of the feet together, knees apart, lift the knees off the ground. Bring both the hands together, knees, little finger and thumbs together, fingers wide apart. This is Padamudra. Raise it above the head. Gaze through the gap between the hands. Visualize Lord Surya in your space as you keep performing Bhramari Pranayama.
एड़ी दो गुदा तरियाने फना पानी बैठक बुनिठाने.
Now, as you bring the feet flat at the back, sit on the perineum on the heels, hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the third eye. Now we'll be performing Manduki Mudra, which is rolling the tongue up at the roof of the mouth, visualizing catching the nectar of immortality, dripping from the Sahasrara chakra.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशे जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
The next asana is Uttana Mandukasana. As you, from the same seated position, bring both the hands at the back of holding the shoulders, gaze to the third eye, visualize frog in your space as you engage Mula Bandha or Dhyana Bandha and perform Manduki Mudra.
मंडुकासन मध्यस्थं कुर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः.
Now relax. The next asana is Simhasana. As you cross your ankles at the back, perineum on the heels, place the hands on the respective knees. Now gaze to the nose as you visualize lying in space now. Open the mouth wide and stick out the tongue and exhale forcibly.
दक्षिणं तव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तदेतरं हस्तौ श्चान्वोदं स्थाप्य साङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
The next asana is Bhadrasana. Now bring the soles of the feet together at the back, knees wide apart. Bring both the hands in Pranamudra and hold the opposite big toe. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Swamiji in space. Engage Mulbandha and Uddiyana.
उल्भौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Now the next asana is Kakabhusandi asana. Now squat the feet on the ground, knees apart. Now wrap the hands around at the back, holding fingers interlocking. Now gaze to the nose, visualize grow in your space as you move.
प्रथमे वेसक उक्कटठाने द्वौ हातपकं च आने.
Inhale. Now place both the hands on the ground in front. The next asana is
आसन को गुण आशी दुष्टा होई तो आची होई.
now the next asana is
ऊंचा को करे.
lower your body down. The next asana is Parshmayasana.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यात् माजुमकम्.
Now relax. Now twist the body on the other side as you place the elbows on the knee and the hip. Lean forward. Extend the legs outside. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize peacock in your inner space.
मयूरं दंडवत् कुर्यात् माजुरं दंडनामकम्.
Now bring the body in the plank position. You'll be performing Viraganathasana. Bring the leg from outside between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava in your inner space. The pranayama is Rejika Kumka Pranayama.
आसन को गुण बीती जाई.
Raise the legs back. Now bring the left leg from outside between the hands. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava in your inner space.
आसन को गुण बीती जाई.
The next asana is Ulmukpithasana. Now, from the plank position, lower the elbows down on the ground, hips high. Bring the feet forward, gaze to the third eye as you perform Ulmukpithasana.
भून्यस्थो जानुनि हस्तौ चतुष्पदम वाङ्मुखम्.
Now, from the plank position, we'll be performing Vasishthasana by placing the right palm on the ground, palm hand straight, twist on one side, and then raise the left hand above, gazing towards the sky, which says Vasishtha in inner space.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचहलमत्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now rotate the body on the other side, performing Vasishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचहलमत्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now, as you be in the seated position with the legs extended forward, now toes facing upward. Now, as you place both the hands, both the palms under the buttocks with palms facing up, as you engage Mulbandha and Jalandhar Bandha, gaze to the nose, visualize Lord Hanuman in your inner space.
दोगु करके उभे हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली.
Now release the Uddiyana Bandha, Jalandhar Bandha. The next asana is Paschimottanasana. With both the hands in Pranamudra, hold the big toe of the respective level. Lean forward as you bring the head to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Engage all the three bandhas.
जानो परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताण उच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Inhale. Next asana is Ugrasana. As you interlace the fingers at the back, knees little apart. Now, as you lean forward, bring the head to the knees. Visualize Goddess Kali in your space. Engage all the three bandhas.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानोपरि शिरोन्यसेत्.
Inhale, rise up. The next asana is Marichi asana. With both the legs extended forward, bring the right leg heel to the perineum, knees raised to the chest. Wrap the hands around as you lean forward, head to the knees. Visualize Sage Marichi in your inner space.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Inhale, rise up. Now, the next asana is Mahamudrasana. Drop the raised knee to the ground. Gaze to the nose as you lean forward, head to the knees, engage all the three bandhas, holding the left feet with both the hands. In your inner space.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Inhale, rise up now. Bring the right leg forward now. Left leg, heel to the perineum. Knee raised to the chest. Wrap the hands around. Interlace the fingers at the back. Visualize Sage Marichi asana, Marichi in the inner space as you engage Moola Bandha. And the japa is Maha Sadashivoham.
उत्तानपादं क्रोञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Inhale. Now the next asana is Mahamudrasana. Drop the raised knee onto the ground. Lean forward as you bring the head to the knees, holding the foot with both the hands. Engage Mahamudra Bandha.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे.
Inhale. Now the next asana is Bhadrasana 2. Now bring both soles of the feet together, heels close to the perineum. Interlock the finger, bring it and at the toes. Now gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
विल्भौ दर्शनस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत्.
The next asana is Gwaripavasana as you extend the legs forward. Now heels apart, toes together, bring both the hands on the respective knees. Engage Mool Bandha and Jalanda Bandha as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, gaze to the nose.
पूर्व चरपट चौक कक्षो सोई वाही विधियो कीजे सोई.
Release the Jalanda Bandha. Now again sitting with soles of the feet together, bring the feet closer, heels close to the perineum. Now as you hold the soles of the feet and place the elbows on the ground, head on the ground, visualize Yoni Mandala in your inner space.
दो पकदले संपट करे एड़ी मेड़ के ढिंग धरे.
Inhale, rise up. The next asana is Midakipasana as we sit with the soles of the feet together, extended forward, toes apart, heels together, both the hands extended sidewise. Now as you bring the forehead on the ground behind the heels, visualize Swamiji in your space performing Midakipasana.
पूरब विधि परिपकदली संपुट शोर एड़ी मिली राशे.
Inhale, rise up. Again with the soles of the feet together, heels close to perineum. Now bring the heels apart, hands underneath, bend down, lean forward. Now gaze to the nose as you touch the throat to the toes. Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दो पकदली संपट करे सोले मेढ़ आका में धरे.
Inhale. The next asana is Chinnakipasana as again you sit with the soles of the feet together, heels close to the perineum, open the feet like a book, elbows on the respective knees, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पगागी एड़ी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Inhale. Now Charpat Chaukasana as you sit with soles of the feet together, heels close to perineum. Place both the hands on the respective knees, pulling the knees onto the ground lightly. Engage Mool Bandha or Dhyan Bandha as you gaze to the third eye, Swamiji in your inner space.
दो पकदली संपुट धारे आगा नेकर चार पसारे.
Now release the Udyan Bandha. The next asana is Bhairavasana as you sit with toes tucked, heels up. Bring the knees wide apart onto the ground. Hands in Bandha Mudra. Place it on both the knees, respective knees. Gaze to the third eye. Engage Mool Bandha, Udyan Bandha and visualize Lord Kala Bhairava in your inner space.
गुल्भौ सम्पीड्य चान्योन्यं विक्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वो पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद्भैरवासनम्.
Inhale and release the legs. Now, the next asana is Samanasana. Bring the left heel close to the perineum. Right leg, bring it to the chest, holding it with both the hands. Gaze to the third eye as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now bring the raised knee on the top of the shoulders. Now raise the other leg forward. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you perform Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्ततः.
Then lower the legs down. The next asana is Samanasana on the other side as you bring the left heel close to the perineum. Lift the left feet towards the chest. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
समानासनमावक्ष्ये सिद्धमन्त्रादिसाधनात्.
Now bring the left leg on the top of the shoulder. Raise the right leg forward. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
केवलं पादमेकञ्च स्कन्धे चारोऽपि यत्ततः.
Lower the legs down. The next asana is Gomukhasana. Place the left leg on the ground, right leg on the top. Now interlace the fingers. Place it on the top knee. Gaze to the nose. Visualize cow in your space. The new pranayama is Kari pranayama. The japa is Om Nithyananda.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
The next asana is Anushasana. Seated same as in Gomukhasana. Bring both the hands in Pranamudra. Hold the big toe of the opposite leg. Gaze to the nose. As you engage Mulbandha, Jalandhar and Mul Udyanabandha, visualize Rishika Anushya in your inner space.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाबू ताके ऊपर आने.
Now release Udyanabandha. The next asana is Anushasana 2 as you interlace the fingers at the back. Lean forward. Gaze to the nose. As you bring the nose to the ground, visualize Rishika Anushya in your inner space.
जीमना गोदा की संधि ब्रिडा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Inhale, rise up. The next asana is Garudasana as you bring the left heel to the perineum. Right knee, raised heel, feet on the ground. Now the hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Garuda in your space. Keep performing Siddhkari Pranama.
दावो पगमोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल्भ मूलद्वारनी चाहिए.
The next asana is Naradasana. As you sit on the left heel, perineum on the left heel, interlace the fingers at the back. Twist on your right side, elbows on the knees, gaze to the third eye, visualize sage Narada in your inner space.
पिष्ट जवाम पगदली केरी भूपरिता ही लगा बेफेरी.
Now untouch your body. Now the next asana is Matsya Pidakasana as you bring the left feet on the top of the right thigh. Hold the big toe of right leg with right hand. Hold the chin of with the left hand. Now gaze to the nose, visualize Matsya, the fish incarnation of Vishnu. The japa is Om Nithyanandoham Siddhkari Pranayama.
वामे नवामांगुष्टन्तु गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकम्.
Now relax. Now the next asana is Gomukhasana on the other side as you bring the right leg on the ground, left on the top, interlace the fingers, place it on the top knee. Gaze to the nose, visualize cow in your space as you engage Mulbandha and the pranayama is Siddhkari Pranayama.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्भं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत्.
Now the next asana is Anushasana with seated in the same position of Gomukhasana, hands in Pranamudra, hold the big toe of the opposite leg. Gaze to the nose, engage Mulbandha and Udyanabandha. Visualize Rishika Anushya in your space as you perform Siddhkari Pranayama.
दक्षिण गोड़ नीचे उठाने बाबू ताके ऊपर आने.
Now, the next asana is Anushasana 2. From the same seated position, interlace the fingers at the back. Now lean forward, gaze to the nose as you bring the forehead on the ground. No, touch the nose to the. Now visualize Rishika Anushya in your space.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि, ब्रडा वागोड़ा की संधि.
Inhale, rise up. The next asana is Garudasana as you bring the left heel to the perineum, right knee heel to the perineum, left knee raised to the chest, hands on the respective knees, gaze to the nose, visualize Lord Garuda in your inner space. Keep performing Siddhkar Pranayama.
डाबो पगमुड़ी एड़ी माहिलो गुल फबूल द्वारनी चाहिए.
Relax. The next asana is Narasana as you sit with the right on the right heel. Interlace the fingers behind the neck. Twist on your left side. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Sage Narada in your inner space.
विष्णुजुवाम पगदली गेरी भूपरी दाही लगा वे फेरी.
Now untouch the body. The next asana is Matsya Pitakasana. Now bring the right feet on the top of the left thigh. Hold the left big toe with the left prana mudra. Hold the chin with the right hand. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Matsya, the fish incarnation of Lord Vishnu. Perform Siddhkari Pranayama.
वामे नवामांगुष्ठन्तु गृहीतं मध्य पीठकम्.
Now relax, extending both of legs forward in front. We'll be performing Matsendrasana as you bring the left feet on the right leg. Lift the right knee, feet on the ground, twist and bring the left elbow on the right knee, hand touching the ears, right hand at the back on the ground, gaze to the third eye, visualize Matsendranatha in your inner space.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्नतः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिण्यसेत्.
The next asana is Kubasana as you hold the right toe with the in a prana mudra with the left hand. Bring the right hand on the ears, gaze to the third eye. Visualize camel in your inner space.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Next asana is Matsendrasana 2 as you drop the right hand on the ground at the back. Now gaze to the third eye as you perform Matsendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जलर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now untwist your body with both the legs extended forward. Now bring the right feet on the left thigh and left knee raised, twist on the left side, right elbow on the left knee. Gaze to the third eye, visualize Matsendranatha in your inner space.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः.
The next asana is Kubasana as you bring the right hand in Pranamudra, hold the big toe of the left hand on the ears, gaze to the third eye, visualize camel in your inner space.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Draw the left hand on the back on the ground. Now visualize Matsyendranatha in your inner space as you perform Matsendrasana 2.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जलर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्ड रुक्मण्डल खण्डनास्त्रम्.
Now untwist your body. Now place the legs into Padmasana. Now hands on the respective knees. Engage all the three bandhas. Gaze to the nose. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space as you perform Sitali Pranayama.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now release Dhyana Bandha. The next asana is Padmasana 2 as you bring both the hands in Pranamudra, holding the big toe of the opposite leg. Gaze to the nose, visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, consort of Shiva, engaging Moola Bandha, and the japa is Om Nithyananda Maha Paramashivoham.
उत्तानो चरणो कृत्वा उरु संस्थो प्रयत्नतः.
Now the next asana is Kukkutasana. As you still be seated in the Padmasana, place both the hands between the thighs and calves, place the palms on the ground, lift the legs off the ground. As you balance the body, visualize rooster in your inner space. The japa is Om Nithyananda Maha Sadashivoham. The pranayama is Sahaja Pranayama.
पद्मासनं संस्थाप्य नान्वरोरन्तरे करौ.
Now, the next asana is Padakeki asana. As you still be seated in the Padmasana, bring both hands on the ground in front. Now, rotate the fingers facing towards the body. Lean forward as you bring the elbows side of the navels and lift the body by lifting off the knees of the ground.
धरामोष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परि स्थापितानाभिपार्श्वः.
The next asana is Mayurasana. Now, place both the hands on the ground in front, palms facing towards the body. Now, lean forward as you bring the elbows side of the navels. As you balance the body and lift the feet off the ground. Visualize peacock in inner space.
असवक्षे महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now, lower your body down. Next asana is Makarasana. Hands interlaced at the back, feet open wide sides. Visualize crocodile in your inner space.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानौ.
The next asana is Salabhasana. As you place both the hands side of the chest, now forehead on the ground. Now lift the legs and knees off the ground as you perform Salabhasana, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षौ भूमिमोष्टभ्यकरयोस्तराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Ustrasana. As you hold the feet with the respective hand, bring it towards the ground from the side of the hips. Visualize camel in your space as you engage Mulabandha.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम्.
The next asana is Dhanurasana. As you still holding the feet with the respective hand. Simultaneously lift the chest and the legs up. Visualize Shiva's bow in your space as you gaze to the third eye.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुजदण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मम्.
And lower your body down. Sit in Bhagasana. Now place both the hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the third eye. Visualize Swamiji in your face.
उल्टा मोड़ी पाओ तो वैसे बहुरो जगदे करे एक ऐसे.
The next asana is Gohi Asana. Now place both the hands on the ground in front, shoulder width apart, interlace the fingers. Now bring the head onto the ground, hands supporting the head. Now hips high, bring the feet closer and lift the feet off the ground as you bring the knees to the chest, try to touch the knees to the chin.
दो हाथ की कहुनी जोई पुनः कलाई जाने दोई.
Now from this position, straight lift the body, lift the legs up, gaze to the nose, visualize Swamiji in space as you perform Sirsasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः.
Now nicely, slowly, lower your body down. Bring the legs forward, legs extended forward. Now we'll be starting the new pranayama, Bhasrika pranayama, which is rapid, forceful exhalation of air outside. Now hold the calves with both the hands. Now lift the feet up towards the sky as you bring head to the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your space. Engage Mulabandha.
दो हाथ पग बाहर आने घोड़ा तरे काक सिंठाने.
The next asana is Parighatana. Now bring the legs at 45 degrees at front, raised up, hands at the back holding the shoulders, gaze to the third eye, visualize mace in your inner space and keep performing Bhasrika pranayama.
उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य.
The next asana is Naukasana. Again, bring the legs forward straight up at 45 degrees, hands parallel to the ground. Visualize both in space as you gaze to the third eye.
उत्तानशयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्याम्.
Next asana is Rudrasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together, hands underneath, holding the feet, bringing the feet to the chest, gaze to the nose as you visualize Lord Rudra in your inner space.
पगतले संपुट करि हाथस्य उपक उचाई.
The next asana is Unmukshpitasana 2. Now, as you bring the feet on the ground, knees up, lower the body down. Now, place the hands behind the heels. Now, lift the body up, hip up, up, and perform engage Mula Bandha and Jalandhar Bandha.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा.
Lower your body down with your legs and spread. Slowly inhale and mentally force the air across the body as we perform Savasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तु शवासनं. शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारणम्.
Random everyone. We'll continue with the Gnana session in Paramashivoham Level 1. Let's begin with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please sit straight. Dhyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Gnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects into today's session in Paramashivoham Level 1. It's Nithyananda Yoga. Can I have the screen sharing access, Malala Taksha? Sorry about the technical glitch. Let's continue. Nithyananda Yoga, training from Bhagavan Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA, revealed through the living manifestation, Paramavatar of Bhagavan Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam. Welcoming you all to Nithyananda Yoga. Understand that there are 7 chakras or energy points in your body. The Mooladhara chakra, located at the root of the spine, below upwards we are going. The first will be the Mooladhara, located at the root of the spine. The Swadhisthana chakra is located in the spleen area, 1.5 inch above the Mooladhara chakra. Again, 2 inches above the Mooladhara, at the level of your navel, is the Manipuraka chakra, the stomach area. The Anahata chakra, located in the heart region. The Vishuddhi chakra, in the throat region. The Ajna chakra is located in between your eyebrows at the brow center. The Sahasrara is located at the crown center on the top of your head. The 7 major energy points in our body are these 7 chakras. And there is a modern technology known as the Kirlian photography, which goes on to demonstrate the existence of these chakras in our being. So what happens with each of these chakras are, they are the major energy points through which the entire energy in your system is flowing. You can see the chakras being depicted all the way at the root of the spine, the Mooladhara. 2 inches above the Mooladhara, the Swadhisthana. Above the Swadhisthana at the level of your navel is the Manipuraka, the Anahata, the heart region, the Vishuddhi chakra at the throat, the Ajna chakra, the third eye region, and the Sahasrara at the crown. Why are we learning about these chakras today? The context is with respect to the 4 tattvas that we learned yesterday, the 4 cosmic principles of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching. We look at how to make miracles happen in your life. Whenever you lack integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching yourself and life around you, you will experience the hangover of low energy or low frequency emotions like anger, attachment to your fantasy, fear, worrying, attention need, jealousy, ego, dissatisfaction, and frustration, all of which happen inside you. Whenever you have the hangover of low frequency or low energy emotions in you, all these major chakras, the major energy points, will start shrinking or collapsing. And that is what leads you to the state of being at dis-ease with your body. When you are at dis-ease with your body, you are left with disease. Kirlian photography has shown very beautifully. In fact, all of us, the devotees of Bhagavan and the disciples, at some point in time have had our chakra studies done with the Kirlian photography. Soon after a program with Swamiji, where he's sitting in his presence, he cleanses you of all these lower level emotions and establishes you in such a fulfilled space of gratitude. Pre and post program, I myself have got the studies done, which has shown how beautifully post program, the size of the chakras and the location, everything has changed for the better. Kirlian photography is something which can actually document your low frequency, the low energy levels in you, and they will start collapsing. The size of it can range anywhere between the size of a button on your collar, or it can be the size of a tire of a truck. When your chakras are cleansed of all the lower level emotions, the size increases. It has been proven scientifically that a change in the chakras, the study shows that the size of the chakras will change at least 6 months before a disease starts manifesting in the body. So the chakras actually are real, and you can work with them to be in best of health. And you can start making miracles happen in your life. On the other hand, when you live with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching yourself and life around you, you will experience high frequency, high energy emotions like living with reality without a conflict, having the courage to face fear, living without worries, expressing pure love and uniqueness, simply flowing with life without any binding identity, gratitude, and being content with everything that is happening in your life. Just sit back and reflect on this very beautiful state, where you're in a state of acceptance, simply flowing with life. Nothing can bind you. You are always seen in the space of gratitude. You're so content with whatever is happening. There is no worry. There is no attention need. You have the courage to face fear. You have none of these lower level emotions like jealousy. When you start identifying your own uniqueness and celebrating yourself for who you are, when you're not in that space of ego, that false ego, with which we tend to get extremely powerless in our life, and always established in the space of gratitude. It is such a beautiful state to be. With such high frequency and high energy emotions flowing in you, your chakras expand, leaving you experiencing and expressing more and more vitality, health, and life energy, which we call as the Kundalini Shakti. We will share with you the practical techniques and share kriyas which will awaken each of your chakras and your Kundalini Shakti, which is the innate dormant life energy which is lying inside you, waiting to be used. So with that background, We will now enter into listening. What is listening? In this program, you will come to hear many deep truths, but if you're not listening, you will miss all of them. So, listening is the very first and the most vital and essential step. So, let us understand what is listening and what exactly is right listening. Hearing and listening are two different things. Hearing is different, listening is different. Hearing means I'm talking to you now. The sound gets into your ears. It creates a certain fear, greed, or different kind of emotions. Even a greed to be getting something out of this, you're not in a space of listening. Understand that. Or you're afraid, oh, if I do this, maybe something else will start happening. Maybe I will not live my life the way I need to. What if I become too spiritual? What will happen to my day-to-day living? Who's going to make money? Who's going to pay bills? These kind of fears also, or any kind of emotion that is getting triggered inside you. You are just hearing me. You're not listening. In hearing, you are busy with some thoughts and ideas in your head. You are too busy in your inner space. This is default listening. In this mode, you will make your own meaning of the things that I utter. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected. That is listening. Sorry, hearing. What is listening? Listening leads your system from sound to silence. Listening means sound enters into your system and gets absorbed into your system. True listening is hearing plus right cognizing. Bhagavan says, this program does not start when I start speaking. This program starts when you start listening. The Shastra Pramana for Shravana or listening comes from the Mandukya Upanishad. It starts with the hymn, Om Bhadram Karne Vishrunuyama Devaha Bhadram Pashev Makshapit Yajatraha, which means, dear shining ones, may we, through our ears, listen to only that which is auspicious. May we, through our eyes, see only that which is auspicious. Essentially, it is saying that we have to train our ears and eyes to listen. Why listening? Any idea that stays in the mind is just a philosophy at the end of the day. Only when it becomes a part of your life, it becomes meaningful. What is it that makes great truths relevant to life? Make great truths work in life. It is listening. Otherwise, anything that you continue to just hear will probably become a part of your cerebral layer. It is just going to add more and more layers to your cerebral thickness of ego, where you start believing, you know what, I'm a very spiritual person. I know so much more than what all these guys know. And you start building a very bad ego out of it. At the end of the day, it is not going to be useful at all for you in your life. You may just sit and talk philosophy, but are you living it? No. What is it that makes you start living great spiritual truths? It is not hearing, it is listening. The first truth of life is listening. It is only with listening that thinking starts. Only when you authentically listen, life starts. Only when you listen, You start having a relationship with life. Spirituality starts with listening. With listening, a new being will be born in you. Whether a child wants to become an engineer, an architect, a lawyer, a doctor, he has to start listening, isn't it? Whenever a child wants to become whatever it is that the child wants to become, he has to start listening to that. Listening shapes you. If all the truths have to flower in you, you have to listen. Listen with awareness. If we don't listen, we can continue to sit here for 2 days, 21 days, or even 21 years. It will not at all be useful to you. It is like immersed in an ocean of nectar, but not even allowing a drop to enter you. Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana are 3 important Vedic concepts. When we listen to deep truths, if we are not listening, what happens? Without listening, the truths are not understood. Without understanding, obviously because you didn't understand, you're not going to practice them. Without practicing, you're not going to live the truth. Without living the truth, there is no clarity. Without clarity, there is no experience. Without experiencing, they are just empty words. At the end of the day, we miss out on the truths. Emptiness is poverty in feeling. Loneliness, depression, confusion, perversion are all nothing but various expressions of that emptiness. When you don't listen, you don't understand, you don't practice, you don't live, there is zero clarity, and all these words are nothing but just empty sounds for you. You miss out on the truths, and all of this leads to emptiness, and there is a poverty in the feeling which can manifest as loneliness, depression, confusion, perversion, whatsoever. Shravana, Manana, and Nididhyasana. In Vedic literature, the spectrum of listening is divided into these 3. Shravana, which is listening. Manana, internalizing. Nididhyasana is living the truth. That is what makes it complete. The Shastra Pramana is from the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. It says, Bhavati Atma va are drishtasya shrotavyo mantavyo nididhyasitavyo maitreyi atmano va are darshanena shravanena matya vijnanetat sarvam viditam. Yajnavalkya is a sage. He recommended to his wife Maitreyi the form of sadhana, which consisted of darshana, shravana, manana, and nididhyasana. Darshana refers to seeing and realizing God or Brahman. He told her that the first stage in spiritual quest is shravana. The translation for these 2 lines from page number 299 of 112 Upanishad goes, Lo, verily it is the soul, the Atman, that should be seen, that should be listened to, that should be thought on, that should be pondered on, O Maitreyi. Lo, verily, in the soul's being seen, listened to, thought on, understood, this world, all is known. Only when you listen. Usually many teachers say, how much ever you listen, only when you practice you will achieve it. But I say, how much ever you try to practice, only when you listen, you achieve it. We often say we are trying to practice, because without listening, we will only try to practice, but not actually practice. Listening is a great way to clean your inner space. Right listening. If the pond is dirty, if you put a little lime powder, the lime powder will take the dust and settle down. In a few minutes, the pond is clean. Like that, when the right listening is sprinkled on a chaotic mind, the mind which is full of words, when right listening is sprinkled, it will take away all the dust, which is words and thoughts in your mind, and settle them on the ground. Let's all now become aware of our non-listening space. We have to be aware how much of non-listening has become a part of us. A regular practice for us is that wherever we go sit, it's only the body that is sitting there, but the mind is traveling somewhere else, isn't it? After 5 minutes, we turn our ears off. We start thinking of business, the son's marriage. We all start thinking actively. Let us recognize deeply how much non-listening has become a part of us. There are 2 states of non-listening. Are you all listening? Let me ask you this question first. Wake up. There are 2 states of non-listening. One is sleep, and semi-conscious is the other. Sleep is when the mind is disconnected from perception and we do not listen. Semi-consciousness is when the mind is still connected to perception, yet we are not listening. We are thinking of something else. It's just a way to escape from sleeping and yet not be present. When either one of them are showing up, stop them. If you're sitting now here in the session and you see that your eyes are closing, you're getting in the Nidra Devi is taking over, identify it, stop it, and come back to the space of listening. You may be sitting, your eyes may be wide open, but still your mind is taken off somewhere else. You're not connecting to what I am talking here. You're thinking of something else. You may not be sleeping, but still you're not here in the present. When either of them are showing up, stop it. Be aware of these 2 states. Now, how do we see if you are listening? If your eyes are closed, you're thinking about something else. If you're processing the words, your eyes will blink. If you are internalizing the truths, your eyes will freeze. Catch yourself. Whenever you're thinking a lot, or rather worrying a lot about something, your eyelids will keep fluttering. Lot of blinking will be happening. If your eyes are closed, sometimes some people sit in session and they'll say, if they keep their eyes closed, they will, hear better, listen better. Actually, no. You're thinking about something else. You're just about to slip into sleep. It is only when you're internalizing, you will see that your eyes will freeze. Small babies and small kids are in the space of deep listening. Have you seen their eyes? They hardly blink. They hardly blink because they are in that space of listening. What stops us from listening? It is the inner chatter in our mind. Now, how does the inner chatter get there? What is it that stops us from listening? What stops us from listening are the incompletions. We spoke about it earlier also, but still I'll repeat. What are incompletions? Incompletions are incidents, memories, and wrong cognitions from the past that are occupying the present and affecting our future. For example, as a small kid, you went to the beach one day and you saw someone getting hit, or you saw a bloody murder on the beach. As a small kid, that is a very gory happening, isn't it? There would have been a lot of fear in you. You would have cried, you would have, out of the fear, you would have run to your parents, and your parents would have immediately taken you home from that place. Now, the next time when the prospect of going to the beach comes up, what is the idea that you have made in your head? No, beach is a dangerous place. And that will remain as an incompletion in you forever. You will be afraid to go to the beach again. You have grown up to be a 20-year-old. Even though your logical mind will tell you, hey, come on, murders don't happen on the beach every day. But that incomplete child who's sitting inside you is just going to surface and suggest an alternative. He'll say, no, let's not go to the beach. We'll go to the mall, or let's go and watch a cinema. Some such excuse you'll come up with, and you are never going to be comfortable going to the beach again until and unless you're going to complete with that incident. You recognize what an incompletion is? It is a happening of the past. And it has left you with a very wrong cognition that the beach is a dangerous place. Now, this cognition is sitting in your present, which is today, when the prospect of going to a beach comes up, and you're not going to go to the beach because that decision or that statement that you made in the past is going to affect your decision of today, and it's going to restrict you in the future also. Right? Similarly, one more example of this girl in a history class. Let's say there's a girl in the history class. Teacher asks, who's the first president of India? She jumps up very excited and she says, Subhash Chandra Bose. The correct answer was Rajendra Prasad. And the whole class laughs at her. She feels ashamed. She just sits down, puts her head down, and she starts crying. She's felt insulted. She's made a statement about herself. Oh God, I always make mistake in public. Right? Now this girl is afraid, and she continues to be afraid, however big she grows up, that whenever she has to talk in the public, she will make mistakes. Many years later, she will still be afraid to talk in the public because she is afraid of making mistake and others laughing at her. She will never speak at work. As a result, she may not even do well at work. So, this is how the incompletion of her childhood is continuing to sit in her present and continuing to affect her future academic growth as well. Now, was this girl right in assuming that just because she made a mistake one day, she will always make mistakes? No. So, incompletions always come from wrong cognitions, wrong understanding. I'm sure with these two examples, all of you can also now look back into your own life, events in your early childhood, where you found yourself in this kind of a conflicting situation, where you started giving words about you to yourself. Words like, I'm not good enough. I'm a failure. I always make mistakes. I'm not loved. I'm not cared. I'm very unlucky. Always, these cognitions are of a negative nature, which always tends to pull you down. These wrong cognitions that are sitting in the past, sitting in your present, and continuing to create more and more incompletions. For example, if you had a fight with your boss at work today, you will be in a bad mood even when you come home And in that bad mood, you will end up fighting with your spouse as well. This is how incompletions work. Effect of incompletions, they go on to create more and more incompletions. So, what stops you from listening are these incompletions, which go on to leave a running conversation in our head about our past. All of us are constantly thinking about what happened in the past, isn't it? Catch yourself in the present moment, this moment. Is there any thought? No. For all of us in the present, there is no thought. But the nature of our mind is that it is constantly jumping between the past and the future. Past and the future. Either the happenings of the past, which has left a certain guilt inside you, or the greed of the future, something that you want for yourself in the future. That is the nature of your mind. We are constantly thinking about what happened in the past, and these create an inner chatter and stops us from listening in that moment. In this mode, you will make your own meaning of the things that I utter. What is heard and what is cognized becomes completely disconnected. We may also have incompletion with the person who's talking to you. This will always stop us from understanding exactly what that person is saying, because we will always interpret their words in a different way, isn't it? Even if the person is telling the right thing, because you have an incompletion with that person, you will not allow those words to enter inside you as right cognitions, right understanding. You will interpret even their words in a different way. And that is what is interpreting in a wrong way. So now we understood what exactly is listening. What is it that stops us from listening? So let us move on to the solution. How to listen. Some techniques start to listen when we find out that we are not listening. Skip back, not forward. It's like when you read a book. Imagine when you don't understand a sentence, what do? You may jump it and go to the next sentence. Soon, you may not understand a few other lines, and after a few pages, you will start losing interest in reading the book, because you lose the theme of the book, and very soon you will stop reading it, isn't it? So, if you don't understand a sentence, don't jump it. Rewind, look back. There is no progress in skipping forward. When you are progressing, you are moving forward, but that doesn't mean skipping forward is progress, right? So, completely, fully listen. When you cannot understand, let us know. Raise your hand, we will stop. Understand and then move forward. So we are looking at how to have the right listening. We spoke about incompletions, and now Bhagavan is going to lead us to the technique of completion. Completion will lead to right listening. After skipping back, the next step is to understand what is stopping you from listening. When you find yourself not listening, just go back and see, why is it that you're not listening? This is usually the incompletion, a wrong cognition from the past, and we just need to complete with the past incidents. What is completion? Completion is reliving the past. It is nothing more than reliving the past with a new cognition. That's it. This girl who made a mistake in her history class has to go back, become that child in the 5th standard or 2nd standard that she was, who made the mistake, relive the whole happening as if it is happening to her at this moment. She will relive that experience with a new cognition. Just because I made a mistake once doesn't mean that I'm always wrong. That is a wrong understanding. It is not that I always make mistakes. I made a mistake that day and move on from there. We lived the past with the wrong cognition. If we relive it with the right cognition, then the effect of that past incident will go away. Like this, for this child, when she relives that whole incident with the right understanding that she is not always wrong. When she does that, the incomplete child in her will be healed, and those emotions that happened at that point in time will all be released from her system, like you're poking a hole in a bag of pus. When it's all out, the effect of that will leave her body, will leave her system. We will teach you later how to do completion. We'll continue with the listening, right listening or authentic listening. J. Krishnamurti, an enlightened master, says, listening is God. Buddha lisps right listening as a part of his steps to end suffering. Right listening can happen when you are ready to listen to anything. With authentic listening, we are hearing without any interference from incompletions. When you are listening, the right cognition, cognizing will be happening without any inner chatter. There will be a deep silence inside you, and all the words, understand, this is not just some teacher. These are the words of the avatar. The avatar words carry with it the energy to transform you. You just sitting here in that completely receptive space with the inner space that is silent is all that is needed. The words, the energy behind those words will land in and transform you. It is literally like, the mantras that have been given by the Vedic rishis, they have both a phonetic as well as a literal significance. It is not necessary that you should know the language, you must understand all the words that are being chanted for that mantra to have an effect on you. It is okay even if you don't understand. The power of the mantras are such that even when the phonetics land in your system, it can cause exactly the same change. Literally like that, the master's words are energy, which have with it the ability to transform you, provided you are sitting in the space of authentic listening. Listening without incompletions is like a binary code, 010101 on the computer, where hearing, cognizing is happening. However, with incompletions, it becomes very chaotic, where the hearing only is happening, or there is no cognizing happening at all. There is no hearing, just your own understandings are going on. 0000, 0011111111. It is so chaotic. The person can either just let the words fall on empty ears, or it can go on a chain of wrong conclusions, even without hearing the other person. With the right listening, everything that echoes in your system, reverberates in your inner space, leads you to silence. That is when you're really listening. In Vedic tradition, we use sound to transmit not just ideas, concepts, and knowledge. It is used to transmit the experience of energy also. The possibility for right listening happens more in the presence of a living master who himself has experienced the Anahata Dhvani. Swamiji's commitment to all of you, Swamiji commits that he has the ability to make anything that you want in life as reality. Health, wealth, money, great relationships, happiness, peace, enlightenment. He knows the signs and he can make it a reality. The only thing that he's asking from you is listening. It is the wiring between you and Swamiji. He uses the words to transmit the energy to you. Again and again and again, the emphasis on right listening is put because it is an independent, intelligent technique which can lead you to higher space and higher reality. He's using these words to transmit that energy. Take a resolution now to listen. The first resolution you should take is listening, Shravana. I declare I'm in the space of authentic listening. For the next 3 days, I decide to be in the space of authentic listening. So with that sankalpa, with that declaration, let's talk. What did you learn about listening? How many of you understand that incompletion is nothing but the negative hangover of a past incident influencing the present moment and impacting our actions in the present moment, including our listening? Yes? Okay. So now let's play a game to understand how we listen. It's a very interesting game to understand how well we are listening. This will help you experience what we call our ordinary default listening. We will now practically experience this kind of default listening by playing a game. It's the story of Goldilocks. So now, listen to her story.
One day, Goldilocks decided to go for a walk in the forest. Pretty soon, she came to a house. She knocked on the door, and when no one answered, she walked inside. At the kitchen table, Goldilocks saw some bowls of porridge. Goldilocks was hungry. She tasted the porridge from the first bowl. "This porridge is too hot," she said. So she tasted the porridge from the second bowl. "This porridge is too cold," she said. So she tasted the porridge in the last bowl. "This porridge is good," she said. And then she continued eating until she was full. After eating, she decided she was a little tired, so she walked into the next room. There, she saw some chairs. Goldilocks sat in the first chair. "This chair is too big," she said. So she sat in the second one. "This chair is really too big," she cried. So she sat in the smallest chair. "Ah, this chair is just right," she said. But suddenly, the chair broke into small pieces. Oops. Goldilocks was tired, so she went up to the bedroom. She lay on the first bed, but it was too hard. She lay on the second bed. It was too soft. Then she lay on the third bed. It was just right. Goldilocks fell asleep. While she was sleeping, the 3 bears came home. "Someone's been eating my porridge," said Papa Bear. "Someone's been eating my porridge," said Mama Bear. "Someone's been eating my porridge too," cried Baby Bear. "Someone's been sitting in my chair," growled Papa Bear. "Someone's been sitting in my chair too," said Mama Bear. "Someone's been sitting in my chair," cried Baby Bear, "and they've broken it into small pieces." The bears decided to look around, and when they got to the bedroom, Papa Bear growled, "Someone's been sleeping in my bed." "Someone's been sleeping in my bed too," said Mama Bear. "Someone's been sleeping in my bed, and she's still there," cried Baby Bear. Goldilocks woke up, and when she saw the bears, she jumped up and ran out of the room. Goldilocks ran downstairs, opened the door, and ran into the forest.
We will have to carry forward from here. The essence of this session is you will be able to listen only when there is nothing that stands in between the speaker and your listening. That means that you cannot have any other thought in your head at the point when you're listening. Only when you bring completion in your space, listening happens. Incompletions of the past stops the listening. When you begin completing your past, your ability to be in pure listening goes up exponentially. Even if you have incompletions about the person to whom you're listening to, the listening will not happen. So, if you have any incompletions against me, then drop them now. We will work on a lot of powerful establish you in the state of completion. These techniques, practice of listening. Take a vow for the 4 days. You will be in the space of listening, 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 listening. Just decide you will be in the space of listening. That was a lot of spiritual truths and understandings of manana and nididhyasana has to in the space of completion will help you internalize and cognize that truths. Any truth will have become your only when you have started living that truth. So we understood how to have the listening and what are the issues with our non-listening space, how incompletions stop you from listening to completion. So with this, enter into this small story. After a war, departing soldiers from near a remote area left an airplane behind as it was too difficult to move it up. The villagers safe to scout the area where the soldiers were never seen anything like that before. They looked at the wings, the propeller, and went into the cabin. However, they recognized one thing on this strange thing out there. It had wheel, and so did the bullock cart in the village. They said, this is a very special and celebrated it as a bullock cart. Some days later, a local boy who had gone to study in the nearest town went into the cabin and started pulling at the various controls. Suddenly, the engine rolled into action and he had heard this sound before in a tractor. He managed to move the plane by engaging its gears, and he explained to the amazed villagers what a tractor was. There was great celebration, and now the plane started getting used as a tractor. A while later, a war veteran passed by the village, by now prosperous with that tractor. He saw the plane being used as a tractor. He was shocked and explained to them that this machine could fly. The villagers wouldn't believe him. When he persisted, they panicked and they did not want to fly. It was simply too dangerous. Finally, he managed to convince them and let them fly the contraption. With bated breath, the villagers watched as he took the plane up, circled the village, and landed. There was uproar and celebration. Swamiji says, we are all like the tribal people. We are all flying machines. The body is like a machine that can be molded. It is an amazing machine. It can be like a bicycle. It can be transformed into a car. It can also be transformed into a plane. What kind of machine you want it to be, it is in your hands. If you are happy with it being a bicycle, it's up to you. If you're happy making it a car, again, it's up to you. If you want to make it a plane or a rocket, that is also up to you. Your body can be molded. We neither know our own potential nor possess the knowledge to activate that potential. Even when someone tells us of our potential, we disbelieve him immediately. Often we chase him out. We panic. When someone dares offer us the know-how to make us fly, we call him a madman. We seem happy using a flying machine as a bullock cart or quite often a pulling cart. Most of us would rather crawl like a snail and be safe rather than soar free like a bird. Since we are scared, we may risk breaking a wing. We use less than 5% of our biological system. It is now well established that we use less than 10% of our brain power. The rest we call unconscious or subconscious energy, and its use is considered esoteric and strange. Biologists tell us that less than 5% of our biological system is ever used. The rest is only standby. We have within us 72,000 energy centers, and the pathways of which we use at the best 14,000. The rest is never used. There is no greater misuse of available resources than the way we misuse the resources of the human system. What a waste, says Swamiji. Keeping the chakras in good order. Meditation techniques that we teach you in Paramashivoham Level 1 are the know-how that the pilot has to have in order to fly the machine using the chakras, which are the engine and the transmission system. Even if we do not wish to utilize the full potential of the powerful machine that we are, for even a reasonable performance, we need to keep the chakras in good order for our well-being. Most of our ailments, physical and mental, are a result of the blocked chakras. In this program, we will study about the 7 major chakras. Each chakra is associated with an emotional state and is blocked by a negative emotion in that state. For instance, the Mooladhara chakra, located at the base of the spine, is linked to base emotions of survival, such as lust, anger, greed, and fantasy, and it is blocked by excesses in these emotions. Understand, 85% of our energy is locked in the Mooladhara chakra, and this saps one's ability to live. Re-energizing the Mooladhara can be done through a meditation technique that reduces these negative emotions. The Vedic references is from the Yoga Shikha Upanishad, which describe the chakras and their positions. Verse number 168 to 175 of the Yoga Shikha Upanishad talks about the various chakras and their locations. For all those who have a body, their body is the temple of Shiva. It can give them unimaginable powers. The triangular part in between the anus and the penis is called the Mooladhara, and this is the place where Shiva lives as a life-giving force. There, the Parashakti called Kundalini lives. From there, wind is produced. The fire is also produced from there. From there only, the sound Hamsa and the mind are also produced. This place, which would give whatever is asked for, is called the Kamakhya Pitam, the seat of passion. In the edge of the anus is the Swadhisthana with 6 petals. Near the belly is the Manipura chakra with its 10 petals. In the place near the heart, the Anahata chakra with its 12 petals exists. And hey, Lord Brahma, this is called the Purnagiri Pita. In the depression in the throat, the Vishuddhi chakra with its 16 petals exists. Hey, Lord of Lords, this is the Jalandhara chakra. In between the eyelids is the Agna chakra with its 2 petals, and over that is the Mahapita called the Uddiyana. So that was the translation of the Shastra Pramana that I read out previously. The Kundalini, Advayataraka Upanishad says, it is well known that in the middle of it there exists Kundalini, which is as bright as crores of suns and as thin as the lotus thread. The man who sees that with his mind's eye attains salvation by getting rid of all the sins. The secret to success. The Yoga Chudamani Upanishad says the 6 chakras, the energy centers, the 6 support the 3 kinds of visions, the 5 kinds of ether. He who does not know these in his own body, how can there be success for him? Thus, all the reference points to the knowledge of the chakras and Kundalini as the ultimate way to success. These secrets have been hidden in the Upanishads for a long time. Today, we are going to learn about these secrets. You will find that almost all our needs can be classified into 5 specific categories: physical well-being, mental well-being, interpersonal relationships, material well-being, and spiritual well-being. In order to achieve all these expectations that you have, your mind, body, and spirit have to work synchronously. Only a person with a good physical health can have a sound and healthy mind. Both body and mind are intimately related. Combination of a healthy body and a healthy mind helps in effective interpersonal relationships, which in turn helps in whatever endeavors that we undertake. Financial success automatically follows. What we are about to share with you in this program is how to develop a healthy mind and a healthy body that leads to material success in life. Even when we enjoy all these positive effects, we still feel that something is missing in our lives. Quite often, what is missing in our lives is contentment, fulfillment, and sustained joy. We keep searching everywhere for these elusive experiences. So with this, I will now have to conclude. Our Acharya Ma Uma Balaji will be taking over the session from here. Let's put our hands together for the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukar Pranamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you. Uma Balaji.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Nithyananda, everyone. Let us begin the session with the Sadguru Vandanam. Please put your hands together in the Anjali Mudra. Let us chant the Sadguru Vandanam, invoking the presence of our beloved Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let's enter into the session. So now, let's continue from where the previous Acharya concluded. So in this session, we learned about the 7 chakras that are located at the various points in our physical body. So these are called intra-organs and they cannot be seen through your physical eyes. We also learned what is listening. Now, let us look at a small story. A man was searching at dusk for something below the street lamp across the street from his house. A friend passed by and, out of curiosity, asked him what he was doing. The man said he was looking for a gold coin that he had lost. The friend joined his search and so did a few other passers-by. After a while, the friend asked, "There seems to be no coin here. Where did you lose it?" The man said, "I lost it inside my house." So the friend, who was angry, shouted at him, "Don't you have brains? Why are you then looking for it here instead of searching inside the house?" The man said calmly, Because I have no light inside my house. So now we are trying to understand what we are always searching outside, that is within us. So why search for something outside while it is still inside? This is what we do all our lives, searching for the bliss within, everywhere but inside. That is because we have not lit our inner self. What we hope to do during this program is to provide you the light that helps you find that what is always within you. So we will conclude this session now with this story. It's time for downloading the gifts from KAILASA. So after every session, we will be sharing with you some of the books that are personally authored by Bhagavan himself. And these books can be downloaded at the link that is being projected here, www.nithyanandapedia.org. So today's books, gifts from KAILASA, are the two wonderful books, Living Enlightenment, and the other book is Manifesting Shaktis, personally authored by Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So you can go ahead and download these books and read it, and you can also share it with your friends and family. Now let's continue. We will move on to the next segment, where we will learn about the chakras in detail. Now we will begin with the first chakra, that is the Mooladhara chakra. The Mooladhara chakra is located at the base of the spine. It is also called as the root chakra. So Mooladhara means the root and basis of existence. Moola means root and Adhara means basis. So let us understand what blocks this chakra. The Mooladhara chakra is blocked when you live in fantasy and imaginations which can never become a reality, especially greed-based incompletions. It is blocked when we are not connected with reality. The major thought flow that can influence this chakra is pleasure. Pleasure is not just limited to physical sex. It can exist in mental and cerebral level also. This chakra is connected with sex, fantasy, and imagination. This chakra flowers when you drop your fantasies and welcome reality.
The Dukkha Harana meditation, which we will be doing at the end of this session, will help you to open this chakra. And what keeps this chakra alive? Like, this meditation is going to help you unblock this chakra. And after this, how do you keep this chakra
block?
So it is going to be kept alive by practicing authenticity. You will also understand what is authenticity. We will cover it in our further segments. Okay. So let us now understand what are greed-based thought currents. This chakra
Is connected
to thought currents related to greed. Let us look at this a little more. We
think
that all our thought currents are based on the past, but it is not. Now let us say it is Friday afternoon at the office. What is the mood in the office?
so
The mood is light. People are looking forward to the weekend. They're
all in a good mood.
even though it is still a working day. But on a Sunday evening, their moods has turned. The mood has turned from happiness to one of seriousness as they start thinking about going back to work the next day, which is a Monday. So many of our thought currents are based on what may happen in the future. It is very much a greed-based thought current. This also shows that we are always either living in our past with our past memories, or we are living in the future. We tend to always miss the present moment. The present moment is where the life is happening, but we are conditioned to either live in our past or live in our future. Now, what is fantasy? And what has fantasy to do with the Muladhara chakra? The Muladhara chakra is blocked with fantasy, especially when it is related to greed. Let's understand what is fantasy. So whenever there is a mismatch between what is happening on the outside and how you perceive it on the inside, you are no more living life in reality. You are either living life in fantasy, and then the inner energy in your Muladhara is blocked. Let me repeat. Whenever there is a mismatch between what is happening on the outside and how you perceive it on the inside, you are no more living in reality. You are living life in fantasy. And then the energy in your Muladhara chakra is blocked. Unfortunately, almost 99% of your life you spend in fantasy. There is almost always a constant mismatch in your inner and outer worlds. Why? Why is there always a mismatch? How are fantasies created? Let us look into this further. How are fantasies created? Now, there is something called
the world and my world.
So all of us are aware of this term, the world and my world. But what exactly it is? Let us now look at it. If you look closely, two things are happening continuously. One is what is actually happening in your life, incidents, situations, etc. This is what we call the world, the happening, whatever is happening around you.
The incident,
Situation,
the experience
that you are having in your day-to-day life is called the world. The other is your cognition, or understanding of what is happening or what happened. The way
you see
what is happening in your life
this is
called my world. The first, the world, is a fact, whereas my world is pure perception. Perceptions are based on your cognition or interpretation of what happened. This is completely determined by your past experiences, knowledge, ideas, biases, concepts, etc. Now let us understand what is the world and my world with the help of an example. Now let us say that a dog is running around on the road. How will a person react will depend completely upon the person. So now, if a person loves dogs,
he would want to play with the dog
and he would be happy to see the dog. But another person may
look at it
differently. He would want to see if the dog has a collar or if it is lost. And a person who has had a scary incident by a dog in his life, suppose a dog has attacked him or hurt him or bit him, he would run in the opposite direction. Now, who is right and who is wrong? No one is right and no one is wrong. But each person has a completely different reaction based on their unique past. The incident is exactly the same. A dog is running on the street.
Dog.
So to give you another example, so now we looked at an example of a dog, but a similar incident with another animal. If that person has been attacked by that animal, that person would run away from that place. But if that person has grown up seeing that animal never hurt any human being,
has
always been a very
wonderful
being, that person would definitely want to be around that animal and touch that animal.
Based on our
past experiences. So similarly, we are constantly processing every incident
through the filter
of our cognition.
It is completely controlled by
our belief system. What we were taught when we were kids, what we experienced in our life,
our country of birth, where we
have lived, and the religion that we follow. So some of these reactions, cognitions, understandings have been borrowed from our parents, and some are made up on our own. Sometimes our perception of an object depends on whether we have it or not. When something is in hand, our desire for it drops. Till it becomes possible, we wait for it. We almost die for it. After it becomes possible, we die because of it. Let me repeat. Till it becomes possible, we wait for it. We almost die for it. After it becomes possible, we die because of it. This is called the honeymoon effect. We die for the other person before honeymoon and die because of them after honeymoon. That was on a lighter note. Now, here, Bhagavan Ramana Maharishi is saying, before achieving anything, even the mustard seed looks like a mountain. You need it and you cannot breathe without it. But after achieving it, even a mountain will look like a mustard seed. Suppose you want to get your dream job. You're trying to get your
dream job.
And you try and try and try, and finally you have your dream job. But as you start working, you will find that you have no time for yourself, and that job itself becomes a big problem for you. So that is a small example to
understand how
a mountain looks like a mustard seed when you achieve it, and before achieving it, a mustard seed looks like a mountain. So, were we born with these ideas? The answer is no. We started adding these ideas to us little by little
over the years. And slowly, these ideas have started clouding our idea of what is reality, what reality is. Soon, we started thinking the thoughts and ideas in our head are true, and we make every decision in our lives based on these ideas. We live as though our thoughts are true. And this is how we are totally out of touch with reality. We start thinking that only my world exists. We do not even realize that there are other ways of looking at it, and it is possible. It is possible to look at every incident, every experience, every situation in our life in a different manner. We need not look at everything in one particular way.
So the reality
is completely different from all
of them. Now let us look at our cognition about ourselves. There is an inner image as well as an outer image. So we will understand what is an inner image and what is outer image. So our image of ourselves. Let us look at our cognition about ourselves, our image of ourselves a little deeper. Our cognitions are associated with identities. Let us look at how and when these identities are created. They were created in a situation in life when you felt inadequate or powerless. Our cognitions are associated with identities. Let me repeat again. Our cognitions are associated with identities. And we will look at how these identities, how and when they were created in our lives. So they were created when we felt inadequate or powerless. Now let us understand through an example. A child is playing in the rain. The child is enjoying the rain and she is twirling and playing. Suddenly, the mother runs out and shouts at her, "You stupid girl, why are you playing in the rain? You never listen to me. You are always doing wrong things." Now, the child who was enjoying the rain until then suddenly doesn't understand why her mother is shouting at her. And she doesn't seem to understand why the mother is angry. So now she assumes that something is wrong with her. She may assume that she is stupid, or she may assume that whatever she is doing is wrong. Now, this is the child's inner image. The child may not want to admit that she is stupid, so she may give her mother a very defiant face and say, "I knew that. I can do whatever I want." This is how she projects herself. she expresses herself. That is her outer image. Now she is projecting a face to cover her inner image. So inner image is always a low cognition of ourselves. Outer image is always compensating for our inner image. In Sanskrit, there are terms that describe these images. Let me repeat, what is an inner image? Inner image is always a low cognition of ourselves. Outer image is always compensating for our inner image. So in Sanskrit, inner image is known as the mamakara, what we think about ourselves. This is usually something we feel about ourselves when we are in tough situations. For example, I'm lazy, I'm a fool, etc. And outer image is known as ahamkara. Mamakara is inner image. Ahamkara is outer image. This is how we project ourselves to others. Even though you're not feeling good from within, you feel you are not good enough. But the way you project yourself as a nice person. I am brave, I am timid, etc. You may not be feeling brave from within, but you would project yourself as a brave person, which is your ahamkara. Mamakara is your inner image, ahankara is your outer image. And the gap is one of the major fantasies we have in life, and it dominates our life. So the gap between the two is not always bad. It is bad only when we come out of unconsciousness, when it comes out of unconsciousness and when we fall into powerlessness. So understand, the gap between your inner image and your outer image is one of the major fantasies that you have in life, and the gap is what dominates your life. So the gap between the two images is not always bad. It is bad only when it comes out of unconsciousness and when we fall into powerlessness. Not falling into powerlessness due to the gap between the four identities is completion. So we will be understanding the whole thing in detail in our further sessions. So for now, let us understand how the Mooladhara chakra can be opened. It can be opened and kept alive with a technique called the Dukkha Harana meditation. To keep it alive and open forever, we have to reduce the gap between our inner and outer identities. The Dukkha Harana meditation will help you to unblock the chakra, open up the chakra. To keep it alive and open forever, what we need to do is to reduce the gap between our inner and outer identities. That is the gap between our inner image and the outer image. Now, what is the way? How do we reduce this gap between our inner and outer identities? The key is authenticity. So we will also be learning about the four tattvas. Authenticity is one of the four tattvas that Swamiji has gifted to humanity. What is authenticity is explained in detail. So we will also go through it in detail to understand what exactly is authenticity. Authenticity is the key to reduce the gap between the inner and outer images. Now, what is authenticity? The definition for authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. Let me go through it once again for better understanding. What is authenticity? Authenticity is you being established in the peak of your capability and responding to life from who you perceive yourself to be for yourself, who you project yourself to be for others, and what others expect you to be for them. The first of our identities is Mamakara or inner image. It is the inner image and experience you carry about yourself. I am healthy. I am ugly. I am intelligent. I cannot tolerate hard work. I love people, etc. So these are all the inner images. It can be all put together or it can be any one of these. These are just examples that are being shared here. So it could be any of this. You may not be feeling good about yourself from within. You may feel that you're not intelligent. You may feel that you are not healthy. You know, there are so many things that each one feels about himself or herself. So each one carries their own inner ideas about themselves. Unfortunately, the idea that you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. Now, the second identity is Ahankara or outer image. This is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as powerful, though you're feeling powerless from within. You may project yourself as very talented, but you may not be feeling that you are that talented from within. You may project yourself as honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, whatever you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. Please understand, all these identities you carry are actually thought patterns that you carry about yourself. Even the other's image about you is an idea that you have created in them. So, understand, you are the creator of all your identities. Now, when one identity is fighting with another identity, how can your thinking be focused? All your energy is going to be used in reconciling your fighting identities. When all your identities or images are in tune, all your thinking will be aligned in one direction. Your thinking becomes clear and sharp like a laser beam. You will awaken the power of thinking with authenticity. There is no more space for unconscious thinking and living, because you will always be aware of the causes and effects that are playing in your life. So usually your inner image will be much lower than the identity you project outside to others. Understand this very important truth. If you can project a higher identity to others, it means that the higher identity is already there in your visualization space, in your thinking space. And whatever you can think of yourself, whatever you can think of as yourself, you already have the capacity to make that into reality. Now, let us do a small exercise to understand the inner image and outer image, our inner image and outer image. So let's quickly do this exercise so that we have a better understanding of, to understand ourselves. See, we don't even know, until Swamiji didn't teach us, we didn't even know that we had an inner image and we had an outer image, unless it was pointed out to us and shown to us. We did not even know. Some of us were completely ignorant about this fact. I include myself here when I say this. Until and unless I attended these sessions conducted by Swamiji himself physically when he was available at Adi Kailash, I was not aware of what is an inner image and what is an outer image. So when we do this exercise, it helps us in understanding ourselves. It helps ourselves first, and then we will be able to understand others. So your relationship becomes better. If you are having bitter relationships, it really helps you in having better relationships once you understand the inner identity and your outer identity. So what we will be doing is, we will first take a book. You can take a paper, you can take a book. So you will make 2 columns. In the first column, you will make a list of your top 10 inner image. That is the belief that you have about yourself. So you will write down all the beliefs that you carry, the idea that you have about yourself in the first column. For example, what is your inner image? It could be, it need not always be negative. It can also be positive. It can be, I am weak. I'm physically weak. I'm not intelligent. I'm beautiful. I'm friendly. I'm sad. I'm depressed. So it could be anything. Each one has their own inner image. They carry an identity about themselves. I'm not confident. Whatever, it could be anything. So you will write down your inner image. You will make a list and write down 10 inner image, the 10 beliefs that you have about yourself. And it could be more than 10 also. But in the interest of time, we are asking you to just write down 10 images. And then in the other column, you will write down your outer image, how you project yourself outside, how you behave in the society. So it could be, I am friendly. You may not be a friendly person, but you will project yourself as a friendly person. You may not be a courageous person, but you project yourself as a very courageous person. You may not be a very confident, you may not be feeling very confident from within, but you project yourself as a very confident person. So these are again examples that I'm sharing. So it could be anything. So in the first column, you will be writing down your inner image, top 10 inner image, and the second column, you will be writing down your outer image. Now, once you have written down, you can also do this exercise whenever you have time. Now, after writing down your inner and outer image, compare each inner image and outer image that you have written down. So wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image, what you perceive as you and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. For example, if your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your inner image. So do not reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. So if you are projecting yourself as a courageous person, so increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. Let me repeat for better understanding. Whenever there is a conflict, wherever there is a conflict, the inner image and outer image that you have written down, that you have made a list, wherever there is a conflict, start tuning your inner image and outer image. What you perceive as you and what you project as you to others, by always choosing the higher idea. For example, wherever your outer image is higher than your inner image, decide to tune your inner image. Decide to tune your outer image. Do not reduce what you project yourself to be for others. Increase what you perceive yourself to be for you. This is how you will be aligning your inner and outer images. Now repeat this for each image that you have written down. Each inner image and each outer image that you have written down. Repeat this. Compare both the identities. Whatever qualities are best in both, choose those. Draw a star against all your best and draw a star against all your best outer image. Draw a star against all your best inner image and draw a star against all your best outer image. Now, if there are some great qualities in your inner image, you need to raise your outer image to match that. If there are some great qualities in the outer image you project, you need to raise your inner image to match that which you project. Continuously tune yourself to your peak image. Now identify the obstacles that stop you or distract you from achieving what you want to be, who you want to be, and how you want to be. One of the biggest obstacles for most people is self-doubt, which is a negative thought pattern that happens because of the memory of past failures. So, we will also be learning how to live authenticity, which is nothing but evolution of your images. Now, whichever thought is in alignment with your peak possibility, encourage that thought, enrich it and entertain it. Whichever thought is not in alignment with, complete with it. If your thought is not in alignment with your peak possibility, complete with that thought. Consciously and decisively complete with that pattern. Go on completing every day with those thought patterns which are stopping you from achieving your peak possibility. When you start living authenticity, you will know the right way of thinking and you will use your thinking to achieve what you want in life. In Hindu spiritual practice, this is the second step known as manana, authentic thinking. So when we are authentic to the current image we have about ourselves, a new higher image is revealed to us. When we are authentic to that image, higher and higher images are revealed. Authenticity will take us progressively to higher peak possibilities. Let your thinking be established in authenticity, continuously expanding you towards your peak possibility. When you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts that makes whatever you think into a success, you have unblocked your Mooladhara chakra. Let me repeat. When you achieve a powerful clarity in your thoughts that makes whatever you think into success, you have unblocked your Mooladhara chakra. So we also have Vedic references. The main aspects of Dukkhaharana meditation comes from Bhastrika and Omkara meditation. So we will be doing the Dukkha Harana meditation. You will all be doing the Dukkha Harana meditation, and we will understand, experience. We will have a literal experience of what exactly is Dukkha Harana meditation when we do the meditation. So now let us understand the main aspects of Dukkha Harana meditation, which comes from Bastrika and Omkara meditation. Bastrika, what is Bastrika? It comes from Hatha Yoga Pradipika, the treatise on yoga, pranayama and kriyas. And the Omkara meditation is from the Mandukya Upanishad. Om ityet daksharam idam sarvam. The translation for this Shastra Pramana is Om. This imperishable syllable is everything. Now, let us understand the meditation technique. The meditation technique is called Dukkha Harana, which is the Dukkha Harana meditation will unblock the Mooladhara chakra. It brings out all the suppressed emotions in you. Many masters have employed this technique before, and it takes 30 minutes. It totally takes 30 minutes. Now, breathing is the bridge to universe. It is the system with which you are living your mind. If your thinking is calm, your breath will be relaxed. If your thinking is aggressive, your breathing will also be aggressive. You first need to control your breathing in order to control your mind. Presently, in our repressed state, most of us are half alive and half dead. In the first part of this meditation, chaotic breathing is carried out in order to create chaos in your repressed system. Your mental system is made fully alive by the increased intake of oxygen. It becomes more vital. Your cells will get more energy and will create more bioelectricity or bioenergy. This energy will melt all the repressed emotions like melting ice. So now we will be doing the meditation. So the first step, let me read it out before you start the meditation. You will wear your eye bands and stand with your eyes closed. So the first step is breathing deeply and chaotically from the depths of your body, extending your arms outwards and plant your feet firmly about 18 inches apart. So you will gently lower yourself down till your knees are bent, simultaneously keeping your arms extended outwards at the shoulder level. This is the moving down motion. Then move back up to a normal standing position with arms extended. So I'm just explaining the technique, and then we will do it slowly, step by step. The second step will be to the second step would be tensing and relaxing all your limbs. So you will be standing with your feet apart and begin with your feet. You will tense your feet for 40 seconds and then you will relax for 20 seconds. Again, you will move from one part to the next part of your body. So you will do that with each and every part of your body. You will relax that particular limb and you will tense it and relax. It will be a guided meditation, so you will be guided into each step. So while you are doing this meditation, two things will happen. all the 72,000 energy points in the body gets activated and energized, and many of them perhaps for the first time in our lives. In addition, all the emotional hangovers will disappear. So for example, at office, your boss may scold you, but you will not be able to scold him back once you do this meditation. Yes. So we will begin the meditation now. Please wear your eye bands and stand with your eyes closed. Breathe deeply and chaotically from the depths of your body. You will deeply breathe chaotically from the depths of your body. Extend your arms outwards and plant your feet firmly about 18 inches apart. You will deeply breathe chaotically from the depths of your body. You will stand by extending your arms outwards, and you will place your feet firmly 18 inches apart. Now, gently lower yourself down till your knees are bent, simultaneously keeping your arms extended outwards at your shoulder level. This is the moving down motion. Then move back up to a normal standing position with your arms extended. So you will keep your arms extended and you will lower yourself down till your knees, which is the moving down motion. And then you will move back up to a normal standing position with arms extended. You will repeat this motion gently, slowly, without exerting yourself unduly. Continue to breathe deeply and in rhythm with the movement. Breathe from the nostrils with your mouth closed. If any of you have any kind of heart problem, please avoid doing this meditation. And similarly, pregnant women can also avoid. So if you have any kind of physical ailment which you are not comfortable with doing this meditation, if you feel uncomfortable, if you start sweating excessively, if you're not feeling very uncomfortable, please do not do this meditation. If you feel you're healthy and fit enough, then you can do this meditation. So this is the first step. So let us begin.
Now we will move on to the next step. So for the next 10 minutes, you will tense and relax your limbs. You will start with your feet, tense them for 40 seconds, and then completely relax for 20 seconds. The next step is keep your feet relaxed. Now tense your legs and thighs for 40 seconds and then relax for 20 seconds. Like this, after relaxing the previous set of limbs, tense the next set of limbs for 40 seconds and relax for 20 seconds. Yes. Now we will move on to the third step. Now here we will experience our mind becoming silent. Now please sit down. You can all sit down. Keep your eyes closed. For the next 10 minutes, sit and chant the Omkara. That is Om. You will chant Om, the syllable Om, and simply witness whatever happens inside or outside your being. The first two parts of this technique are actually a preparation for this third part, that is meditation. So the first two steps that we did was actually a preparation for this third part. This is the actual meditation. Now you will see that the mind becomes silent effortlessly by itself. Silence cannot be forced upon, it can only happen. Now remain in this relaxed state with a smiling face and a blissful mood. Continue to chant the Omkara for the next 10 minutes. Now, watch your experiences. Become aware of your thoughts. You will be having many experiences. Just watch them as how you would watch the television. Watch your mind thought by thought. Do not focus on your Muladhara chakra at any point during the meditation, as this will create fantasies which you are trying to remove. Now, sit silently for about a minute. You can all relax and open your eyes. Okay. So you may practice this technique on an empty stomach, preferably in the morning. You need to wear loose fitting clothes, white especially, the color white. When you continue to do this meditation for 21 days consistently, continuously, it will help you in transforming your being. This meditation is like taking a psychological bath. You will be able to experience the silence in you. When you kill dukkha, that is the sorrow within, ananda, which is bliss, flowers, and sends forth a beautiful perfume from you. There is also scientific evidence to show that the steps of dukkha harana are beneficial to everyone. Nerves in your Muladhara area have direct connection to what scientists call the emotional brain, the part of the brain that connects emotions to thoughts and memories. This is also called the limbic system. Now, the Bhastrika, the breathing technique, the Bhastrika stimulates these very nerves which stimulate the emotional brain. Dukkha Harana meditation has the following effects. It washes out the receptors, which is like reformatting the hard drive. It stimulates the emotional brain so that it disconnects thoughts from emotions, thus making it easy to see things as they are. Omkara sound releases chemicals like dopamine that calm the mind. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. You can go ahead and share your personal experience, which is called the Sakshi Pramana. You can go to the SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam page on FB, that is on Facebook, and other social media handles like Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and share your powerful clicks. You can message, you can post as a comment, you can share your experiences, which will help many lives. You will be enriching many lives just by sharing your experiences. And you can also receive blessings for yourself and your whole family from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. So with that, we come to the conclusion of this segment. We will conclude with the Purna Mantra. So please sit with your hands together in the Anjali Mudra. Let us now chant the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरि ओम तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवं पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। Thank you all. The next Acharya will be here soon. Let us wait for the next Acharya. Let us all continue to sit in the meditative mood. We have just completed the Dukkha-harana meditation. So sit in the same mood until the next Acharya takes over.
Nithyanandam. Let us continue the session with let's start with the prayer. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Dhyanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasadrisham Tatvamasya Adilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namam. Okay, so we have learned about Muladhara. Now let's move on to the next chakra, that is Swadhisthana chakra. We will now look closely at the thought trends that developed in us, which make us experience fear in our life. How many of us are stopped by fear in life? A lot of us. And there are some of us who have fear even to raise our hands. I would say almost every human being is stopped by some fear or the other in life. Can you shout out some of your fears? So the Swadhisthana chakra is located 2 inches above the Muladhara chakra. It's just located above that's the second chakra of overall 7 chakras. And then the location of the Swadhisthana is 2 inches above the Muladhara. That's above the root chakra. And 2 inches below the navel chakra. In Sanskrit, Swadhisthana means where your being is established. Swa means self and Adhisthana means established. What blocks this chakra? This chakra is locked by fear, especially fear of death. What unblocks this chakra? This chakra flowers with acceptance of fear, acceptance of death itself. The Nirbhaya Dhyan meditation will open this chakra now. What keeps it alive is practicing authenticity in all dimensions. We will explain this later. So yesterday we have learned about 4 powers: integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching others. So power of words, power of thinking, power of feeling. So authenticity is power of thinking. So when we practice power of thinking in all dimensions, and when we accept our fears, then this chakra gets unblocked. And the acceptance, if you list down all the fear patterns, leads to a fear of death. So when you ultimately accept the death itself, then this chakra gets unblocked. all our fears are actually fear of death under various disguises. That's all. Even every single fear is related to the fear of death, but in a convoluted way, because it is convoluted, we do not see it as a fear of death. Without fear, the word death, as we come to see, it loses its meaning. So if you peel down layers by layers, all the fear is related to the fear of death. Death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. It is happening every moment of our lives. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to death and the fear of dying. Death changes the very quality of our life. It is not the end, but the climax of our lives, towards which our whole life has been oriented. Why is that? Because our idea of life is controlled by our concept of the death. So the entire life cycle if you look at life, it's controlled by our understanding. What is the understanding we have about death? Because as soon as we hear about death, there are a lot much of fear, fear strokes, fear, losing of the loved ones, lot of emotional baggages is attached to this one word. But when we understand this clearly, consciously, then with that understanding, the Swadhisthana chakra gets unblocked. Now let us understand in detail about fear of death, and how can we unblock our Swadhisthana. Greed is actually very easy to understand because it is in your freedom. But fear is difficult to handle because it is not in your control. The fear is rooted in the deeper DNA strands. For a normal man, 2 DNA strands are alive. All your fear is rooted in these 2 DNA strands. Your greed is not your blind spot. Blind spot means that which exists in you, but which you cannot see or identify its existence. In fact, others see your blind spots very easily, but we don't accept even they give us a feedback. That is the drawback of a blind spot. We say that, oh, I don't have that. Maybe you are seeing in a different way, but I don't have that, is what we respond. But blind spot is something which exists in your space, inner space, but we cannot see or identify its existence, that it exists in our system. But it can be others can easily find that blind spot in us. So greed is not a blind spot for you. You can see it, you can choose it, allow it, and accept it, and it exists. But fear is different. It is rooted in deeper strands of DNA which are dormant, inactive most of the time. That is why the fear creates stronger chemical reactions in you than the greed. Greed is not a blind spot for you. When you allow it and accept it, it exists. But fear is different. It is deep-rooted in our DNA. It is inactive most of the time. When you have this fear strokes, when you recollect some of the fearful incident, what happens is a chemical reaction. Some chemicals gets released in your system. Once that chemical gets released in your system, your breathing pattern also changes. So that powerful, that so much of impact it fear, when fear stroke happens in our system, there's so much of impacts which happens in our system. So that is why when you have expressions like butterflies in the stomach, churning in the stomach, when you have fear manifests in many ways in our life. As soon as you remember a fearful incident, or if you immediately go see something fearful, your stomach gets disturbed. You feel that there is some disturbance in your stomach. That is the first impact which happens in your system. If you deeply observe, that is the first. As soon as a fear stroke attacks, or you start seeing it or experiencing it, you feel some jerks in your system, and some chemicals get released, and then your stomach gets discomforted, and your breathing pattern changes. So all this happens simultaneously during when you are going through the fear strokes. Fear manifests in many ways in our life. Fear of losing your wealth, name and fame, the identity of the outer world, fear of losing your health, both fear of physical and mental health, fear of accidents, or fear of losing parts of the body, fear of losing your loved ones or the love, fear of ghosts, God, and death. All our fears are actually fear of death, but under various disguises. That's all. Every single fear is related to the fear of death, but in a convoluted roundabout way. Because it is a convoluted roundabout, we don't see it as a fear of death. Without fear, the word death itself loses the meaning that we have been associating with it. So if there is no fear, your inner space becomes so free. So all the fear strokes is just like, all the fear, if you look at what we have seen, the list of fears, right, ultimately reaches to one fear of death. That is the ultimate fear. That root pattern, that is the root pattern for all these fears, is fear of death. Without fear, the word death itself loses the meaning. But we have been associating all our fears with the death. But without that fear, the word death itself loses its meaning. It becomes so irrelevant. It becomes like just like a word, but you will not have that fear anymore. Why do you bother about death? Because you do not know what will happen after that. This is the unknown factor. That is why you have fear. If you know which house you will be coming back after you die, you will just transfer all your things to that house while you are alive. That's all. But death is not like that. It is totally unknown area to you. We never explore that area. We don't know something. What happens after that? That's a bigger question, right? That is the reason why there is so much of fear. What happens after the death? Where do I go after the death? That's why you have fear of death, because that's an unknown area for us. Usually we think death is what happens at the end of our lives. If death was nothing more than that, it would be so easy. But death is not something that happens at the end of our lives. It is something which is happening every moment of our lives. Every act of ours is unconsciously related to our death. The fear of dying. Death changes the very quality of our life. It is not the end. It is the climax of our lives, towards which our whole life is oriented. So if you are not living, it's equal to death, because you're not living. Every moment, it's like what happens, what happens, what happens, what is the next, what's next, what's next. That's a continuous unconscious thing which is running. We are not actually living. Swamiji here says, when you're not actually living, every act of ours is unconscious, which is related to our death. That's the fear of dying. Once you understand this, what is that? What happens after that? Can we, if we go by living in this body, if you experience that understanding brings a lot of changes into the quality of our life. Why do I say that? Because our whole life is controlled by our concept of death. Even our social structure is dictated by our concept of death. In fact, all great religions and world philosophies have arisen out of trying to answer one question: what happens after death? When we understand the depths, the secrets, and the mystery of death, we will understand the secrets of life. We need to solve death and see it as a merry continuity in a different form. Otherwise, we will miss life itself. If we understand and remain ourselves again and again that death is nothing but continuity in another form, slowly we will be out of the fear of death. And when we stop fearing death, we will know to what extent we have been missing lives. So death is a continuous thing, which is like changing from one form to other form. It's just that this physical, the outer appearance is changing, but the inner, it's a continuous thing which is happening. We are just changing from one form to other form. When this understanding becomes as a wisdom to us, slowly we'll be out of the fear of death. Then we'll stop fearing about death. Once we stop fearing about the death, then we would be understanding the secrets of the life in very mysterious way. So much of expansion, so much of changes, miraculous changes starts happening in our life with this understanding, because you'll start seeing your life in a completely different angle. We take life for granted and we live so superficially that we miss many aspects of life. Understanding death will simply teach us to look into life with more awareness. Somehow, for most people, life never goes beyond the Swadhisthana chakra. Life never goes beyond fear of death. We live and die between the Mooladhara and Swadhisthana chakras, between desires and fear. We don't know any other way of life, or we don't have the courage to take on any other way of life. So for most of the human beings who are stuck in the materialistic world, they just fight between, their life is between these two chakras, Mooladhara and Swadhisthana. They always have this desires and fears. The entire life is being between these desires and fear, one after the other desire, one after the other desire, and lot of fears. So they don't know another way of life. They come to a conclusion, only this is life. We have to fulfill our desires and we have to live with these fears. So they don't even understand or come to they don't even know that there's something exists beyond this. To take how do they need to look at the life in a different way? That's a so unfortunate thing. In early times, people lived without the life security that we have today. There was no vaccination available against fatal diseases. There was no satellite-based advanced advance warning of natural calamities, and there was no security against famine or floods. Therefore, people were always mentally prepared for struggles, even for death. We all live in a constant fear of death. We are ready to escape it at all cost. Death is seen upon as our greatest enemy. It is a curse for most of the people. Oh, death, why are we speaking about death right now? We are happy, let's leave. A small story about Socrates, the Greek philosopher. Socrates was killed by being forced to drink the juice of poisonous herb called hemlock. Just before he drank the poison, one of his disciples asked him, "Master, are you not afraid of dying? You appear to be so calm." Socrates replied, "Why should I be? I know that only two things can happen after death. Either I will continue to exist in some or the other form or name, or I will cease to exist after death. In the first case, there is nothing to worry about. In the second case, who will remain to worry? So either way, there is nothing to fear." How beautifully Socrates has accepted that. Even if he was given a poison, he was not at all fear of death. He had so much of courage because he know the mystery of death, and he accepted the death beautifully. Socrates was fearless of death purely because he had a clear understanding of death and its consequences. Death is always looked upon as a discontinuity, and that is why people suffer when they see death. The basic understanding of death is lacking. Death is never a discontinuity. It is either continuities in some or the other form, or simply liberation. That's all. When man understands this, he will realize how foolish it is to suffer on this account. Man is very attached to the physical form, and that is why he suffers so much. The body is a merry vehicle for the soul. This has to be understood very clearly. Although the only certain thing on planet Earth for man is death, he is always taken by surprise when it actually happens. This is the most surprising thing about the man, because death is a certain thing on the planet Earth. It has to happen, but that thing which is certain, that is the most surprising thing for a man, because he never comes to an acceptance, and that is a big question, because that's an unknown area. A lady was celebrating her 100th birthday. Her entire family was there for the occasion. They were opening all the gifts and reading all the cards that has been received from the family and friends. They showed the lady one card that had been sent by her 94-year-old friend. The lady shrieked, "God, she's still alive?" We are able to apply death to everyone else except us. We are all like this. Everything in life we are prepared for except our own death. The irony is, everything in life is so unpredictable except death. The only certain thing in life is death. But the last thing we would like to be told is that sooner or later, we are going to die. That's a fact. When we conquer the fear of death, you conquer death itself, because death is just one more imagination. Just like how, as in the Mooladhara chakra, our greed and fantasy makes us imagine the world to be more beautiful than it actually is. Here, our fear makes us imagine death to be more frightening than it actually is. This we got an understanding because of the fantasies, because we never accepted reality as it is. We were always in an imagination world, fantasy world. Once you understand this, who understand the truth that, oh, fantasies are not as just an imaginations. You need to accept the reality as it is. How beautiful that shift has happened. In the same way, when you understand the fear, when you conquer the fear of death, then you will have this beautiful understanding that death is just a continuous journey. Either I'll take one or the other form, or it's just a liberation. We wear glasses of greed and fear, which do not allow us to see reality. When you experience death psychologically, you release the energy that has been locked in the Swadhisthana. Swadhisthana is located in the navel center. When this energy center is activated, opens, the whole quality of life changes. Because of your capacity to accept death as just a continuity in another form, your capacity to enjoy life is transformed. How beautiful it is. Once you understand, the maturity of accepting the death as a continuation of one form to other form. It's just we are taking another form. That shift, when that shift of understanding happens, the shift, how the capacity to enjoy life is also being transformed. Your whole body relaxes, your consciousness expands, your living capacity expands. Whether you accept it or not, every moment of your life, the fear of death lingers in the subconscious mind. By understanding death and fear of death, your life will be enriched. Because there is a lot of expansion happens, your inner space becomes purified. You'll have this understanding, the beautiful shift. Once it happens, a beautiful shift inside you, whether you accept it or not. Every moment of your life currently is because of the fear of death. We are all not able to accept it. That is the reason we are not able to live our life in a beautiful way. But once we understand this, your life will be enriched. The quality of life changes. We will do a couple of powerful meditations a little later in the session, which will work on the fear of death in you. In this program, we will work on day-to-day fears that we face daily. Fear of death is a very important fear, which we will work on in the next level program. Now let us look at common everyday fears. There is always a current of fear in us. Sometimes certain incidents cause a spike of fear in us. These can be caused by sudden events, running into someone unexpectedly in a semi-dark room, or even simple events, negative feedback from our boss at work or spouse at home, that invokes a sense of survival in us. So if you remember some of these events, how that the small incidents has invoked a sense of, this is a fear of death that invoke a sense of survival in death, because that is ultimately, if you dig down, that's a fear of death in us. These fear strokes can happen with great intensity, although they are for very short duration of time. Fear strokes weaken the immune system. They release depression, including inducing chemicals, and even accelerate our aging process. The intensity and frequency of fear strokes can be greatly reduced by reducing the intensity and the depth of the regular fear that is in us. Only from this regular fear, the fear strokes arise. If deeper understanding and clarity can reduce the regular fear, the fear strokes will also reduce. What happens when we have these fear strokes? It weakens the immune system. It reduces, even accelerates our aging process. Because some chemicals which induce when this fear stroke happens. because of the number of breaths, your number of breath count will also increase. The breath will not be a calm, peaceful, slow breath, which we regularly, when we are in a very peaceful state, our inhalation and exhalation, the way we breathe is very calm, peaceful. But when this fear strokes happens, the way we breathe, it increases. Like you take inhalation just from here, instead of taking from your navel chakra, you take it from your somewhere from here, or sometimes from here itself. So that's and when the fears, when you have this frequency of the fear strokes very often, regular fear strokes will induce a lot of chemicals and it impacts your immune system. So only from this regular fear, the fear stroke arise. If deeper understanding, with the deeper understanding and clarity, we can reduce this regular fear strokes. On an average, maybe if you before meditation or before the initiations, you might check your how it was. The fear strokes were somewhere around 10 or 10, 5 or 10 in a day, or for few it could be reduced, like less 5 or maybe 3 or something like that. But after initiations, after you practice meditation, after all these practices, doing yoga, initiations, everything, your fear strokes will also reduce gradually. Because there is a lot of understanding, expansion, which is happening in our inner space. So gradually, all these fear strokes, finally, the fear of death will just faint away gradually. We have a powerful mechanism that protects us from danger and is closely connected to fear. This is called the flight and fight mechanism. All of us have a part of brain called the amygdala, which is the primary location where the base emotions are processed. So amygdala is a primary location where the emotions are being processed. Feedback from the outside world, such as sight, sound, all these sight, sound, hearing, smelling enters the brain and takes two paths. One path leads to amygdala, that where the emotions are getting processed, and the other much longer path leads to cerebral cortex, the thinking. First, it reaches to the processing part, and then leads to the cerebral. That is the thinking part, reasoning, where the conscious brain of that's a conscious brain part of our brain. The amygdala can be found in most animals. This is the part of the brain that they use to determine danger and whether they should run away or stand and fight, the fight or flight reaction. The prefrontal cerebral cortex, on the other hand, is seen only in human beings and some apes. It is a recent development. So amygdala can be found in most of the animals. So whenever there is a threat, whenever there is an earthquake or some calamity, some danger, they could sense it beforehand and they'll just move away from that. They just run away from that particular place because they can sense that in much advance. Whereas this, and the other hand, the prefrontal cerebral cortex is seen only in human being. This does not exist in an animal, for an animal. Millions of years of evolution has programmed us to react with the amygdala first and the cerebral cortex later. Cerebral cortex is the latest development. When the amygdala rings the alarm bells, it triggers the adrenal gland, which floods the body with hormones that stimulate faster heart rate and quick muscle reactions. So amygdala is as we learned, amygdala, which is a primary location where the emotions are being processed. So when the emotions are being processed, it triggers some hormones and which stimulates the faster heart rate. When you go through an emotion, obviously, when you it increases the heart rate, right? The following graphic characterizes the process. When this system was put in place in our brain tens of thousands of years ago, there were physical threats to our life. But now we are mostly living with environments which do not have such threats to our life. Most of the threats we face tend to psychological. These days, in this generation, or like in this, most of the threats we face tend to all the psychological things. All the diseases are due to psychological things because it impacts your set. Because those emotions releases certain chemicals, hormonal changes, certain chemicals, and that impacts your cells, and when those cells are blocked, that's when the disease is formed. So most of the threats we face these days is due to psychological things. The problem or the difficult here is that we react to current situations using mechanisms that were developed millions of years ago, even though the same kind of threat to life does not exist. There is so much of change which has happened in the entire millions of years ago. That situation was completely different, but now there is no threat to life. It does not exist. For example, when our manager or spouse starts giving negative feedback, this is one of the psychological thing which is happening in our system. As soon as someone is giving us a negative feedback, we interpret them as intense threat and react with either fight or flight reaction. We are not in a responsive mode. We were in a reactive mode, whereas a rational reaction would be much better. This is not all. The amygdala is simultaneously flooding the cerebral cortex, the conscious part of the brain, with neurochemicals that change its functioning. In its flooded state, the cortex does not receive, process, or store information in its normal way. Thus, in this new environment, the amygdala regularly hijacks the conscious brain in the face of the very threat of psychological, not physical pain. So it blocks your thinking. So you are when the threat of something, the example which we have seen, wherein the manager was giving a negative feedback, but we were not able to take that. Immediately there are some chemicals which were getting released, and we were in the fear of so much of hormonal imbalance, chemical reaction which was happening. Because that is a psychological thing which was going through, and we were not in a state to receive that. The result can be a highly counterproductive. It takes from 20 to 30 minutes of absence from the stimulus for the neurochemicals in the flooded brain to dissipate, and thereby enable the possibility of reason-rational interaction to occur. We have all seen people lose it in reaction to some perceived insult or lack of respect. That's your imaginations. In the presence of an amygdala hijack, there is almost no chance to have a productive set of interactions in such state. We are not able to listen to ourselves. It's been hijacked. We are out of our control. We all do it. If at this time you are thinking that you do not do this, you should actually ask your spouse, lover, partner, parent, or child They will probably be able to help you see that. We all do it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have spoken that. I was so emotional at that point of time. I don't know why I was reacting the way I was doing. It was totally out of my control. So all these situations happen because we were not in that state of listening. We were in the state of reacting. Human beings generally are averse to being informed about their mistakes. Indeed, we go to great lengths to protect ourselves from the psychological and emotional pain associated with confronting our errors. The result of this is that we continue to take actions that harm ourselves, our partners, our businesses, our loved ones, and so on. This behavior, while irrational, becomes understandable once you understand the role of amygdala hijack and its impact on your behavior. Until unless we don't understand this, always our emotions are being hijacked and we will not be in a proper state to think and respond, and impacts on your behavior. Amygdala hijacks leave you with no freedom to be or to act. It dumps you and therefore unable to respond appropriately and optimally to the given solution. It also limits learning. One major way we learn is to see the mistakes we made and therefore create the opportunity to change those actions to achieve superior outcomes. Seeing how it works makes you more aware of its impact on you. So we need to learn to see the mistakes we make whenever this being hijacked, our emotions are being hijacked. Our emotions are overtaken. We drive with the emotions that point of time. So we have to stop, look, and that is the opportunity to change. Instead of reacting, that is the right time for us. That is an opportunity for us to change. Seeing how it works makes you more aware of its impacts on you. Now to some good news. If you notice the neural connections between the amygdala and the cortex in the schematic diagram of the brain, you will see there that the neural connection runs not only up from the amygdala to cortex, but also from the cortex down to amygdala. Not sure if we have a picture here. We can see the picture, but maybe I'll find out if we can get a picture of this. The rule is that to strengthen this neurological muscle, one has to learn to move toward the source of the psychological or emotional pain. With your human intervention, you do this by overcoming your resistance to negative feedback, by willing yourself to overcome the highly ingrained sense to run from or avoid situations in which you can discover your errors. So during that particular, instead of resisting during that particular situation, you need to have that courage. That is the opportunity for us to, instead of avoiding the situations and running away from the situations, that is an opportunity for us to discover the errors, to understand where is the action which is required, where is that opportunity for me to change. If you can bring in awareness to your thought currents that want to avoid confrontation, when it comes to you receiving negative feedback, you will be able to control the amygdala. Along with this, the meditation technique that you will be doing by the end of the session will automatically work on your fear knots and release the fear of unknown that you have carried in your system for many years. What can overcome fear and open the Swadhisthana chakra? It is again authenticity. That is power of thinking. But here, we will talk about other dimensions of authenticity. Earlier, we saw only 2 dimensions of our images. Now there are 2 more. The first of these 4 identities is Mamakara, or inner image. It is the inner image and experience you carry about yourself. I'm healthy, I'm ugly, I'm intelligent, I cannot tolerate hard work, I love people, etc. You carry many such inner ideas about yourself. Unfortunately, the idea you carry about you is always less than what you project yourself to be for others. The second identity is ahamkara, that is outer image. It is how you project yourself to others. You may try to project yourself as powerful, talented, honest, helpful, or whatever. Unfortunately, what you project is always far more than what you believe yourself to be. So please ask these questions to yourself. In the inner image, what is that, the image which I have? The experience which you carry about yourself. And during the outer image, that is ahamkara, what is that? What is the image you are projecting yourself to others? The third identity you carry is the image of expectations that others have about you. This is called as anyakara, or others' image about you. How others perceive you may be different from how you project yourself to them, because people create their opinions about you from the subtle signals you give them, rather than what you openly project. Human beings are intelligent enough to catch even what you don't say, but especially what you don't say. So please check what is the others' image, what others think, what is that image you have shown to others with the subtle signals, what is that you have projected yourself to them. The fourth identity is very subtle, because it is not directly to you. It is called as swa anyakara, or life image. Life image is what you experience life to be for you. For example, you may feel life is lonely, or life is complicated, or life is sacred, or life is scary, or life is always showering me with everything I need. Please understand, this is also your identity, because it defines the exact experience you'll be receiving from the people and situations in your life. So this is a subtle fourth identity, because it directly connects to you. It is the experience about the life, the overall experience. What is that experience which you have about your life? It is our idea of life that constantly makes us scared. We have ideas that life itself will deny us. Life is unfair, life is unsafe. We have ideas that others are out to get us constantly. All these ideas keeps us in fear and keeps the Swadhisthana chakra blocked. When you are inauthentic, especially in the words we give others, we experience the hangover of the fear. This means that we are not stretching to meet others' expectation of us, or what we think the world expects us. So this is let's check within us. So what is that life understanding which we have? How do we feel life is responding to us? Do we feel life is unfair to us? Is life unsafe? Are we feeling unsafe? Is life is always struggles? We have all these ideas that others are out to get us constantly. All these ideas keeps us in fear. And because of this, the Swadhisthana chakra is blocked. Also, please check if we have given any words to, are we authentic, especially in the words which we give to ourselves and others? Are we completing with what we committed to do? Are we stretching to meet others' expectations? Are we taking the responsibility of others as well? What we think the world expects of us? What is fear? Now, what is fear? Whenever you utter a word to yourself, the incomplete part of you sitting inside you, making mockery of you, is fear. Because if you yourself not obeying the words which you have given, oh, I'm going to do this. But again, because we are not integrated, whatever the word we utter to ourselves is incomplete. That's when the fear starts. Inside you, your being is divided into two halves. One half is a complete you. The other half is a big chunk of you, which is the incomplete you. Let's check what is the baggage? You're sure, like, if you have lot of luggage, if you're carrying a lot of luggage, your shoulders would pain. You can't hold the luggage for such a long time. But in our lives also, we are carrying so much of incompletions in us. There is a big chunk of you which we need to complete. Could be your words, your feelings, your thoughts. So we need to check, constantly keep checking. Am I integrated to the words which I'm giving to myself? Am I integrated to the words which I've given to others? Did I complete them? Am I integrated to what's the feeling inside me? Power of words, power of feeling. So continuously we need to keep checking. The complete part of always operates from a zone of possibility. So then you feel so relaxed, so complete about that portion of you. Oh, it's possible for me. I don't have any issues with it. I'm perfectly fine. I can do it. So that is a complete part of you. Where there is a fear, that's an incomplete part of you. Because that's an unknown, because we are not ready. We're not ready to expand, or there is a lot of incompletions over there. So there is a big chunk of you which is incomplete. The other half is incomplete. And the complete part of always operates from a zone of possibilities. And as you live and leaves you expanding life. So there is a complete part of you that's a very comfortable zone for you. You are absolutely fine. You're very happy as long as you're operating from that particular zone. But if you touch the incomplete part of you, that's when the shaken happens in your system. That's impossible for me. That's not possible. I have tried so many times. It's not cup of my tea. Sorry, I cannot do that work. So all this is an incomplete part of us. That's when the fear is sitting in our system, and it's not allowing us to expand, take a step. On the other hand, the incomplete part in you always operates from a zone of past incompletion and zone of no possibilities, and leaves you shrinking in life. The incomplete part in you does not have confidence on any word you utter to you, because many times you fail and you are out of integrity with you. Because many times you are out of integrity with you, one check in you, which is the incomplete part of you, does not believe you. It does not trust you. It will the same if you have given a word to to a friend. First time, if you do, okay, I told my friend, okay, I'm going to come at 9 a.m. tomorrow. So because of some work, you did not go meet him. Or else you did not even call him. You forgot. It's okay. He's my friend, so he'll wait or he'll understand. So you did not keep your word. The second instance, the same instance might have happened. Okay, you might have given the appointment to him, but you did not complete, or you did not even call him. You took him for the granted. The third time, the same thing. So that person has an incomplete. Is like, okay, he never keeps his words. So that incomplete portion of you also reflects on the other's image about you. So you'll always think that, okay, this person is like that. He never obeys his word. So that becomes, and he doesn't trust you anymore. So whenever you give an appointment, you do not come in time, or you do not complete with him. So he loses trust in you. So whenever you make any plan, a part of you mocks at you. That mockery is a fear. Each time you utter the words without being authentic to your possibility, you encourage the hangover of fear pattern in you. The way to overcome this is to align all the 4 images completely. Your inner image, outer image, others image, and life image. So what we need to do is to overcome this and align all these 4 images completely. For example, you could align the 4 images like this. Best inner image is confidence. Best outer image, showing the same confidence, humble but not weak, powerful but not arrogant. Best others image, loving, caring, and supporting. Best life image, life is here to support me and love me. So all these 4 images needs to be aligned. It should be an empowering. Inside Swamiji's example, a personal examples from Swamiji. Inside, how I feel about myself as a vast emptiness. Space, a space which is completely complete. Outer image, I declare boldly that I am an incarnation. I am here to transmit this experience to others. And I'm very clear, a doctor saying he's a doctor is not arrogant. He has to tell, that is a fact. Same way with me. I have to tell who I am. Others image, I am responsible for all the expectations from me. Heal your headache, knee pain, I am responsible for it. So anything in the range of Shakti, I am responsible because I have declared efficiency in causing that reality for you. But I cannot hit a century as it is not in the framework of my declaration. I have to give you energy and intelligence. And if you cannot do it with energy alone, I have to create the space for you to understand how you can. I have to teach you how to receive the energy, teach you the science of receiving the energy. That's the image Swamiji is giving to others, that he is taking that responsibility. If he gives a word that I'm going to heal your headache or a knee pain, he is responsible for it. Swamiji is taking the example of a couple who were at the program. To better understand this inner image, outer image, or Swamiji has shared from his own life experience, if she expects you to be a good husband, you are responsible. Within the purview of your declaration, you are responsible. When people come to you for health and you are doctor, you are responsible as their expectation is within the purview of your declaration. If I have initiated you as a disciple, I have to wait till you get enlightened. Now you understand. Don't have a desire for this seat. Don't think why he is being worshipped. It comes with a responsibility. You take up the responsibility and we are there to worship you. The best life image I wanted to have, the whole life, everyone is there to celebrate with me because he is the cosmos. Cosmos always wants to celebrate. All the 4 are aligned, and that is why I'm settled. Now, I will help to raise you to what you think best about you and align. Swamiji, he's there, he's ready, he's available for us always 24/7 to raise what we think as best about us and align. It's just a 1 step. We decide taking a 1 step and he takes 100 steps for us. Now, aligning process for authenticity, aligning all your 4 images. Describe your 4 peak images, your peak inner image, peak outer image, peak others image, and peak's life image. Are you functioning at your peak in these 4 images? Now, if not, find out what cognition is stopping you from operating at your peak of these 4 images. Go back to the first incident when you first experienced this cognition. Now complete with all the incidents when the same cognition has happened in you. So please do this exercise. Please note down the steps. Describe all the peak 4 images, your inner image, your peak outer image, peak others image, and peak life image. And check, are you functioning at your peak in all these 4 images? If you're not, then find out what is the shift, what is that which is stopping from you for you to operate from that peak possibilities. What is that synchronization which is missing in all these 4 images? Now, once that is done, once after identifying that, now go back the first instant where you first experienced this cognition, wherein you felt that powerless. Where is that cognition, low cognition, the cognition which was very powerless? From which incident you have picked up that understanding. Now complete with all the incidents when the same cognitions has happened in you. Evam eva durshanam Krishna pakshagame chiram tamiram bhavanam bhavayam rupam bhairavam rupam ishyati. In the same way, a dark night in the dark fortnight, by contemplating for long over the circumvent darkness, the yogi will attain the nature of Bhairava. The Swadhisthana region overlaps with a very important gland, the adrenal gland that produces adrenaline. This hormone is produced during fear. That's called as adrenaline rush. When you watch this scary movies, devil's movie or something like that, that's when the adrenaline or some too much fear stroke, which shakens your inner space completely. That's when the adrenaline rush happens. When we go to sleep, natural stress hormones are reduced. Adrenaline production is reduced. The pineal gland is stimulated to create melatonin. If you don't have enough melatonin, you will not have sleep. So it depends your sleep, if you are having a good sleep, that means there is enough melatonin which is getting released. The pineal gland controls day and night cycles. It's automatic mechanism based on the stress hormone release. Adrenaline production is reduced and the pineal gland is stimulated during the night by releasing melatonin. Nirbhaya Dhyana is a meditation where we consciously stimulate the same condition that happens during sleep so that our fear is reduced. So when we go into a sleep, it's an unconscious way of going into a sleep. A yogic way of sleeping is an awareness, it's awareness sleep. It's a yogic yoga nidra. So who enters into the sleep with full of awareness. So Nirbhaya Dhyana is a meditation where we consciously simulate the same condition that happens during the sleep so that our fear will be reduced. One quality of life changes when the Swadhisthana chakra opens. There is no longer fear, just acceptance. It is as difficult for a person without the Swadhisthana open to understand as it is for a blind person to think that he cannot move around without his cane when his eyesight is restored, because until and unless he don't experience that, he will not have this understanding. So we should be having this understanding and acceptance that I would be healed. As a blind person, he should trust, he should have that trust, he should accept, and it becomes an experience. Then he will be completely, even after the surgery, he should have the trust, I'll be completely healed. But he right now, before the surgery, he'll not say, oh, how can I walk without a cane? It's not possible. All my life I did not walk. For post the surgery, he's not in a situation to understand. He don't believe that. It did not become an experience to him. Absence of various fears, which gives rise to confidence, boosts one's success in all endeavors, just as fear was the cause of failure before. As we discussed before, almost all our fears, including death, are in one way or the other way a transference of our fear of losing our identity, our ego. It is a threat of separation of the body, mind from the spirit, and the consequent loss of identity that instills terror in us. The meditation that we are about to do, if done with awareness, can reproduce that feeling and help us face eventual certainty squarely now. This meditation is called as darkness meditation. Let's understand the steps before entering into the meditation. Tantric followers meditate upon darkness to feel the intensity of Mother Kali, the primal power Shakti. Darkness is the mother's womb where we originate. It is also a death where we return. Darkness is a start, the passage, and the end. By meditating upon this darkness, you will feel liberated. During the meditation, become aware of the dark around you as intensely as possible. You may feel as if you are separating from your body. If that happens, let it. This meditation is for 21 minutes. This can also be done by you at night before sleeping. So you can practice this meditation every day before sleeping. It helps you sleep well because you're consciously entering into the sleep. So please sit comfortably with your back, spine, and head in a straight line. Close your eyes, exhale deeply a few times. Let inhalation happens naturally. So this meditation is going to be, we'll be having this meditation for 21 minutes. So all we need to do is become aware of the dark. So make sure you have your eye bands and and switch off your lights if possible. And because it's more, if it's a pitch dark, you can get into the meditation mode very quickly. So become aware of the darkness around you as intensely as possible. And the second step is you feel as if you're separating from your body. And whatever the natural flow, whatever is happening, let it happen. Do not stop that. You just be aware of the darkness, and the separation of the bodies would happen naturally. Let it happen. Visualize that you are walking in a dark space. That's the third step. Now, the third step is visualize that you are walking into a very dark space. I'll be guiding you the step by step, but let's understand step by step, and we'll guide you during the meditation. Visualize that you are walking into a very dark space, a cave. It is so dark, so intensely dark that you cannot see anything around you. Feel the darkness. You cannot see your body. You cannot see anything. Only through touch you can feel your presence in this darkness. Okay, so let's all get into the meditation. Let's do this darkness meditation. I'll be playing a background music. So now please sit comfortably. Please sit comfortably with your back, spine, and head in a straight line. Please close your eyes. deeply a few times. Let the inhalation happen naturally. Two more deep inhalation, exhalation. Now visualize that you are walking into a very dark space, a cave. So dark, so intensely dark, you cannot see anything around you. Become aware of the darkness around you as intensely as possible. It is so dark, intensely dark, that you cannot see anything around you. Feel the darkness. You may feel as if you are separating from the body. If you feel so, let it happen. Feel the darkness. Now feel your own body. You cannot see anything. It is completely dark. Only through the touch you can feel your presence in this darkness. as you were when you were in the mother's womb. Even the darkness remains with you. Let each cell breathe the darkness. Watch into the darkness. Slowly, very slowly. Experience your body merging with the darkness around you. Experience your body merging with the darkness. Feel your body losing its boundaries into the darkness. Let every cell in your body revive, deep in this darkness. Become one with the darkness. Merge into the darkness. Your body merging with the darkness around you. Now slowly return to your space and space. Please come back. We are done with the meditation. Let's Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So I just wanted to conclude by this meditation should be done when it's in dark outside with no lights inside. After the meditation, advise to go to sleep. Basically, if whenever you are going to sleep, please, you can practice this meditation. This is a conscious way of getting into a deep sleep, right? So with this, I conclude this particular topic for today. For this particular session, we'll be having another Acharya who will be coming and taking further with the next chakra. With this, I conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ओम शांति शांति शांतिः। हरि ओम तत्सत्। सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु। ओम नित्यानंदम। Thank you.
Now we'll work on the thought current of fear, the being center. It really feels so nice. Now you know, Kalabhairava is alive, living. Time is Kalabhairava. So, everybody is ready? We'll move to the next session. We will work on the being center, the thought current of fear. When there is a constant hangover of fear and insecurity inside you, your Swadhisthana, your being center collapses. Please understand. Inauthenticity with your being is responsible for the hangover of fear. Please understand this word. Inauthenticity with your being means if your being is not integrated authentically, hangover of fear remains in you. What is fear, you know? Whenever you utter a word to yourself, the incomplete part of you which is sitting inside you, making fun of you, mockery of you, is fear. There is a big chunk of you, incomplete you, which does not have a confidence over any word you utter to you, because many times you failed, you were out of integrity with you. All of you understand? Listen. Because many times you were out of integrity with you, one chunk of you does not believe you, does not trust you. So whenever you make any word, any plan, that part makes fun of you, mocks at you. That mockery is fear. That mockery is hangover of fear. How many of you are able to immediately vibrate with this truth? Great. If you are able to cognize with this statement, you got it. You just got it. Inauthentic with your integrity. I wanted you to understand, in the last session I used the word out of integrity. Now I am using the word inauthentic with your integrity. What's the difference? Out of integrity means not honoring the words and thoughts you gave it to yourself and others. Inauthentic with integrity means honoring the words and thoughts you give it to you and others, but doing it in a very limited way. You can always say, I'll work 1 hour per day and be very integrated with it. But you are not authentic with your integrity. Understand? Authentic with your integrity means authentically stretching what far integrity is brought in your life to increase livability, life. But if you are not making the livability happen in your life using integrity as a tool, you are not authentic to it. I'll give you the example. I have seen some of the brahmacharis very integrated to coming for morning yoga, including me. But not authentic, means they don't do it intensely. They only commit for coming. They are not committing for doing. What for? The integrity lesson to enrich your life. When you are inauthentic with your integrity means you follow the integrity to the letter but not the spirit. The fear hangover settles in your system. Each time you utter the words, without being authentic to your possibility, you encourage the hangover of fear pattern in you. I can also be very integrated by not committing to this night program. It would have been high integrity, no problem. I can say, no, I am already working for a whole day. What is there? Come on, leave it. I'll do only daytime program. That can be integrity, but that will not be authenticity. Authentic to my integrity. What far integrity is brought into my life? To stretch me, to expand the livability, life. If I don't commit to this night program and retain my integrity, that will only be just following the integrity to the letter, not to the spirit. But I stretch myself, commit, which I think I cannot, but even with that, I honor my integrity, is following, living the integrity with the spirit. I tell you, go on committing with things which you think you cannot do. And go on breaking the hangover you carry in your heart, you can't make it. That is the only way you will stretch beyond fear. Please listen. Go on committing, which you think you can't complete, you can't fulfill, but go on, honor it with integrity. It's a lifestyle, but the moment you decide to do it, it will become your style. The moment you decide, I'm going to do it, nobody who lives around me, even in their, would have imagined. Suddenly one day I'll declare, I am going to keep up with integrity with the time. and do it. Because everybody knows I live out of time. I just live in a different space. They would have never imagined I'll fit myself so beautifully with the watch of one country. Because I fit myself with the watch of the cosmos, they thought I will not be able to fit. But I decided, no. The initial level of authenticity peak of integrity and beginning of authenticity. That is what is the way to open the being center. Peak of integrity, beginning of authenticity means integrity to the letter and spirit. Is opening the way to awaken Kundalini energy in your being center. Each time you utter a word and do not honor and fulfill them, you are leaving incomplete space in you. All that incomplete space gathers as a chunk and keeps a deep insecurity about your existence to you. I can give you 100 examples. If you have committed, I'll again give you the example of this yoga or kriya or puja. If you have committed and did not honor, when you commit to a job, you will have that same incompletion expressing as an insecurity, saying, why are you taking this job? You think you will be able to win it. You think you will be able to be successful. That is why I tell you, think consciously, speak consciously, utter authentic words, utterly authentic words, and honor them with integrity. If you are not honoring even a simple commitments you gave it to you, don't think, oh, I may not honor the commitment of doing meditation, but I will honor the commitment of job. No, your heart does not trust you. For your heart, the word I will do meditation, the word I will do this job successfully, both are one and the same. It does not know. With meditation, you may not have a result. With the job, you are going to get money. No, your heart does not know the result. Only your head knows the result. Head is the mastery of math. Heart is the mystery of myth. Your heart does does not know. You may not honor yoga, but you will honor your job. No. That is why I tell you, complete every word you uttered to you. And I tell you, from my experience, this is a very important thing you need to know. Keep yourself in the state of completion. Even if your body is damaged, you will not have pain. When I had the fracture, there was no pain because there was no incompletion inside. There was no insecurity. Will I be able to go through the whole experience? Every experience I committed to me, I went through without pain. Because I have honored the commitment to me, I will not suffer in every step. When I had the fracture, my heart believed I will go through the whole thing without pain and suffering. I committed with my heart, I will live without pain. And in every step I honored it. Whenever I had the freedom to have pain also, I honored my commitment. I will not have pain. Freedom to have pain. Let me explain. Sometimes you feel cribbing is just pampering yourself. You can crib little. And you feel, I can afford to crib. What is there? I do so much for people around me and for me. I can just crib little. And people should tolerate with me. I can nag little. People should tolerate with me. Feeling your cribbing is cute is the bomb you fix under your butt. Your cribbing is not cute. Cosmos is telling you. Your cribbing is not cute even if you deliver 24 hours and ask only for 2 seconds for cribbing. Your cribbing is not cute and Cosmos does not want to tolerate it. That 2 seconds, you deciding to allow the cribbing, thinking you are worthy of it, is where you put the bomb. Where? Under your butt. If you sit, if you put the weight on the bomb heavily or remove the weight, it is going to burst. How long you can carry on with the same pressure? It's a little strong word, but I wanted all of you to remember this word. A little cribbing you think you are worthy of, and you think which is little cute, and you also think only if people tolerate your cribbing, the relationship is worthy. I do so much for my spouse, why can't he tolerate my little cribbing? I do so much for my dad, why can't he tolerate my little cribbing? I have done so much for this family, why can't they tolerate my little cribbing? No. Anybody may tolerate your cribbing, Cosmos does not tolerate. Can you show this? When you think your cribbing is cute, remember this photo. Cribbing is the bomb and you thinking it is cute is the fire. Please listen. When you think your cribbing is cute, you allow incompletions, unfulfilled, out of integrity commitments in you, which forms the basis for insecurity. Don't ever doubt what is the connection between not going to yoga and not performing in office. Cribbing means allowing yourself to be out of integrity and inauthenticity, because you are integrated in many dimensions of you. Because you are integrated 99.99%, pampering yourself, that 0.001% out of integrity, lack of integrity is allowed, and giving a vacation for yourself is cribbing. There is no such thing as 99.99% integrity. Either you are integrated or out of integrity. That's it. The small pamperings you do for yourself, thinking this is small, it's okay, that part is responsible for all insecurity in you. All insecurity in you. When you utter words to yourself and do not fulfill them. As I said earlier, your self-confidence is lost. The self-confidence which you lose joins the other party. Understand? In the war, one person killed in your side is also tolerable than one person going from your side and joining on the other side. Here, the self-confidence which you lost does not die, it goes and joins your opposite side, the incompletion part, that becomes insecurity. A soldier missing on the side of self-confidence joins the side of insecurity. A pilot cannot say, I'll drive the plane 99.99% safely. Either it is 100% or 100% death. Sambhava said, every time other others' self-confidence, every time others' confidence on you is lost, they are afraid of you, they are insecure about you. Every time your confidence on you is lost, you are insecure about you. Here I am dealing both the fears. Your insecurity about you and others' insecurity about you. Because life happens to you, not only from you, happens to you from others also. When others don't have confidence on you, your self-confidence also drops. When you don't have confidence over you, others' confidence over you drops. My confidence on me and on others is the gift to me from Kalabhairava. I tell you, this is the best gift I have received in my life. Even though being cheated, exploited, abused so much by so many people whom I trusted, still I have not lost my confidence on people. Still I am deciding to work with people. Still I don't feel like giving up on people. Just because my confidence on me has not come down even an inch. Please listen. Your confidence on you is the energy generating mechanism. Others' confidence on you is transmitting mechanism. For electricity to be useful to you, you need both generating and transmitting, both mechanisms. If there is a problem in transmitting, it can affect the generating. If there is a problem if there is a lack in generating, it can affect the transmitting. If there is no lack in generating, even if the transmitting system has some problem, it can be healed, cured. So strengthen the generating mechanism means self-confidence to the extreme. Extreme means extreme. By continuously completing with you, sitting with you and completing with you. Whenever you look at the mirror, if you feel about your beauty or ugly, you are body-centered. If you feel about you worrying or you feeling happy, you are mind-centered. If you feel you are graceful, you are completed. When you look at your mirror, if you are searching in the mirror about the beauty or ugly of your body, you are body-centered. Looking, oh, this dimension should be altered this way and that color has to be changed that way. Here little touch-up, there little touch-up. You are body-centered. When you look at the mirror, if you think, oh God, I don't know how I am going to live. I don't know what is going to be of me. Worried or happy, I can do it. Whether you are worried or happy, you are mind-centered. When you look at the mirror, if you feel graceful, wow, what a guy. You are complete. By completing with you, with authenticity and integrity, you will be out of fears. Now, we will work on the thought currents of being center, the fears. Please get the worksheet. Jnanatma, your exercise. Scan your life and identify all the fears that exist in your life. Like fear of losing job, fear of public speaking, fear of holding yourself in front of others. I tell you, all make-up ideas evolve from fear of holding yourself in front of others. So many fears you must be having. Come up. List everything. For each fear, look deeply and identify where you are not being in integrity with your thoughts, words and beliefs related to that fear. For example, fear of receiving criticism from your boss. Look in and see what are the thoughts you had and the words you gave to yourself and your boss which you have not honored and fulfilled, because of which you now have the fear. Only if you are out of integrity, the fear will persist. This one example. In every field, every fear, you will be having some lack of integrity. Dig out that. Even with death, please understand, the moment you assumed this body which can disappear, you already committed to death. When time comes, I'll hand over this body to you. But now you are trying to be out of integrity. That is why you have fear of death. The moment you assumed this body, you know it. Or at least when you came to know this body is going to perish and you continue to live in it. For example, the day you are born, you may not know this body will perish. But at least at the age of 10, you know one day this body is going to perish. The moment you know, after that, if you have not committed suicide, you are committing with the death. When I need to give this to you, I am giving it to you. I will give it to you. When you made that commitment, be integrated with it. You will not have death fear. When you lack integrity, that is where the fear of death starts. So anything perishable which can change, if you are living with it, you already commit. I know you can go away from me, but I commit to live with you as long as you are with me. Understand? It is not eternal marriage with your body. Even your marriage is still the body. So bring where you lack integrity with your commitments and dig out the fears, the roots of fears. Please start the homework. I'll give you 11 minutes first, then extend if you have not completed the homework. First, you have to start doing the homework knowing you have only 11 minutes. Then whether to extend or not, I'll decide. So that you won't waste time. And integrated to only these thoughts related to your homework you are doing now, assignment you are doing now. Still, how many have yet to complete? Quick. We'll get ready for the Kriya. This Kriya awakens non-mechanical parts of your brain. The quality of teaching is important, just like quality of the knowledge. Understand? The quality with which knowledge is transmitted is also important, as equally as the quality of the knowledge transmitted. Anybody had any heart illness, conditions like bypass or pacemaker or surgeries, or having high blood pressure, do not do the Kriya which you are going to do now. Even with every Kriya, do it with your reasoning. Means, do it as much as you can. Don't force yourself. Forum Sharma, you have a question regarding fear of snakes. Sanuse. Understand, it is nothing but fear of death. Understand? You should know, when you assumed this body, you are committed to give it up and time comes. So what is the fear of snake? Fear of death. Fear you may die by the snake bite. Nothing else. So again it's just inauthenticity, lack of integrity with your word given to death. Now the Ustream is ready. Let's start the Kriya. This Kriya awakens non-mechanical parts of your brain to put you in integrity and authenticity, to be beyond fear. We'll start the Kriya. Please move your body to Matsyendrasana. I will show you. Extend your legs. Please see this. I'll give you the instruction. Stretch your leg. bend your right leg, put the right feet near the, bend your left leg, put the left feet near the right knee. Instruction. In Matsyendrasana, please understand, without losing the posture, inhale and exhale deeply first for few seconds. Bend your left leg and place the left foot over the right leg. Keep the left knee upright. Now place the right elbow on the left knee. Let the spine twist to your left. Relax the abdomen. Place your right palm on the right cheek. You are right. Fix the gaze on the center of the eyebrows. In this posture, inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Even if you try to move to this posture as much as possible is enough. The Kundalini channels in your body will be awakened. That is why the posture is. Move to this posture, Matsyendrasana, and inhale and exhale as slowly as possible. Without losing the same posture, we will do the Plavini Kumbhaka. Let me give you the instruction. Inhale completely, using both the nostrils, and contract the throat and rest your chin on the chest like this. Let me show you. Then put your chin on the chest by contracting the throat. Hold as much as you can. When you feel you can't hold anymore, relax. Do this continuously. Close your eyes. Inhale through both the nostrils. Contract the throat and rest your chin on the chest. Hold as much as you can and as long as you can. Don't miss the posture. When you can't hold anymore, relax. let us sit in silence for a few minutes. Let's gather for next session. Thank you.
Nithyanandam, everyone. So far, we have worked on the root center and the being center, Nitya Dhyan Yoga as part of the Nitya Dhyan Yoga. We are working the 7 chakras based on the 4 tattvas that we learned yesterday. So now we are going to work on the Manipuraka chakra. So let's start with the Sadguru Vandana. Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrusham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. The navel chakra, or in Sanskrit, we call it as Manipuraka chakra. As the name suggests, the Manipuraka chakra is located at the navel center. And it is the Manipuraka. The Sanskrit name for this chakra is Manipuraka. Mani is the jewels. Manipuraka, the city of jewels. So when you work on this chakra, when this chakra is awakened, is literally you're opened up to the treasure of the Manipuraka. So what blocks this chakra? Blocked by constant worry. What unblocks this chakra is it flowers when you stop worrying about worries. And we're also going to do the diabetes Kriya meditation. Whatever has already happened, the shrunken chakra, because of whatever the upbringing that we had, whatever worries we entertain all our life, this chakra is shrunken. Whatever is supposed to be on the cartwheel side along our spine, it's now become a button size. Because it has become a button size, the energy flow, which is supposed to happen continuously, is limited. So the surrounding areas of this chakra gets affected. It becomes diseased. So to open that, or to unblock, to cleanse this chakra, we'll be doing the diabetes Kriya meditation. And what are the thought currents? What tattva to follow to keep it remain open so the energy flow is continuous? With the understanding the cognitions about this chakra, the conscious mind will be cleared. And whatever the damage has already happened, the kriya, the meditation is going to help us to cleanse this and to continue to remain open. What tattva to follow, we'll be learning in this session. So, what is worry? It's a constant chaos. There is no clarity, without any clarity happening in you. Worrying one after the other. So what happens that there will be energy blocks or energy knots. The energy knots in the thought flow affects the Manipuraka chakra. Based on the thought current, the entertaining the worry affects the Manipuraka chakra. Just do this small test. Whenever you feel negative thoughts coming up, look into them and see where they are arising from. Any negative thought. Look into them and see where they are rising in them. You will find that they always rise up from the navel. Let's understand this in more detail. Whenever you feel worried, whenever a situation arises that you simply cannot handle, the first thing to get affected is also your navel region, your stomach. You may say, I can't stomach it. Many people, if they hear something, they say they can't digest it. The stomach get upset. At first thing it affects is our stomach. Some people lose the hunger, can't eat. So you can physically feel depression as a weight in your stomach. This is why we always say that I can't stomach it, I can't digest it, all these, wherever, whichever country you are, is a common experience. This expression is there in all the languages. It is universal. So constant worry locks the Manipuraka chakra. If we constantly, day in, day out, entertaining this constant worry, blocks the Manipuraka chakra. When you worry, you will not know whether it is fear or greed with which you are suffering. You will not know if it is the past or future that is causing anxiety, worry in you, but you will be suffering with the worry. And you will experience, all you experience is just chaos and confusion. So what I is saying are the reason for worry. I'm not asking you the reasons for worry. I'm asking you what is worry? What exactly is worry? If I ask you the reasons for worry, this session will never end, right? We have so many infinite reasons why we worry. Each of you will be ready with a long list. So, you will say, my business is down, I have no peace of mind at home, I have so many problems that you can't even imagine. I don't have children, which is my worry. My children are my worry. So on and so forth. So we all have so many worries all the time. And If we cannot find any worries, we will worry about not having any worries. When we have no worries, we start feeling insecure. So before defining worry, I just want us to recognize few things about worry. First, if I ask you why you worry, you will list so many reasons. You always think that worry is caused by external matters, and you always blame the people around you for it. If the cause for worry were external, there should be at least one person who has beaten all these causes and is free from worries. But is that the case? Anyone you meet has got some worry or the other, isn't it? So whether they are rich or poor, married or unmarried, with children or without children, working or having their own business, everyone seems to have their own share of worries. So this is because although we think that the cause for worry is external, actually the cause for worry lies deep within ourselves. That is why everyone has some worry or the other all the time. That is the first thing. What is the first thing? The cause, what we think the cause for worry is outside. Because I'm unemployed, I'm worrying how to survive. Like this, so many reasons why we worry, we give. Some say, I don't have children, so I'm worried. Some, my children are not listening to me, or my children have this problem, so I'm worried about their future. So there are so many reasons that we keep saying why we worry constantly. But the reason lies within us, irrespective of whatever state you are in. The reason for worry inside us. That is the first thing. The second thing, when you worry about something, you feel you have a definite point of reference against which you run your whole life. That's why worrying gives a direction to your life. That's why worrying gives a direction to your life. Without worry, you feel as if you have no axis but to move. And so you actually nurture your worries. So let me tell you a small story. 3 men were sitting abandoned on an island. They did not know for how many years they had been there. Suddenly, one of them found a bottle and picked it up. He rubbed his hand over it, and suddenly a guinea appeared out of it. They were shocked. The guinea told them, "Thank you for freeing me from this bottle. Each of you may ask for a wish, and I will grant it for you." They were very excited, and they thought for a while. The first man said, "I want to marry my girlfriend and live happily." The guinea said, "All right, your wish will come true." The first man disappeared from the island, and the guinea looked at the second man. The second man said, "I want to become a wealthy businessman." The guinea said, "All right, your wish will be granted." The second man disappeared, and the guinea asked the third man what he wanted. The third man said, "I'm going to miss my 2 friends who have been with me all these years. I want to be with them. The guinea said, all right. And it disappeared, leaving the three men just as they had been on the abandoned island. The third was actually attached to his worry, which is being marooned in the island. So you are secretly in love with your worries. You are so fond of them. So though we claim that our worries give us misery, we are so attached to them. We are so attached to our worries that we carry them with us all the time. Let me tell you this story so you understand how we are attached to our worries. 3 fishermen went to sell fish one day. One day it just became so late that night when they were returning home. So they decided to spend the night in some house on the way. So they entered the house of a lady who sold jasmine flowers for a livelihood, and they requested to spend the night there. The lady agreed and they went to sleep in the room given to them. The house was filled with the fragrance of the jasmine flowers. But however hard they tried, the fisherwoman could not sleep. They were tossing and turning, and they did not know what to do. Then suddenly one of them got up, brought in the empty fish basket, kept it by their heads. They went to sleep in no time. Even though the whole house is filled with jasmine flowers, so fragrant, the fisherwoman could sleep only with the smell of the fish. That's how we carry our worries with us everywhere we go and feel so comfortable nurturing them. But we also complain that we are so worried all the time. We want to be free from something, but we are not willing to transform and be free from it. This is what is called as being self-contradictory. If you don't want to worry, then we should not worry. Simple. On one side, we don't want to worry, but on the other side, we want to worry all the time. That is the second point. Second point, we contradicting. The first point is the reason we give outside, but inside the worry pattern is there. The second, we contradict. We don't want to worry, but we are so attached to worry, we self-contradict. Now, third one. Each person thinks that only he has got a lot of worries and that only he is unhappy. And everyone else is very happy. But the strange thing is, everyone thinks the same way. Irrespective of our culture, financial crisis, age, or anything else, we all have worries. Now, let's understand this. We all have worries with a small story. In a certain kingdom, it came to the king's notice that everybody in his kingdom were depressed. Because each person felt that they had the maximum worries. And no one else had any such worries. So the king announced a worry exchange offer, where people could bring in their big worries and exchange them for someone else's small worries. A big space was made ready, and in the center of it, a huge worry pot was placed. Anybody who wanted could come and dump his own worries inside it and pick up any other worries they wanted. Worry exchange offer. The only thing was they had to pick up some worries. You can't just dump and go. You just have to put your worries, and because you think that your worry is the maximum, right? So you can dump it, take a small worry, throw your big worry and take a small worry. The whole kingdom gathered for the event. And the people moved around and met each other and started talking to each other about their worries. After a long time, the event was declared open to worry exchange. A lot of time passed, and not a single person came forward to drop their worries in the pot. The king asked his ministers what was happening. The ministers replied, Your Majesty, after all that interaction, everyone thinks that their own familiar small worries are much better than everyone else's worries. So if we get down to the bottom of our so-called worries, we will understand that we are simply magnifying things that are not so bad at all. We simply talk in the air without getting down to the actual facts. If you get down to the facts, it will not even 1/10 of what you worry about. So we come back to the question, what is worry? An unwanted but continuous stream of words happening inside us all the time. That is worry. Just watch your mind when you are worrying about something. You will see that a continuous stream of thoughts is being generated in your mind, totally disconnected. The thoughts which are disconnected and usually negative thoughts. An influx of negative thoughts and repetitive words will be like a current in your mind. As we already discussed in the first session yesterday, there is always constant and continuous inner chatter happening in you all the time. If you observe closely, you will notice that we will use two kinds of speech: speaking out and speaking in. Speaking out is speaking to others. Your spouse, your friend, your kids, your boss, whoever it is. Stranger, speaking out. What we call speech or conversation. Speaking in is speaking to ourselves. Actually, this speaking in is a continuous process that goes on inside us. This speaking in is only what we call, in other words, as inner chatter. And this is what is called worry also. Why? Worry is nothing but this continuous, uncontrolled inner chatter happening in your mind. This inner chatter becomes your master and takes control of you. You are under control of this inner chatter. Whatever words you speak out, you speak carefully, because if not, the society will ask you to be careful. It is not acceptable by society if you are not careful with what you speak out. But speaking in is not controlled in any fashion. You don't control what you speak inside because you feel there is no consequences. Also, we don't give as much fear or respect to ourselves as we give others. We simply say that whatever you wish inside of us. We dump all the negativity inside us by living with negative inner chatter. It is like throwing garbage inside constantly. At least with our outer conversations, there are some breaks with when no conversation happens, right? But the inner chatter is continuous. It can drive your mind. It can drive you mad. Actually, many times, even outside, we speak only to escape from your own inner chatter. That is why so much talking goes on in the world unnecessarily. People are afraid to be silent because there is a madhouse inside them. So they meet up, socialize, talk, and keep themselves occupied. So let us get some more clarity on inner chatter. What exactly do you mean by the inner chatter? Just try this small exercise when you are by yourself. Just sit for a few minutes with your eyes closed. Now, let's do this for 3 minutes. Just take a pen and paper with you. Just don't focus on your mind on anything. Just witness your mind. Just see what's going on in your mind. Almost as soon as you close your eyes, you will see that there is a continuous stream of thoughts flowing through your mind. Write down honestly. Whatever thought comes, write down honestly. Whatever thoughts are there, those thoughts, put it on the paper. Just write down whatever is going on. Oh, why am I thinking this? Put that also. I shouldn't be thinking this way. Put that also. Just whatever. Your hand should be just a device putting whatever thought comes on the paper. However unconnected the thoughts may be, do this for few minutes. Just do this right now. Put your thoughts, whatever comes to your mind, anything, just put it on the paper. Just take a few minutes and write down, please. Write down sincerely. Nobody is going to read this. So write down. You don't have to show it to anyone. Now, sit down and read what you have written. Just read your paper. You will be shocked. Whatever you have recorded on the paper is your inner chatter. If you read it, you will see how disconnected, how irrelevant your thoughts are. One moment you'll be here, the next moment you'll be in America, the next moment you'll be in your office, the next moment you'll be thinking of your children. This is the mind you have entrusted your life to, and this is what is your master. You are under control of your mind, your inner chatter. This is the mind that generates all your worries. This is the mind that is living your life for you. If you understand this step, the rest is easy. Okay, now let's understand more with this story. One day, there was an accident on the road. People gathered around and saw that a brand new car had crashed against a wall. They asked the driver, "Why are you driving the car if you don't know how to drive properly?" "Of course, I know how to drive," replied the man. "I only don't know how to stop." This is how we behave. We don't know how to stop our inner chatter. It's the same way a driver who knows how to drive but doesn't know how to stop. What happens? The same thing happening in our lives. The man knew how to drive but did not know how to stop. You are also driving a vehicle which you don't know how to stop. It is a very dangerous thing. Your mind is like a vehicle that you don't know how to stop. Just try to stop your inner chatter, even for a few seconds. Can you? When you try to control it, the number of thoughts increases. And you will have one more worry that you have to stop your mind. So you are not driving your mind. Your mind is driving you. To understand worry, we need to have a deep insight into the nature of our mind. The way to worry is through the mind, and the way out can also be only through the mind. But if we keep searching for answers in all the wrong places, we search outside all the time. We think, if I had more money, all my worries would be over. If I am more good looking, if I had a better job, if inside ourselves. I repeat, the solution for this is inside ourselves, not outside. If I have that, no. Buddha had 10,000 disciples whom he used to address every morning. One day he brought a tightly knotted rope, placed it before them and asked, "Can someone untie this knot?" The disciples came forward and pushed the knot, but could not undo it. One intelligent disciple came up, looked at the knot for a while, and undid it easily. So you have to look at the knot and see how it has been created. Then you can undo it. Instead, if you simply push, you will never be able to untie the knot. It only become more and bigger, become more tighter. The same thing applies to our problems also. The problems, diseases, emotions you are struggling with are nothing but knots in your system. Once you clearly understand how the knots have been created, you can take the right steps to untie them. So, what is the way to worry free? Integrity. The thought current of integrity. First, understand that your words are your life. Whether you realize it or not, your life is built on your words and commitments. The words that you give it to yourself and others form the structure on which your life building is built. If a life can be compared to a building, the word that you give to yourself and others is like a foundation of this building. It has to be free from dust and rust, which means that it has to be free from unconscious patterns. The unconscious words you give it to yourself and others is the dust and rust on your building. The building built upon a rusty, dusty structure cannot last long. It has to be made of pure, authentic, strong steel. In the same way, your life is built on the words and commitments you give it to you and to others. It has to be without any unconsciousness or unawareness. The strength of your life is based on the words you give it to you and others. If your words are conscious, your life will be conscious. If your words are unconscious, your life will be unconscious. That is why integrity form the basis for your life. Integrity is part of your very life energy. It is the energy on which you and the whole cosmos run. So what is integrity? We learned this yesterday's, the basic concepts we learned yesterday's sessions. Now let's review it on integrity. Integrity is you fulfilling the word and thought you give it to yourself and to others, and experiencing a state of purnatva, meaning completion with yourself and with life. Integrity is not just about the big commitments we make in our life. It could be something as simple as telling yourself, I'm going to wake up early in the morning and practice yoga. This you are not told to anyone, you giving word to yourself. That is one thing. A commitment made to yourself, or simply saying to yourself, or telling a friend, let's meet at 5 p.m. No matter what the word you have given to yourself or others, honoring it as your life is a real integrity. Many times, you don't even remember the commitments you make to yourself or to others. Because you use your words so unconsciously, without thinking, you don't realize the impact it can have on others. When you make a commitment and don't keep it, it will leave a hangover in you or in the other person, which can destroy your self-confidence and the other person's confidence in you. When you utter unconscious words in your relationships or in your business or anywhere else in your life, you will be unaware of what consequences it is going to have in your life. When you are unaware of the consequences of your words, life will always bring shocks to you. If life is continuously bringing shocks to you, understand that you are not living in integrity. Integrity is the key which unlocks the power of words. Integrity has two dimensions. Honoring the words you give it to yourself. Many of us don't even bother about the words that to give it to ourselves. Second, honoring the words you give it to others. Who is the first person to hear the words you utter? That is you, Y-O-U. When you honor the words you give it to yourself, your confidence in yourself grows and your self-doubt melts away. You become powerful. When you honor the words you give it to others, others' confidence in you grows. Your relationship with that person becomes powerful. Integrity is the key which unlocks the power of words. So using the right words starts with you. Using the words consciously with awareness will help you understand the impact of your words on yourself and others. Using the right words can immediately change the way you think and feel about yourself. You will even notice a change in your body responses to a situation when you handle it with the right words. The right words keep your inner space conflict-free and peaceful, visibly improving your health and longevity. By creating and expressing the right words to yourself and to others, you can actually shape your reality as you choose. You become the words you speak to yourself and others. If you go on saying, I'm sick, you simply will become sick. In the same way, if you constantly tell yourself, I'm healthy, your energy will wake up. You'll be very healthy. Cosmic energy awakens in your system and makes your declarations a reality. It's important to choose the right words, because you can create your reality with the power of your words. If you do your very best to keep your commitment, but still find that you can't keep it, you can complete with yourself and the other person by telling them in advance that you can't keep the commitment. Once you complete, you move on with pain or guilt or any other hangover of that commitment. Understand, completion is also integrity. If the words you utter are from a completely integrated space, they will have the impact on you and others. Words uttered from an integrated space not only move you away from an experience of worry, but also move you to an experience of power and freedom. So you must practice integrity to have respect for your word and yourself and to be free from worry. Integrity also means moving all your parts like body, mind, memory, consciousness, everything with clarity. This begins with being completely integrated with your inner and outer worlds. The outer world consists of the situations you face in your life. Your inner world consists of your experience of those situations, your thoughts, thought patterns, moods, feelings, and your response to those situations. when there is a total alignment in both these inner and outer world, you are in an integrated space. Given that, most of the time, you do not have a say in the way life shows up for you. All you can do minute to minute to be watchful of your inner space. Being aware of the thoughts crossing your inner space every moment. This is very, very important, being aware and being aware of our thought current. Then weeding away all those thoughts which limit you, which impose suffering on you. Totally living in a space of no resistance to whatever is happening in your life. That is when the word you utter will be coming from the space of pure integrity and will have the power to shape your very reality. That is when you move from worrying to being powerful. Also, when you are in such an integrated space, you will completely honor the words you utter. So, being in integrity will have you honor your word as yourself. Being integrated in your inner and outer world, being integrated with your mind and words is the completion of your personality. That is when you are in your innate original state of being whole and complete. As of now, constantly you are suffering with inner conflict. The inner chattering, which goes on and on and on, does not let you live. You can see for anything that is happening in life, there is insight, there is always comment in you. I know this, I saw this, I know what you're saying. Your mind goes on disrespecting everything. The inner chatter, not letting anything creative to happen. Creativity and worrying are dead against each other. Whether it is greed, fear, comparison, or any emotion. Just if this worrying structure is ended, all your emotions will end in creativity. The worrying flow which you allow inside you disrupts everything in your life. It goes on disturbing you. The worry thought flow is in fact the inner ghost sitting in you. As of now, constantly you're suffering with inner conflict. The inner chattering which goes on and on and on does not let you live. As you can see for anything that is happening in your life, there is an inside, there is just always there is some comment. I know this. Before, when the conversation is happening, we don't listen. We just cut them off and we just wanted to vomit out. I know what he's saying. So you want to express your mind goes on disrespecting everything. So from now onwards, start being in integrity. And what is the way you will know if you are in integrity with both inner world and outer worlds is to be continually aware of what is happening inside you. Bring awareness your thought currents, your thoughts. Bring awareness to your thoughts, your emotions, feelings in you, and what you are projecting, seeing outside. Another thing, we just try telling ourselves that we should not get worried anymore. What will happen if say that? We will create one more worry if not wanting to worry. So never say stop worrying. It is utterly impossible. The only thing you can do is instead is stop worrying about your worries. Now, let us do an exercise to go beyond worries. All of you, please get your notebook and pens ready. First thing, write down all the aspects of your life that you worry about in your life. What are your worries? Currently, what is going on? I'm not asking you to write down all your worries of your lifetime. At the moment, write down what is bothering you. What are your worries? All the aspects of your life that are you worry about your life. Whatever comes to your mind at the moment, write down. That's the first thing. Second, for each of these worrying aspects of your life, write down the thoughts that you have, the words that you utter, and the actions that you take. Identify what you are not being in integrity, where you are not being in integrity. Examine whether you gave your words and did not honor and fulfill them. Remember, whenever you are not integrated with the inner and outer words that you utter, worrying will become a pattern in you. So please pen down, take few minutes. First of all, list down your worries. Second, for each of these worrying aspects of your life, write down the thoughts that you have, the words that you utter, and the actions you take. Identify where you are not being in integrity. Examine where you gave your words and did not honor and fulfill them. Now, next you write down, look at your life and identify all the things that you forget most often. Many of us, right? We forget. We say, oh, I forgot. We do forget many things in a day-to-day life. Many of the words that we give it to others or we give it to ourselves, we don't implement it because we forget. For example, you regularly forget to take your medicine. You forget where you kept your car keys. You forget whether you locked your door or not when you went out. Examine what are the words that you utter in all these aspects of your life where you are forgetful. Identify and write down where you are not in integrity with your words. For each of these worrying aspects of your life, write down thoughts you have. The words you utter and the actions you take. Identify where you are not being in integrity, authenticity, and where you're ignorant and unaware. Bring awareness now. Examine where you gave your words and did not honor and fulfill them. Take a few minutes and write down. Sincerely do this. Now, look at the solutions you discover in your life, which you forget again and again and end up wasting your time and energy in rediscovering the same solutions again and again. Look at the solutions you discover in your life, but you forgot them. Again and again, end up wasting your time and energy in rediscovering the same solutions again and again. Now, with this understanding, let us understand get into the Manipuraka Shuddhi Kriya, cleansing of the Manipuraka chakra. Meditation to clean the navel center. The scientific evidence. The navel center is near the adrenal gland. The part of the adrenal gland closer to the stomach produces cortisol, which is a stress hormone. That's the first thing. Second, worries have been shown scientifically to increase stress, BP, and heart attack. Third, the meditation or the kriya that we are going to do, which also helps in diabetics, pumps energy through this part of the body, thus healing any energy blocks. It has shown to decrease sugar level in diabetic patients by 20 to 30%. So I'll just explain this, and we will be doing this Kriya with the guided meditation. I'll first explain, and you will be doing this Kriya to cleanse the Manipuraka chakra, which also helps for the diabetics, preventive and cure. There are 5 steps. Gomukhasana, there will be a demonstration of everything of this Kriya. It will be the guided Kriya, guided meditation. First, we will be doing the Gomukhasana, Udyana Bandha, Vastrika Kumbhaka, Murcha Kumbhaka, and Brahmari Kumbhaka. The scriptural reference for the Gomukhasana, Dhirendra Samhita, Upadesha 2, verse 16. The translation of this is, the right ankle should be placed near the left buttock, and the left ankle to be placed near the right buttock. The body should be steady and mouth should be raised a little and sitting equally. This is called Gomukhasana and resembling the cow's face. This is how it is, the Gomukhasana. This is the first asana that you sit for this meditation. The technique is, bend the left knee and place the left foot near the right buttock. Bend the right knee and place it over the left thigh so that the right foot lies near the left buttock. Now place the hands on the respective ankle. Raise your head a little. Stay on this pose for 30 seconds. I'm just reading out the instructions. You will be guided. First, we will be listening Swamiji's own voice about the Manipuraka chakra explanation in a deeper length. Then we'll be doing this meditation, which is guided, demonstrated. Udyana Bandha will be guided. This is sit on the same asana and keep the spine straight. Head should be up and eyes should be kept open. Take a deep breath in and exhale completely, but do not be forceful. After exhaling, perform Jalandhara Bandha by moving the chin down to the chest and raising the shoulders. Pull the abdominal muscles inward so that the organs of the abdomen touch the back muscles. Hold on to this pose as long as you can. This is Udyana Bandha. When you cannot hold anymore, before inhaling, relax the stomach and abdomen. Release the Jalandhara Bandha. Then inhale through the nostrils slowly before repeating another round. For 1 or 2 minutes, breathe normally. Do this at initial period 3 times and gradually increase the repetition to 10 times. Then Vastrika Kumbhaka. Inhale slowly, expanding the stomach. Exhale slowly. Do this 21 times. After 21 times, now inhale slowly. Hold the breath as long as you can. When you feel you can't hold quickly, expel the air with the sound of bellows. At this moment, the stomach should contract to touch the back. This is one Vastrika. Do this complete sequence 3 times. Then Murcha Kumbhaka. Sit in the same asana and place the palms of the hands on the knees and close the eyes. Inhale slowly, deeply though. Hold the breath with Jalandhara Bandha. Keep holding the breath for even longer than comfortable. Exhale in a very controlled manner in Jalandhara Bandha itself. Do this 21 times. Then Brahmari Kumbhaka. Close your eyes with hands and close your eyes and hum intensely. Do this for 7 minutes. After all completing these 5 steps, 10-15 minutes, you should not eat something. So only after 10 to 15 minutes, one should eat something. Now, let's get ready. Let's listen to the Swamiji's deeper cognitions about this Manipuraka chakra. Then we'll be doing this meditation to cleanse the Manipuraka chakra.
Now we will work on the thought pattern of Ori, thought current of Ori, the naval center. Constant hangover without the base of fear or desire is Ori. Understand? Constant hangover without the base of fear or desire is ori. Means hangover for no reason. At least if you have a reason of fear or greed, you are having little smart hangover. Hangover for a reason. Hangover without any reason is worrying. The moment you bring authenticity into your thinking, worry disappears. As long as you don't bring authenticity into your thinking, integrity into your thinking, worry continues to rule you. Understand, worry is nothing but giving words to yourself. Thinking, you will not know the words you gave it to you. Understand? You give words to others, thinking, you don't need to fulfill it, you can cheat. Others won't be able to find out. You can escape. The same mental setup, you use it on you in a very foolish way. Thinking you can give these words and no need to fulfill, and you will not even find out the word given by you to you is ori. Means layers and layers of unconscious sandwich is ori. Many of you give word to you, thinking even if you don't fulfill, you are not going to remember it, that you are not fulfilled or you are committed. How many of you immediately click with this idea, cognize this idea? You know. You know. Now you know worry. What is worry? Worrying is not having integrity and authenticity with yourself and not even realizing that you are going to remember it. Let me define worrying. Not having integrity and authenticity and still thinking you are not even going to remember, you are not integrated and authentic with you. For example, you give a word to you. Even if you think you are not going to fulfill it, you justify it to yourself. I may not fulfill, but I am not going to question myself. I am not even going to remember the words I have given to me. Means layers and layers of unconsciousness has become a thinking style in you. That is why for a same problem, even after you find solution, you forget the solution and suffer with the same problem internally and discover the solution again. After next day, again you forget the problem, forget the solution you discovered and suffer with the same problem and again you find the solution. How many of you caught yourself finding solution for the same problem again and again and again and thinking, I found the same solution already. How did I forget? Raise your hand. You know this is worrying. If you are finding the solution for the same problem and same solution again and again and forgetting it again and again, rediscovering the same solution for the same problem again and again, be very clear, you are stuck in Naval Center. Your major suffering pattern is worrying. Because in worrying, not only you are inauthentic and out of integrity with you, you even forget you are inauthentic and out of integrity with you. A unique component is added in Naval Center to create worrying. Inauthenticity and out of integrity alone does not create worrying. You need to add forgetfulness to it. Then worry is cooked. Worry is the combination of inauthenticity, lack of integrity, and forgetfulness. When you remember your inauthenticity and out of integrity, you reach peace. When you forget your inauthenticity and out of integrity, you worry. I always tell people, you can become anything but never a lusu. Worrying is literally like becoming lusu. No, it is like, see, if you are out of integrity, if you are inauthentic, if you at least remember, you can be saved by yourself or by others. You don't even remember. New participants may be thinking, what is lusu? I am defining lusu, please understand. Not even remembering the problems you have. Forget about not trying to find solution, not even remembering the problems you have and the powerful solutions which you already discovered is lusu. Losing O2, oxygen of your life. This is the definition of worrying. Being inauthentic and out of integrity and forgetting about your inauthenticity and out of integrity. When you are having this problem, you forget again and again the solutions you discovered for the same problem, and again today you find a solution for some major problem of your life, but in 4 days you forget. After a week, again you are suffering with the same problem internally for 2 days to land on a same solution. After that solution clicks, again for 3-4 days the problem is not there. Then 5th day morning when you wake up, the solution is not there. How many of you really able to cognize, oh God, I think Swamiji has a CCTV camera inside my head. This is what exactly is worrying. Forgetting inauthenticity and lack of integrity is worrying. The moment you remember authenticity and integrity, worry disappears, because worrying is not a positive existing problem. It is a negative non-existence. Please understand. Greed is a positive problem. Fear is a positive problem. Worry is negative space. It is not positive problem. Like a darkness is lightlessness. Worrying is unawareness. The moment you remember, it disappears. How many of you worry? You don't remember the solution when you worry. That is one more worry. You worry thinking that you are not going to remember the solution while you worry. It means your Manipuraga is locked and key is thrown in the ocean. Because, see, if you kept the key in the locker, at least at one point there is a possibility you can open the locker and remember the locker and get the key back and open. You just thrown the key into the ocean, means the only way is to break the Manipuraga chakra. That can be done by initiation. Bring remembrance to your authenticity and integrity. Inauthenticity and out of integrity, worry will disappear. Understand? I am giving you the straight, crisp solutions. I am not adding extra words at all. Straight, crisp solutions. Bring integrity and authenticity and search your inner space. Where is worry? It will disappear. It will not be there. When you honor your commitments to you and others with integrity, you achieve reality. When you honor your life with authenticity, you go beyond fear. You become fearless, courageous, authentic. When you explain to yourself with remembrance, integrity and authenticity, your worry disappears. So the simple, straight solution to be out of worry is remembrance. Remembrance happens by constantly talking about these truths to others and to you. Go on talking about these great tattvas, satyas, to others and to yourself. That is the only way you will be out of worries. Your naval center will be alive, awakened with the Kundalini energy. Catch people and start talking about these satyas. You may think what will happen to them. That is their worry. You be out of worry. Constant remembrance. I tell you, this mala, bracelet, keeping some quotations near your bed, putting some spiritual quotations in the Facebook, everything is nothing but a technique for remembrance. Remembrance with the same intensity relieves you from worrying. A remembrance with the same intensity relieves you from worrying. Now, please give the exercise sheet to everyone on worrying. Everyone got the exercise sheet? I'll read out the exercise. Write down all the aspects of your life that you worry about in your life. For each of these worrying aspects of your life, write down the thoughts you have, the words you utter and the actions you take. Identify where you are not being in integrity. Examine where you gave your words and did not honor and fulfill them. We'll move to the Kriya. See, this Kriya basically awakens the non-mechanical parts of your brain to remind you not to worry and be in authenticity and integrity. To bring you the remembrance, smarana. First step, Gomukasana. Please move to Gomukhasana. In Gomukhasana, Uddiyana Bandha means contract the bowels above and below. Above and below the navel. Contract the bowels above and below the navel so that the abdominal organs touch the back. Understand? Like, hold as long as you can, then relax. Then again hold as long as you can, then relax. When you hold yourself in Uddiyana Bandha, your breathing will automatically stop. That is okay. When you relax, body will breathe. Again, do this very sincerely and authentically. This takes care of awakening the Kundalini in Manipura. Please close your eyes and do this continuously. The next instruction, be in the same posture, Bastrika. In the same asana, Bastrika means like the bellows of the ironsmith, systematically contract and slowly expand the stomach like a, you see. Like a bellowsmith, of a bellows of the ironsmith. Move, blow the air using your stomach out through the nostrils. Just exhale using your stomach. Continue with a bellowing sound, forcefully blow out the air out of both the nostrils. Continue this for next few minutes. Sit for a few minutes with your eyes closed. For the Kundalini to function in your navel center. You can open your eyes. Now, let's gather for next session. Thank you. Powerful. Because Today again I am going to give you the Kriya, cure for diabetes, but more simple way. It will not have any complicated steps, but very powerful. Because yesterday's Kriya, many of our devotees will not be able to do, or many people will not be able to do with a big tummy. So I have come up with an alternative, but powerful cure for diabetes. I'll teach step by step. Please listen. First, very sincerely. First step, Gomukasana. Let me show you. Let me read the instruction. This is from the, may I have the reference? Geranda Samhita, Upadesha 2, 16th verse. The 2 feet to be placed on the ground and the heels to be placed contrary-wise, left heel on the right side and the right heel on the left side, under the buttocks, the body to be kept steady and the mouth raised and sitting equably. This is called Gomukasana. Please understand, see this. Either you can put your hand like this, or you can put your hands on the feet. Both are okay. Sit on Gomukasana. In this, I think every one of you will be able to sit. Even if you can't sit in Anilasana, this you will be able to sit. Second step. Uddiyana Bandha. Let me give the instruction. Contract the bowels equably above and below the navel towards the back, so that the abdominal viscera may touch the back. He who practices the Uddiyana without ceasing, conquers death. So, hold. Hold as long as you can and relax. Then again hold and relax. Do this 21 times. Start doing. Hold. Hold, 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 hold. Next step. Vastrika. As the bellows of the ironsmith constantly dilate and contract, similarly, slowly draw in the air by both nostrils and expand the stomach as much as you can. Then throw it out quickly. This is Garanda Samhita, 5th Upatesha, 75th verse. Do this 21 times. Let me show you. If you want to learn, please understand. Do this 21 times. step, Murcha Pranayama. Let me give you the instruction. Inhale. At the end of the inhalation, gradually become fixed on the Jalandhara Bandha, means put your chin on the chest. Hold as long as you can. And when you feel uncomfortable, exhale very slowly. This is the Atayoga Pratipika chapter 2, 69th verse. Murcha Pranayama. I'll show you. Inhale gradually. Then fix yourself in Jalandhara Bandha, means putting your chin on the chest and lock. Hold as long as you can. Then relax as slowly as you can. Do this 21 times. Please start. next step. Brahmari Dhyana. Sit in the same posture. You can put your thumb into the ears and start humming as deeply as possible while you inhale and exhale. This is from Garanda Samhita, 5th Upatesha, 78, 9, 80th verses. Start. As deeply as possible, hum while you inhale and exhale for 7 minutes. Stop. Stop. Relax. You can open your eyes.
Come on, please share.
I welcome you all for today's session. answer your questions first.
From Dubai, Saroj has asked, Swamiji, I'm attending your session for the first time. My question is, who comes first, guru or parents? Thanks.
The question is very important. I am attending your session for the first time. My question is, who comes first, guru or parents? Listen, even parents, they are parents only when you are given birth. After that, they are needed in your life only as guru. Understand? Even parents are needed in your life only as guru. After they give birth, the job of the parent is done. Bringing you up properly is job of the guru in the parents. So, the question, who comes first? Guru or parents? Literally the parents come first. Actually, guru comes first. If you take this letter, see, if you take this question, as per letter, parents come first. But as per spirit, guru comes first. Understand? Whether you want to take this question as per letter or spirit is up to you. Even parents have to come as guru. Even guru has to play the role of the parent. It is actually both. But ultimately, parent cannot play the complete role of guru by giving enlightenment. Guru can play the complete role of the parent and give you enlightenment also. Parents may come first, but guru only will come for last. Understand? Parents may come first, but only guru can come last. So guru has his own place. Parents cannot come at last. Only guru can come at last. Yesterday's evening satsang was about this from Isavasya Upanishad. Maybe today's evening satsang, if you attend, this question will be cleared more detailed way. Today's evening satsang on Isavasya Upanishad, it's going to be about death. The Hindu-Indian way of death. Yes. Next question.
From Houston, Adinam, Pratibha asks, I want to come out of worldly life and be more with God, which is not happening these days. I'm so busy with worldly life and I don't get time.
This question I want to come out of worldly life and be more with God, which is not happening these days. Please understand. The concept of worldly life is worldly life. The context of God is God. There is no such thing as coming out of worldly life. Come out of your concept of worldly life. That's all you need. Come out of your concept of worldly life. Get into your context of God. Understand? Coming out of worldly life, getting into God does not mean you will come out from one place and enter into another place. You have to come out from one space and enter into another space. It's not place to place shift. It's a space to space shift. Sometimes, initially, a place to place helps you to strengthen your space-to-space transformation. For example, if you go to some place where really this truth is taught to you, moving from concept of worldly life into the context of God, that place may be a help for you, but that place itself cannot give you what you want. For example, you all have come here. I can help you to move out of the concept of your worldly life and context of God. But moving from that place to this place itself is not enough. You have to move from that space to this space. That only will lead you experience God. I think just moving from place to place may not be solution. Learn to move from space to space, and then, if needed, we can move from place to place also. You see, only if the movement from space to space happens, place to place is useful. Otherwise, you will come and eat my head here. No, really. Actually, I have more jata just to scratch the jatas only. Each one pulls my hair so much. Now I decided, all right, let me have more jata so that more people can pull. Without changing the space, if you just change the place, what will happen? You will be hanging on my jata. So, that is no way going to help you, and surely it is not going to help me. It's only going to be more trouble for me. So understand, please do not change place to place unless you change space to space. It is my humble request and prayer to all my devotees. You would have seen the disciples praying to Guru, and please see first time Master praying to disciples. Unless you change from the space of the context of world, at the concept of world, to the context of God, please do not change your place from house to ashram. It is my humble prayer to all the devotees through the Pradipa of Houston Adina. Next.
From Auckland, New Zealand, Stefan asked, Dear Swamiji, some people are keen on doing Inner Awakening from my center. Can you please share some words on why Inner Awakening 21-day program, and what will they get by doing the program? Gratitude, Stefan.
Stephen, Auckland, New Zealand. First thing, the Inner Awakening, especially now the way the program is offered, literally awakens the God particle in you. Now especially after this Nithyananda process added with this beautiful method of completion, and through completion, cleaning up cleaning up the muscle memory and opening your possibilities, and through the Shivoham process, cleaning up your biomemory and opening the powers, and ultimately awakening the God particle, bioenergy in you, the Kundalini Shakti, and flooding the Kundalini Shakti into your biomemory and muscle memory. The whole inner awakening has reached to its next higher level. I can say it's perfection, its completion through the Nithyananda process. You should attend the inner awakening now. because it is the inner awakening. It has reached its completion. I can say, inner awakening itself has reached its completion. With this Nithyananda process, completion cleans up muscle memory, Shivoham process cleans up biomemory, the Nithyananda process awakens your bioenergy. Completion itself has reached its completion with the Nithyananda process. All I can tell you, see, actually I am not a person who can market or promote something. With all my integrity, I can say, it's really worth trying at least once, then you will understand. And you will never feel you wasted your time or money or your energy. That much I can guarantee you. That much I can guarantee you. Actually, with this new combination of completion, Shivoham process, Nithyananda process, I can comfortably tell you, at least one spiritual power will start expressing through you, which will be useful for you in your day-to-day life, strengthens and enriches you in your everyday life. And it's the program. At least on the planet Earth, this is the most powerful spiritual program available now. That much I can be very clear. On the planet Earth, the most powerful spiritual program available is Inner Awakening. Narada can vouch for it because he only goes to all the world. Next.
From Toronto, Rajeshwari Ramasamy asks, Swamiji, this is the first session with you. My question is, how do I find my guru?
You do not need to worry, think so much about finding your guru. It is like, if I have to put it in a language which you all understand, love at first sight. Don't even try to make me as a guru or remember and all that. Just leave it. You will not be able to forget me if I am your guru. You will not be able to forget me if I am your guru. It is like a click happens. Something will click in you. You just will not be able to forget. I am there all the time inside. Whether you are cooking or you are in your office meeting, whatever you are doing, I am there all the time as undercurrent in you. Then I am your guru. If that does not happen, don't worry, continue your search. You will find my blessings. So, you don't have to worry, think too much about how do I find my guru. You go on, become more and more authentic. You will see simply, the guru will find you and the click will happen. Understand, this is the underline. The moment you wake up, whether you are brushing the teeth or taking bath or cooking, going to office, attending your routine or reading books or watching TV or watching movie, whatever you may do, I'll be there as an undercurrent sitting inside you. How many of you feel that experientially? For all of you, I am Guru, that's all. I can say. There's a big team. So, you don't have to think, plan, nothing. It'll just click. It'll just click. So, in your language, you call it falling in love. I say, raising in love. It'll just happen. It'll just happen. Rajeshwari, I bless you. It'll happen to you now. My blessings.
From New York Center, Dear Swamiji, I heard you say not having time is one of the worst forms of poverty. Also heard you say in Abundance webinar that not having time is just because of your deep boredom and tiredness. I feel like I don't have any time because I'm constantly so busy doing so many things, so I'm not seeing where the boredom or tiredness comes in. Please clarify for me. Thank you.
Actually, one of the biggest problem the humanity is going to face in next 5 years is not HIV, AIDS or population or terrorism. No. One of the biggest problem humanity is going to face in next 5 years is deaths due to boredom and tiredness. Whatever you want to give, people don't want to live anymore. They are bored. Give them pizza, they are bored. Okay, provide them all the varieties of sex. No, they are bored. Pornography, they are bored. Entertainment, bored. Alcohol, bored. Drugs, bored. Facebook, bored. TV, bored. This is one of the biggest problem humanity is going to face within next 5 years. Understand? Feeling bored means denying your life, denying the possibilities of your space and time meeting. It is a very important truth. I have decided I will do a 2-day program, just like Nithyananda Yoga, on conquering time. Because it is too much to share in one question. I really want to help people to get out of boredom. Understand? If boredom captures you, nothing can make your life happy. I am not promoting drinking, smoking, pornography, womanizing, all that. I am not promoting. But all I am trying to tell you is, boredom is much worse than all this. Even with all this, if you are able to keep yourself excited, at least, okay, be alive. Boredom is going to be one of the worst problems. Because nowadays, by the time they are 30, maximum 35, they have seen everything, they have done everything which you can imagine, you can't imagine. What more to do? Nothing more. The only way to win this game of boredom is understanding what is time, what is space, the interaction between these two, and knowing the very entry of time into space and space into time is an exciting celebration. Only that will give you the eternal celebration. Otherwise, people are tired of dancing, drinking, marijuana. People are tired of everything. They have done everything. All these became outdated. Drinks, womanizing,
Women sit and fall asleep, the children consciously receive the initiation. Here, because the mother is giving the conscious consent, and actually at that time, Prahalada's mom was not falling asleep. In the initiation, when Narada was initiating the Mahavakya to Prahalada, she was falling in that space of Samadhi. She was raising the frequency.
And that's exactly what happens even
human beings have gone to the extreme Now nothing more excites. I am not even looking at 10 years. I am looking at next 5 years. The grand collapse of human civilization due to boredom. Understand? The human civilization is going towards, moving towards, heading towards grand collapse, not because of economical meltdown, no global political crisis,
They
no
themselves
terrorism,
their body, the sweetness and
or no virus.
it is literally like an initiation, receiving initiation by listening to Krishna's music. They themselves would just milk without any other person having to milk them. Same way, each person, each being has a different way of responding to initiations. When you notice your pets or small babies when they're just sitting in the initiation, they do not have a logic or mind or any of those. So directly they receive the initiation much powerfully than any of us. And they raise such high frequency. They enter a kind of a trance and they directly enter into the highest state of consciousness. We were learning about it, 25 states of consciousness 2 days back. They enter into that higher states of consciousness, like almost like they enter into the Turiya state. So what you see as when someone is like receiving the initiation in your example, when she is receiving an initiation, it is much higher state of consciousness than when Subhadra was listening to what Krishna was saying. That she was listening to it as a matter of understanding the knowledge. Whereas here it was completely a different thing. You're understanding, ma? That's why understand initiation, anupaya is too important, too important, because even when the moment you say a conscious yes, the master can just enter inside you and very, very powerfully they raise you to such high frequencies. And many of you that are asking about this graha doshas, today through the initiation, Swamiji will remove all the malefic effects of the planets from us. So any of you that want to get your graha doshas removed, or you have your family, friends who have these kind of doshas, like you see in their lives, you suddenly notice that there's some lot of things that they feel like it's like some kind of an unluck, or why is this even happening to me? Is it some kind of a curse? Like this, people, when they're going through such struggles, they do not know why such bad things are happening, negativity is happening in their lives. You should definitely invite them to come and be here. It'll all your graha doshas, Swamiji will just make them disappear. And instead, the grahas will become your own friends. And they will also support you in your journey for Paramashivoham. Mavinata is asking, does it also apply to Pitru Dosha? Pitru Dosha, this is the initiation we had 2-3 days back when Swamiji was raising us to Pitraloka and removing any Pitru Shapa, Rishi Shapa, any kind of curses and the doshas that may have incurred because of Pitrus. So that was the initiation we had few days back. Ma? This initiation is different. All right. So now let's all prepare for the initiation, the darshan. Today, we all are going to be receiving the darshan of Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murti. Swamiji had elaborately explained such amazing way the story of how Paramashiva manifested as Bhagavan Lingodbhava to resolve the conflict between Brahma and Vishnu and enlighten them, giving the enlightenment to them and making them realize the conscious sovereignty in them. Now we are going to be chanting the Dhyana Shloka of Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murti. whose darshan all of us are going to be receiving now.
This is a form of Paramashiva where he assumes from formlessness to the form.
Devam garbhagrahasya manakалите linge jataशेखरम् katyasaktakaram varam च ददतं कृष्णं मृगं चाभयम् सव्येटङ्कममेयपादमकुटं ब्रह्माच्युताभ्यां युतम् ऊर्ध्वार्धस्थितहंसकोलममलं लिङ्गोद्भवं भावये. Let us all get ready now. This Dhyana Shloka is the description of the form of Bhagavan, Lingodbhava Murti. Now, through today's initiation, all of us are going to experience the conscious supremacy and conscious sovereignty being awakened in us. And we're also going to be receiving the initiation of any kind of negativity that is being caused in us, or malefic effects that the planets or the planetary positions are having in our lives, to be completely erased off from our lives. That is the initiation we all are going to be receiving today. And we are also going to be receiving the initiation where Swamiji literally awakens 9 points in our brain, which can directly connect to the 9 planets. So make sure throughout the darshan, you are here sitting clearly visible in the camera. If any of your friends, family members are not yet here, kindly invite them also to come and join you here. Please take a few minutes and invite everyone. During the darshan, we are going to be having an amazing blessing where all your prayers and boons you can directly ask to Swamiji, and you can post it here in the chat as well as across the social media platforms, and Swamiji himself will be personally seeing them and blessing them. Some of you are asking, how is Swamiji able to read all of our messages, because there are like 10 Zoom rooms, and how is Swamiji actually dictating? If you have lived around Swamiji, you definitely know the answer, because like if you've seen Swamiji blessing during the darshans, initiations, where you will see there will be thousands of people standing in a huge line, and one by one Swamiji will attend to read their letters. Sometimes people will write 3-4 pages long. Swamiji will, in a second, like Swamiji will be reading it so fast and blessing each of them for the boons that they're asking. And now since it's online, Swamiji is blessing all of us simultaneously, and each of you are receiving Swamiji's own personal blessings for you. So be rest assured, in each of your Zoom rooms, it is Swamiji's blessings literally being transcribed for you. So you can ask your prayers and any boons that you want to ask, you can ask, and Swamiji himself will be blessing you and responding to your prayers and the questions that you have. Only one request we have for all of you is, make sure you do not repeat the same message multiple times, as that spams the chat and even the other participants miss out on the blessings that Swamiji is giving to them. So make sure you do not spam the chat. And this darshan is an extremely rare happening. It's very, very sacred space. Literally, Bhagavan Lingodbhava is manifesting for us physically here. The formless manifesting in form for each one of us. So it's very important that you are sitting straight. This is a very sacred space. Do not lie down. Do not talk to people around you. this is an extremely sacred space. So have that sweet devotion and gratitude space inside of you and sit and make sure you're clearly visible in the camera, because during the darshan, Swamiji literally goes screen by screen and sees every single participant and gives blessings. So make sure you're clearly visible in the camera so that you do not miss out on the Nayana Diksha.
We're all going to be receiving one of the most powerful initiations where our whole brain is literally going to getting rewired to awaken the ultimate aspects of manifesting all the planetary doshas, everything being completely erased, all the malefic effects completely being erased, and manifesting our ultimate highest potential through us. So I request all the participants to make sure you are sitting in front of the camera throughout the darshan. And please have your cameras on at all times. Make sure you're available sitting in front of the camera. Post all your prayers, blessings requests, boons requests, everything in the chat. And during the darshan, please avoid any kind of a distraction, any kind of moving around, or any kind of other distractions. Do not create any distractions for yourself. Just sit in a very relaxed way. The very presence of the avatar has the ability to completely, literally rewire your brain, to process, to awaken, to manifest higher dimensions of the cosmos. Just by connecting to the avatar, all these dimensions in you will get awakened. Just sit. I request all of you to make sure you're not having virtual backgrounds. Your camera should be clear, you should be visible in the camera. I see that some of you are still not settled. Can I please request all the participants to come and settle down? And the digital securities will be moving the participants who are not in the camera into the waiting room. So for you all to have a pleasant experience of the darshan, for you to enjoy the darshan, and for the whole process to be seamless, please make sure you're checking yourself, make sure that you're in adherence to all the security policies. And I also see some of you do not have your proper name. Please rename yourself. Please make sure either your legal name or spiritual name is put.
Ma Gokila has posted. I posted only once, and all my boons have manifested, and some manifesting, and some is in the process of manifesting. And very soon I'll share my experiences after getting blessings from Bhagavan. Just very beautiful. Yes, so nice to see the experience you have posted, Ma Gokila Devi. And definitely, as you said, definitely share your experiences of how, after receiving the blessings from Swamiji, your boons have manifested. You can definitely even record a video and post it on your social media. Today, all of you that had attended, especially all the participants who had attended the entire day, you will see that today during this initiation, actually today's sessions of Navagrahas are not over yet. What we learned is just one part of it. We are next going to be having the amazing knowledge of Surya Siddhanta. We learned about Jyotisha. The next, we are also going to be learning about Surya Siddhanta, the amazing revelations that Swamiji has revealed in Surya Siddhanta. So you will all see how now during the initiation, whatever we understood as cognitions, powerful cognitions, you will see so many of them suddenly becoming as your experiential, powerful cognitions. Like many of you are sharing, right? Now, even when you're sitting alone, just thinking, even in that level, you know, as an undercurrent, you have already started thinking about 14 lokas exist. Yes, that's real. somewhere even I'm existing in 14 lokas. That undercurrent, how now after just by sitting in the initiations and receiving the initiations from Swamiji, so many of you had shared saying that has become your very thought process. It has started becoming your very thought process. Like that, all the cognitions that you have received today about how the planets are not our enemies. The planetary positions are not some conspiracies done against us. No. The moment you understand how it functions and that all the planets are only here to make you experience and manifest the ultimate space of Paramashiva, you will see how very beautifully you will start manifesting all that cognitions as your very experience. Like that undercurrent in you, all these cognitions will just like that be clicking and clicking inside of you. And also,
when we sit during the darshan, right, literally we are lifted out of the space-time dimension as we know, lifted out of this whole matrix, and literally you experience the highest energy manifesting in you. That is why darshan does not have a past, a present, or a future. It just is happening eternally. There is no moment where a darshan is not happening. There is no particular moment that the darshan happened. There is no particular moment that darshan will not happen. It is just eternal. It happens in the now. It is not bound by time. Now, every one of you that are sitting here, as we prepare for the darshan, understand whether you might be sitting somewhere in Australia, you might be sitting somewhere in US, UK, any part of the world, China. The moment you sit here for the darshan, when Swamiji comes on the screen, when he is initiating, literally you are transcended out of all the time-space dimensions. And not just this, any malefic effects of the planet, any so-called doshas, whatever you are struggling with, just offer the prayer to Swamiji. He will simply remove all of that, especially today. And we're going to be having a very, very beautiful, powerful initiation. So I request every one of all of you to post all the prayers, boons in the Zoom chat. And if you have any questions, if you have any particular doubts that you would like to ask, request for the revelations on, please feel free to post it on Twitter with hashtag #AskTheAvatar. Sorry, please post it on Twitter with hashtag #AskTheAvatar. Now, let us all get ready to receive the darshan. We request all the participants to please be seated, settle down. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Let us all get ready to receive the darshan. Please settle down.
Now, today we are going to be having the darshan of Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murti. And this also has a very strong significance today. Bhagavan Lingodbhava, when Paramashiva manifested as a huge light shaft, today Swamiji was explaining right in the sessions how Paramashiva gave a threefold promise as he is going to be available in Tiruvannamalai in three forms. One is as Arunachala, the hill Arunachala in the form of Arunachala. And second, as Arunachaleshwara Linga. And third, as a continuous living stream of avatars, living avatars, the Nijavataras, incarnations. True to his word, in the same sacred holy town of Tiruvannamalai, Paramashiva himself descended as our beloved Swamiji. And Sanatana Hindu Dharma has a very amazing, this knowledge, what we've been learning since morning. We've been learning extraordinary revelations from Hinduism on how the cosmos exists, Big Bang, black hole, all of these. For thousands of years, our Hindu scriptures have been able to document these cosmic events that are happening, documenting every single event, including the Big Bang, black holes manifesting simultaneously, spontaneously, and synergetically. For example, the Skanda Mahapurana, Paramashiva reveals how the whole universe started from Linga. This clearly shows how everything, these scriptures state how everything starts from the Big Bang of Paramashiva and merge back into Paramashiva Linga. Now, very recently, science has also discovered this, how the whole universe began. It's the Big Bang. According to the science, the universe was created out of a black hole and suddenly a Big Bang emerged into creating this universe. This is exactly the manifestation of Bhagavan Lingotava, Avyakta, the unmanifest manifesting into Vyakta. The descent and departure of great avatars have been recorded in multiple astrophysical phenomena such as meteors, comets, and supernova. For example, upon Mahasamadhi of Bhagavan Sri Ramana Maharishi in 1950, thousands were a witness to an luminous meteor traveling across the sky. Like this, there are several happenings that have recorded these cosmic indications of the avatars descending on the planet. And one such event had happened on the 3rd of January, 1978. As an answer to the prayer of millions in the modern day, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form, leaving an undeniable record of his happening in the night sky.
Exactly the experience of birth, the experience itself is really wonderful. There was no dual or two things. First, it can be said even in the way like a light covered by light. There was no experiencer and experienced separately. There was only one consciousness, which is intelligent, which is alive, and which is enjoying itself. First, it was just the Satchidananda, nothing else. I was conscious, I was alive, and I know I was alive, and I was just enjoying that I am alive. I exist. Suddenly, in a very vague way, one small light. Please understand, I am explaining frame by frame what happened during my birth. The first frame was a light in somewhere around South India, southern India. But I do not know at that moment it was Arunachala or something like that. Just somewhere around southern India. That was the first slide, first scene. The next scene, like a star, shooting star, I was just pulled by that light. The third scene in my consciousness was the Arunachala. By now, I know I already taken the body.
On this very day, exactly as Swamiji had described, that was an extremely beautiful happening. In the universe, about 10 million light years away from Earth, there was a thermonuclear explosion that happened. And this explosion caused one of the brightest supernovas ever. And this was visible to the naked eye on the planet Earth. And this was the exact time when Swamiji had descended on this planet. And now all of us are going to be receiving the darshan of this very form of Paramashiva, Lingodbhava, where he himself has come down as our beloved Swamiji. Please sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Enter into a deep meditative space. Chant the Mahavakya.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ ஆரீரோ
அருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே, அகிலோ தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே, நீ இன்றி விழிவேது எங்களை காத்திடவே, என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பார்த்திடவே. அருணையில் உதித்த அருணாச்சலனே, அகிலம் தாண்டி ஆளும் அரசே, நீ இன்றி விழிவேது எங்களை காத்திடவே, என் இரு கண்கள் போதாது உன்னை பார்த்திடவே. நாயகனே, வேத்து வித்தகனே, பரமருளே, ஞானத்து திருவருளே, கண்கோடி வேண்டும் கால காலனை காண, தேரில் பவனி வர அவனியே ஆடிடுதே. என் கண்ணிமையும் கண்ணசையும் கருணை நிறுத்திடமே, நீ செவ்விடம் உன்னடையும் ஆனந்தத்தின் நிலையாகவே. மார்கழியில் சிவனாய் அவதரித்தாய், மனதிலே தீயாய் நீ உதித்தாய், மக்கள் குறை தீர்த்திடவே, மண்ணுலகே நீ மலர்ந்தாய், ஜீவனை சிவனாய் ஆக்கிடவே, ஆகமத்தின் முறையே நீ சென்றாய், ஆனந்தமாய் வாழ வைக்க ஆண்டவனே இறங்கி வந்தாய். கனியாகும் உந்தன் கருணையிலே, மண்ணும் வீணாகும் உந்தன் வருகையிலே, எங்கள் வேண்டுதற்காய் சிரசினை தந்தாயே, எங்கள் வேண்டுதற்காய் நீ பாதம் பந்தாயே. உயிர் தந்து உயிருக்கு பொருள் தந்து விலட்சி நீ தந்து சிவனடி சேர்ந்திட, சிந்தை சித்தத்தின் சிவனருள் நிலைத்திடவா. பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பன்னாடு சென்றாலும் தென்னாடு நின்னாடு, 30 தேவர்கள் தம்பாடு ஓராடி வந்தாரையா. வாராரு வாராரையா, எங்க கொண்டசாமி வாராரையா, கொண்டாடு கொண்டாரையா, இந்த நாள கொண்டாரையா. வந்தாரு வந்தாரையா, எங்க குலசாமி வந்தாரையா, தந்தாரு தந்தாரையா, நித்யானந்த தந்தாரையா. எது திசை எங்கும் முரசு கொட்ட வெட்டு காட்டி வாராரையா. வாராரு வாராரையா, எங்க குலசாமி வாராரையா, கொண்டாடு கொண்டாரையா, இந்த நாள கொண்டாரையா. வந்தாரு வந்தாரையா, எங்க குலசாமி வந்தாரையா, தந்தாரு தந்தாரையா, நித்யானந்த தந்தாரையா.
வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை
ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி ஆவி ஆத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை காட்டும் நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே, ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே, எங்கள் வாழ்வில் இன்ப ஜோதியான நித்யானந்தனே.
அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக, அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக, தியானந்தனை தானமாக தந்த தெய்வமே.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே, தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே, ஒரு தவத்தின் கோலம் பூண்டனையே நித்யானந்தனே.
நின் நாமந்தனை நாவில் ஏந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி, நின் நாமந்தனை நாவில் ஏந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி, வாழ்வில் பெரும் பேறு பெற்றோம் நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. ஆனந்த கந்த வாசம் செய்யும் எம்மையே, இங்கு ஆட்சி செய்யும் ஆதிதேவன் நித்யானந்தனே.
ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆரோக்கியம் பக்தி ஸ்புரணம், ஆனந்தம் நித்யானந்தம் ஆரோக்கியம் பக்தி ஸ்புரணத்தோடு தியான சிகிச்சை தந்த நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. அகமாகி ஜெகமாளும் ஆதிசக்தி நீ, நித்ய அவதாரமாய் வந்து வாழும் சக்தி நீ.
வல்வினைகள் வீட்டிடவே கொண்ட துயர் மாய்த்திடவே, வல்வினைகள் வீட்டிடவே கொண்ட துயர் மாய்த்திடவே, வாழ்வின் பொருளாக நின்ற நித்திய சக்தி நீ.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. ஞானபீட தாரகையாம் நித்யானந்தனே, எங்கள் வாழ்வில் சாரமானவனே நித்யானந்தனே.
ஞான கற்பிலே திளைத்து வாழ்வில் பற்றுதல் கடக்க,
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே
ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டே மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடிப்போதினில் பொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான் துணையென வருவான் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் உடல் மாய்க்கும் நோய் வந்த போதும் உயிர் காக்கும் மருந்தாகி நின்றிடுவான் மனம் வாட்டும் இடர்கள் தீர இதம் சேர்க்கும் வார்த்தைகளை அவன் பேசிடுவான் தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான் பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான் தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான் பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான் தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான் நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான் எந்தன் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான் நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான்
The very form in which the entire cosmos assumed its form.
தெள்ளமுதாய் நிற்கும் ஆனந்தலிங்கம்
மழையினில் நாமும் இரையாய் மாறக்கூடும். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான், அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன், மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன், மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன். மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடி போதினில் பொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான்.
Murti form of Paramashiva, the very form in which Paramashiva assumed the form from the formlessness, where the avyakta became the vyakta, the unmanifest became manifest, the unseeable became seeable, the formlessness assumed form. In the kshetra, in the very place that the Paramavatara of Paramashiva, our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, incarnated in the sacred sthala of Naval. It was in this very place that Paramashiva manifested as Bhagavan Lingodbhava Murti, continuing to be available to the entire humanity as Arunachaleshwara Linga, Arunachala the hill, Arunachaleshwara Linga, and the continuous stream of living incarnations, the Paramavatara of Paramashiva, our beloved Swamiji, as the present incarnation of that unbroken lineage. During this darshan today, all of us can ask any prayers, especially pertaining to removing the malefic effects of the planets, planetary positions, doshas, all of it. So we are going to take a few minutes to take you all through the different avenues through which you can ask your prayers, blessings and boons requests to Swamiji.
The first one is YouTube. Please head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel. If you're not yet subscribed, make sure to hit the subscribe button, click on the live video, hit the like button too, and in the live chat section, you can post your questions, prayers, and gratitude messages. You can even post your questions over there and you will receive direct response from Swamiji himself. The next platform is WhatsApp. Please head to kailasa.org and scroll down and you will be prompted with the WhatsApp icon. Click on that and join the WhatsApp community through which you can post your prayers directly to Swamiji and receive direct blessings from Swamiji. The next is Twitter. Please head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda Paramashivam Twitter handle. Go to the topmost pinned tweet and as a reply to the pinned tweet, using the hashtag #AskTheAvatar, you can post your prayers, boons, as well as any questions that you have. Feel free to post it here. Take a few minutes, make sure you're following along with each of the steps. And next is Instagram. Please head to KAILASA's SPH Nithyananda Instagram handle. Click on the profile picture, which will lead you to the live video. And right under the live video, in the comment section, you can post your prayers, the boons that you want to ask, and directly receive the blessings from Swamiji. Last is Facebook. Please head to KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. And if you're not yet following the Facebook page, make sure to hit the follow button, scroll down, and go to the live video. In the live video, right under in the comment section, you can click and post any of your prayers and the boons that you want to receive blessings for from Swamiji. If you have your family members, near and dear ones, who are suffering through because of any doshas due to some planetary positions, please invite them. Make sure they are also sitting right now with you and receiving this most powerful darshan.
And today, as all of us are rejoicing this darshan, and we request all of you to use this opportunity, avail this opportunity, ask all your prayers, everything to Swamiji, whichever planetary positions, any doshas that you want to remove, ask all of that to Swamiji. And today, to all the Hindus, every one of you around the world, as part of the KAILASA's voting, Hindu voting, today the question for all the born and practicing Hindus are: how likely are you to make decisions in your life based on the Hindu astrology, the Jyotisha Shastra? How much impact do you think the science of astrology is currently having in your life? We request all of you to take a few minutes and let us know. You can, if you feel like yes, 100%, you have a lot, it has a lot of influence in your life, or most likely 75%, you are likely to take some decisions relating to that, or very rarely, very rarely, like some occasions you depend on the Jyotisha, or no, you don't use at all. You can choose the option. We request all of you to head to this link, kailasa.org/Hindu-votes. And we welcome all the Chit Sabha members as well to let us know. You all also can head to this voting link and vote. And to all the Chit Sabha members of the House of Parliament, the question that we have for all of you today is: how important to you is the revival of these ancient sciences of Jyotisha and Vastu Shastras? How much significance do you think it will have in the everyday life of Hindus living around the world by knowing these sciences, through the revival of these sciences? You can let us know your thoughts. Your options are: yes, I think it is very important. Option 2 is: it would be nice to have, but I don't think it will make much of a difference. And option 3 is: no, I do not think it is important. So we request all the Chit Sabha members also to please head to the link. And just to notify you all, today the link that you all will be going to is the same as the link projected on the screen. As soon as you go to this link, it will give you an option for Chit Sabha members. The moment you enter your SJP Sarvagnya Pita ID, you will be enabled to vote in the same link for the Chit Sabha voting. So just to make sure that we're all clear and the process is seamless, we request all the Chit Sabha members as well to please head to the same link as you all see in the screen that is projected, kailasa.org/Hindu-votes. And in that, you can go ahead and head to Rajya Sabha and vote in Rajya Sabha as well. And you will also see the options Chit Sabha voting, which is only exclusive for Sarvagnya Pita Yajaman, Sarvagnya Pita Kartas. And we request all of you to head to that link. You can type in your ID and you will be able to. We request all of you to take a few minutes, please. Now, let us all continue with powerful initiation and mission today.
மேகம் மேருவாம் ஜோதி மலை தன்னிலே தாயன தோன்றினாளே.
ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். நித்யன் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தார். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம். நித்யன் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம், அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். நித்யனை பற்றுவதொன்றே உபாயம் என்பதானால் பற்றி பிடித்தோம். நித்யம் பாதம் ஒன்றே சதம், அவன் நாமம் சொல்லியே நித்யானந்தம் கொள்ளுவோம். அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான் புவி எண்ணாத யோகமே கொண்டிட நித்யன் ஈரேழு லோகத்தில் கெட்டா. ஈசன் முக்தி நெறி அருளவே நித்யனாய் அண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான். திருவண்ணாமலையில் பிறந்தான்.
ஆரீரோ, ஆரீராரீராரீரோ. ஆரீரோ, ஆரீராரீராரீரோ. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருணை மிகுந்து அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருணை மிகுந்து அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது. பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. தவழும் அழகை கண்ட தாயின் மனம் களித்தது. ததும்பும் அழகில் தரணி முழுதும் மயக்கம் கொண்டது. தவழும் அழகை கண்ட தாயின் மனம் களித்தது. ததும்பும் அழகில் தரணி முழுதும் மயக்கம் கொண்டது. துரு துருப்பாய் நித்யன் இயங்கும் விதம் ரசித்தது. துரு துருப்பாய் நித்யன் இயங்கும் விதம் ரசித்தது. தங்க மகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் என்றுணர்ந்தது. தங்க மகன் நித்யன் தெய்வம் என்றுணர்ந்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. கடவுள் அவதரித்தது. பாலகனாம் நித்யன் பக்தி ரசத்தில் மூழ்கிட. பளிங்கு முகம் புன்னகையில் பூத்து மலர்ந்திட. பாலகனாம் நித்யன் பக்தி ரசத்தில் மூழ்கிட. பளிங்கு முகம் புன்னகையில் பூத்து மலர்ந்திட. பார்த்த எந்தன் வாழ்வே பரவசத்தில் ஆழ்ந்திட. பார்த்த எந்தன் வாழ்வே
லிங்கம் சர்வ சமுத்பவ காரண லிங்கம் அஷ்டதரித்ர விநாசன லிங்கம்.
Om. Om. As the ultimate manifestation of Paramashiva's Lingodbhavamurti, I bless you all. with Paramadvaita. Today, I'll awaken all of you to the experience of cosmology, the whole cosmos and cosmology. I'll awaken the 9 points in your brain, which corresponds to 9 planets. You will be showered with the blessings of Navagrahas and the whole cosmos. All the malefic effects of the planets and doshas, all will be removed through this initiation. Sarva Mangala Praptirastu. Sarvadosha Nivarti Praptirastu. Om. 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 Manifest the power of mind reading. Om. 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 Sit now. Visualize the cosmos and Lingodbhava Murti happening in you. Om, Om, Om.
अष्टदलो परिवेष्टितलिङ्गं सर्वसमुद्भवकारणलिङ्गम् अष्टदरिद्रविनाशन
பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட கழல்கள் பற்றி ஆனந்தமாய் சரணடைந்திட கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது கருணை மிகுந்த அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது கருணை மலையில் அழகு கடவுள் அவதரித்தது கருணை மிகுந்த அன்னை என்னும் வரமளித்தது பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது பரமஞான ஒளியில் குழந்தை ஜொலி ஜொலித்தது பரமஹம்ச நித்யன் என்னும் பெயரும் பெற்றது ஆரீரோ ஆரீராரீராரீரோ
கண்ணிமையும் கண்ணசையும் கருணை இருப்பிடமே நீ செவ்விடம் தந்து உயிருக்கு பொருள் தந்து வினை தந்து சிவனடி சேர்ந்திட சிந்தையில் சித்தத்தின் சிவனருள் நிலைத்திடவா பல்லாண்டு பல்லாண்டு பல்லாயிரத்தாண்டு பன்னாடு சென்றாலும் தென்னாடு நின்னாடு 30 கோடி தேவர்கள் தப்பாடு ஓராடி வந்தாரையா வாராரு வாராரையா எங்க கொண்டசாமி வாராரையா கொண்டாடு கொண்டாடையா இந்த நாள கொண்டாடையா வந்தாரு வந்தாரையா எங்க குலசாமி வந்தாரையா தந்தாரு தந்தாரையா நித்யானந்த தந்தாரையா எது திசையெங்கும் முரசு கொட்ட வென்று காட்டி வாராரையா வாராரு வாராரையா எங்க கொண்டசாமி வாராரையா கொண்டாடு கொண்டாடையா இந்த நாள கொண்டாடையா வந்தாரு வந்தாரையா எங்க குலசாமி வந்தாரையா தந்தாரு தந்தாரையா நித்யானந்த தந்தாரையா வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே சோனமலை வந்துதித்த நித்யானந்தனே சோனமலை வந்துதித்த நித்யானந்தனே ஒரு ஞான குரு ஆனவனே நித்யானந்தனே
ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி அபியாத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஜீவன் சிவனாக மாற்றி அபியாத்மனோடு சேர்த்து ஆனந்தத்தின் எல்லை காட்டும் நித்யானந்தனே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே ஞானமெனும் ஆனந்த தீபம் ஏற்றியே எங்கள் வாழ்வில் இன்ப ஜோதியான நித்யானந்தனே
அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக அகந்தையற்ற காம குரோதம் அனைத்தும் இங்கு மாய்ந்து போக தியானந்தனை தானமாக தந்த தெய்வமே
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி ஆனந்த அனுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே தாரணியின் அவல கோலம் நீக்குவதற்கே ஒரு தவத்தின் கோலம் பூண்டனையே நித்யானந்தனே
நில் நாமந்தனை நாவில் ஏந்தி ஞான மார்க்கத்தினை பற்றி நில் நாம
நித்யானந்தனே எங்கள் வாழ்வில் சாரமானவனே நித்யானந்தனே.
ஞான கருத்திலே திளைத்து வாழ்வில் பற்றுதல் கடக்க, ஞான கருத்திலே திளைத்து வாழ்வில் பற்றுதல் கடக்க, தாளினையே பற்றுகின்றோம் நித்யானந்தனே.
நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருளை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருளை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. நித்யானந்தனே நீ பரபிரம்மானந்த ஞானி, ஆனந்தானுபவத்தை இங்கு அருள வந்த சாமி. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே. வெள்ளிமலை கைலை விட்டு நித்யானந்தனே, தங்கமலை அருணை வந்தாய் நித்யானந்தனே.
ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன், மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன். மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடிப்போதினில் கொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான், துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான், தலை தூக்கிடும் கருவங்களை தடம் மாற்றிட வெடிப்பான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். பின் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான், தினம் கருணை மழையாய் பொழிவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான், வந்து உதித்தான். இந்த மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான் நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான் இந்த மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான் நித்தின் மகிழ்வை தளர்த்திடச் செய்வான் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். மனம் கொண்ட எண்ணங்கள் யாவும் வெகுண்டோட தியானங்கள் தந்திடுவான் தந்திடுவான். யுகம் காக்கும் நித்யானந்தன் உயிர் தோழனாய் என்னை என்று ஏத்திடுவான் ஏத்திடுவான். கருணை மழையினில் நாமும் இரையாய் மாறக்கூடும் அவன் கருணை மழையினில் நாமும் இரையாய் மாறக்கூடும். சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான் அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான் அவன் சரணம் அடைந்தால் அருள்வான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தனும் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன் மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன். காக்கும் இறையே நட்பின் உருவாய் வந்த களிப்பால் கட்டு கடங்கா மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன் மகிழ்வு கொண்டேன். மலை போல் வரும் துயர் யாவையும் நொடி போதினில் பொடியாக்கிட புயலாய் வருவான் துணையென வருவான். ஜென்ம ஜென்மமாய் செய்த தவமோ உற்ற நண்பனாய் நித்யானந்தன் வந்து உதித்தான் வந்து உதித்தான். கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது. கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது. சொல்ல ஒரு வார்த்தையை காத்தே கண்கள் மூடினாலும் கனவில் வந்து நித்யன் நித்திரை தராமல் என தொல்லை தந்து கண்கள் மூடினாலும் கனவில் வந்து நித்யன் நித்திரை தராமல் என தொல்லை தந்து மிக அக்கறையுடனே என் சித்தம் தெளிய அக்கறையுடனே என் சித்தம் தெளிய சொப்பனத்தில் நல்லதொரு ஞானம் தந்தவன் என் சொப்பனத்தில் நல்லதொரு ஞானம் தந்தவன் நித்தியதை கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது கொஞ்சம் மொழியால் என்னை பக்கம் அழைப்பான் சென்றவுடன் இல்லை என்று மாற்றி உதைப்பான் கொஞ்சம் மொழியால் என்னை பக்கம் அழைப்பான் சென்றவுடன் இல்லை என்று மாற்றி உதைப்பான் எப்படி உரைத்தால் என்ன நித்யனவன் உளம் கவர்ந்தான் செப்படி வித்தை செய்தால் என்ன பித்தனவன் அன்பால் அணைத்தான் என்னை பித்தனவன் அன்பால் அணைத்தான் அவனை கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது பேசுகின்ற தாய்மொழியும் மறந்து விட்டேன் கள்வன் நித்யனவன் பேரை மட்டும் மனனம் செய்தேன் பேசுகின்ற தாய்மொழியும் மறந்து விட்டேன் கள்வன் நித்யனவன் பேரை மட்டும் மனனம் செய்தேன் எந்தன் வாழ்வின் பொருளான அவன் காதல் பெறவே வாழ்வின் பொருளான அவன் காதல் பெறவே வேள்விகள் புரிந்தே அவன் பாதம் பணிந்தேன் பல வேள்விகள் புரிந்தே அவன் பாதம் பணிந்தேன் நித்யதை கண்டது முதல் பேதை மனம் பித்து கொண்டது கண்கள் காணுகின்ற யாவையும் அவன் ரூபமானது கண்டது முதல் சீர்மிகும் மேருவாம் ஜோதி மணி தன்னிலே தாயன தோன்றினாளே. பாலமுத ஊட்டிடும் வேளையில் பக்திரசம் தந்தையும் ஊட்டினாளே. பாவங்கள் செய்தலும் நன்றன்று என்ற நற்பாதையும் காட்டினாளே. சோதனைகள் வந்திட்டு போதெல்லாம் தோள் மீது சாய்த்தென்னை தேற்றினாளே. சுந்தர தாயவள் சுலபமாய் வென்றிட புறம் தந்தை ஏற்றினாளே. சேயனை காக்கவே சிந்தை இறங்கிய சீல நித்தேஸ்வரியாய். சீர்மிகும் மேருவாம் ஜோதி மணி தன்னிலே தாயன தோன்றினாளே. தூயவன் ஆனந்த தாண்டவன் மாதவள் தீராத அன்பினாலே. தீராத அன்பினாலே. தீராத அன்பினாலே. ஈரேழு லோகங்கள் தேடிட நித்திய தாயினை கீழில்லையே. தீராத பிறவிகள் கொண்டாலும் தாயவள் சேயாக சோர்வில்லையே. பாராளும் வேந்தனாய் புவியாண்ட போதிலும் பெருமை ஏதும் இல்லையே. சீராத நித்தேஸ்வரி இதை பெற்ற ஆனந்தத்திற்கேதில்லையே. சேயனை காக்கவே சிந்தை இறங்கிய சீல நித்தேஸ்வரியாய். சீர்மிகும் மேருவாம் ஜோதி மலை தன்னிலே தாயன தோன்றினாளே. தவழ்கின்ற பருவத்து தாலாட்டினை கூட தானமாய் தருவித்தவள். துவள்கின்ற போதெல்லாம் துன்பத்தை தூசியாய் துடைத்தம்மை அணைக்கின்றவள். அருள்கின்ற நித்திய தாயவள் அகவாழ்வின் இருள் தன்னை களைகின்றவள். மருள்கின்ற மகவை தன் மடி மீது சாற்றியே மலை போல உயிர்ப்பித்தவள். சேயனை காக்கவே சிந்தை இறங்கிய சீல நித்தேஸ்வரியாய். சீர்மிகும் மேருவாம் ஜோதி மணி தன்னிலே தாயன தோன்றினாளே. தூயவன் ஆனந்த தாண்டவன் மாதவள் தீராத அன்பினாலே. தீராத அன்பினாலே. தீராத அன்பினாலே. தீராத அன்பினாலே. தீராத அன்பினாலே. நித்யானந்தா. ஓ நித்யானந்தா. நித்யானந்தா. ஓ நித்யானந்தா. மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க. மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க. கருணையில் நித்யன் அருணையில் இறங்கினான் மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் அருணையில் இறங்கினான் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமதில் கலைந்து மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினான் அகமதன் இருளை க்ஷணமதில் கலைந்து மகதிட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினான் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினான் பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினான் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினான் பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினான் மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் அருணையில் இறங்கினான் காலை அவன் காலடியினிலே கருத்துடன் மெதுவாகவே அமர்ந்து கண் விழித்திட ஐயா என்றே பணிவாய் அழைப்பேன் புத்தம் புது மலராய் மலர்ந்து சற்றே ஒரு புன்னகை பொறிந்து பித்தன் புவி காத்திடும் நித்யானந்தா விண்ணோர் மண்ணோர் தோழும் நேசன் நித்யாச்சலன் எனும் நேசன் பெருந்துயர் நீக்கிடும் நித்யானந்தா மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் அருணையில் இறங்கினான் கங்கை நீர் கலந்தெந்தன் தலைவனை நீராடிட அழைப்பேன் பாங்காய் வெண்பட்டாடிதனை அழகாக உடுத்திட கொடுப்பேன் நித்யன் பூசனை செய்ய ஆயத்தம் செய்து முடிப்பேன் மானுடனாய் பூமியை ஆளும் நித்யனை நாடும் துதிப்பேன் காத்திடுவான் 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 என்று மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் வாழ்வை வளமாகவே மாற்றும் ஞானம் தன்னை தந்தைமையேற்றும் நித்யன் சொற்பொழிவெல்லாம் தினம் தவறாது கேட்பேன் சித்தம் சுத்தம் செய்விக்கும் தெய்வ சொற்கள் எல்லாமும் புத்தகமாய் உருவாக்க முயன்றிடுவேன் கோலாகலமாகவே இந்த பூமியை உயர்வித்த சித்தன் புகழ் என்றென்றும் பாடிடுவேன் மனம் ஒரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினார். மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க கருணையில் நித்யன் கருணையில் இறங்கினார். பகவதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது களைந்து மகிழ்ந்திட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினார். பகவதன் இருளை க்ஷணமது களைந்து மகிழ்ந்திட தியானமதை நித்யன் வழங்கினார். பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினார். பணிவோடு கனிவாய் அன்புடன் வணங்க நித்யனிந்தாசன் நீ என அருளினார். பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினார். பிறவியின் உயர்ந்த பயனதை அடைய பரவசம் மிகுந்த நிலைக்கென்னை உயர்த்தினார். மனமொரு தருணம் தலைவனாய் அழைக்க நித்யானந்தா. ஓ நித்யானந்தா, ஓ நித்யானந்தா, ஓ நித்யானந்தா.
ಪಾವನವಾಯಿತು ನನ್ನೀ ಜನುಮವು ನಿನ್ನಯ ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಪಾವನವಾಯಿತು ನನ್ನೀ ಜನುಮವು ನಿನ್ನಯ ದರ್ಶನದಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ. ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ ನೀ. ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ಸದ್ಗತಿಯನು ಜಗಕ್ಕೆಲ್ಲ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನೆ ನೀ. ಶಿವನಾಗಿ ನೀ ದೇವಿಗೆ ಇಂದಿತ್ತೆ ಜ್ಞಾನವ. ಜ್ಞಾನ ಗುರುವಾಗಿ ನೀ ಕೊಡುತ್ತಿಹೆ ವಿಶ್ವಕ್ಕೆ ಪ್ರಜ್ಞೆಯ. ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ತನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಮಶವ ತೆಗೆಯುವನಿ ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿರುವನಿ. ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ತನುವಲ್ಲಿ ಕಲ್ಮಶವ ತೆಗೆಯುವನಿ ನೆನೆದವರ ಮನದಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಲೆಸಿರುವನಿ. ಜೀವನ್ಮುಕ್ತನಾಗಿ ಬಾಳುವಂತ ಕಲೆಯನ್ನೇ ಕಲಿಸಿದಂತ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದನಿ. ಜೀವನ್ ರಾತ್ರಿ ಕಾಲವೇ ನಿತ್ಯ ಜಪವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಲು ವರವನ್ನು ನೀಡಿ ನೀನು ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಸುರಿವೆ ನಿತ್ಯನೇ ನೀ. ಭವರೋಗವ ತಡೆದು ಭಾವದ ಚಿಂತೆಯೆಲ್ಲ ತೊಳೆದು ಕರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳೆಲ್ಲ ಅಳಿಸಿ ಹೊಸ ಜೀವನ ಕೊಡುವೆ. ಪಾವನವೇ ನಾಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದಗಳ ಸ್ಪರ್ಶದಿ, ಪಾವನವೇ ಬೀಡಿದು ನಿನ್ನ ಕಲ್ಪತರು ದರ್ಶನದಿ. ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ. ಶರಣಂಬನು ನಿತ್ಯೇಶನೇ ನಿನ್ನ ಶರಣಂಬನು ಆನಂದನೇ.
Shivaya Namah, 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 Shivaya Namah.
சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மடமனு. சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மடமனு. எம்மையாகின்ற அருணை மலையானே கருணையில் அருளவாராய். பஞ்சபூதத்தில் ஆட்சி புரிகின்ற நித்யனே இறங்கி வாராய். தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா. கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இவை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா. தூணிலும் துரும்பிலும் எனதுயிரிலும் நிறைந்து ஆட்கொண்டவா. கனவிலும் நினைவிலும் இவை பொழுதிலும் எம்மை காக்கின்றவா. தடைகளை உடைத்து எதிரியை ஒழித்து சிவமயமாக்கிடவா. உன் தரிசனம் காட்டு கொடிதனை நாட்டு நீரானே இந்நாட்டின் ராஜாதி ராஜனே. சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மடமனு. சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட. சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மடமனு. Pani zani zari zari gari zari 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 pani pama pama gaza. Pani pani zani zari zari gari zari 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 pani pama pama gama pama 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 pani pama pama gama pama 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 gaza. Gama pama pama pani pama pama gama pama gama gari gari zari 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 pani zani zari 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 pani zani zari 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 pani zani zari 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 pani zani zari 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 zari. மண்ணிலே மாண்டு போகும் நோய்களில் வீழ்ந்து போகும் எண்ணிலா பிறப்பெடுத்து துதிக்கின்றோம். கண்ணிலே நீர் வடிந்து தன்னிலை தேற்றி வந்து எல்லையில்லா உன் வடிவை துதிக்கின்றோம். மனம் காற்றாய் அலைந்தோடும் எனும் போதும் கைவிட மாட்டோம். இடைவிண்ணை தொடும் நேரம் நீயே பார்த்துக்கொள். மனம் காற்றாய் அலைந்தோடும் எனும் போதும் கைவிட மாட்டோம். இடைவிண்ணை தொடும் நேரம் நீயே பார்த்துக்கொள். சுடும் தீயில் விடும் தேகம் பதம் பற்றிடும். சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமன சிவாய நம உபாயம் தரும் அனுதினம் விடாது வினை தொடாது விடும் பணிந்திட சிவாய நம மந்திரம் மறவாத ஒரு நாள் மனமன
நின்றிடும் அர்த்தநாரி வைகையில் கரை காக்க கிழவியின் கை சேர்க்க பிட்டுக்கு மண் சுமந்து பிரம்பா முன்னடைந்த
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षिसुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्ररत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्रीपार्वतीस्तन्यपानलब्धदिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम् अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वत मनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्रीमहामण्डलेश्वर साक्षात् श्रीपरमशिव सिंहासनाभिषिक्त समस्तगणनायक श्रीमहागणपतिसमारम्भ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरुपरम्परा प्राप्त अटलपीठ अष्टोत्तरसहस्र श्री अटलपीठाधीश्वर धर्ममुक्तिस्वर्गपुरस्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलासपरम्परागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्रीकैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्रीकैलासपरमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानन्द प्रणवस्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवच्छ्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव श्री ज्ञानसम्बन्ध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव विजयी भव।
Such a divine blessing we all received. And to all the participants that attended today's program, we have a very special gift for you. Please stay tuned, because right after the power manifestation is over, we are going to be sharing today's gifts link with all of you. So we request you all to please stay tuned in. Right now, we're going to do a quick round of power manifestation. And after that, we are going to be sharing with you all the gifts for today, where you're going to...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You all can go in that and you all can access the gifts. The Lingodbhava form that we all had darshan of today represents conscious sovereignty, what we call as conscious supremacy. So when you connect to this form,